ladies and gentlemen, hello. My voice is destroyed. Sounds a bit raspy, I know. I'm sick. I've been on how do you call it? An expo in Nuremberg, in Germany, and I got sick. So that's why there were no streams this week. But I wanted to keep going. I can't let it rest all the time. I just want to get started, test a few of the bitrate, the technical stuff, and everything today. I have a lot of work to do, so I won't be going through articles right now. Maybe later on. It depends on the connection to the internet. For now, I go directly right into working, and you guys can watch the content, have questions. I am live. The chat is visible to me, so if you've got any questions, if you want to discuss anything, if you want me to deep dive into any issue, just go on and tell me.
I just gotta ask now.
So I just finished. Core updates don't consider recent SEO pros continue pressing Google for more transparency and link. The description below. Google search advocate John Mueller. This looks better. John Mueller says core updates rely on longer-term patterns rather than recent site changes or link spam attacks. The comment was made during a public discussion on Blue Sky, where SEO professionals debated whether a recent wave of spammy backlinks could impact rankings during a core update. Mueller's comment offers timely clarification as Google rolls out its June core update. Core updates aren't influenced by recent links. Asked directly whether be factored into core update. Offhand, I can't think of how these links would play a role with the core updates. It's possible there's some interactions that I'm not aware of, but it seems really unlikely to me. Also, core updates generally build on longer term data, so something really recent wouldn't play a role. Okay. For those concerned about negative SEO tactics, Mueller's statement suggests recent spam links are unlikely to affect how Google evaluates a site during a core update. Link spam and visibility concerns. Conversation began with SEO consultant Martin McGarry, who shared traffic data suggesting spam attacks were impacting sites targeting high-value keywords. In a post linking to recent SEG articles, McGarry wrote, SEG is Search Engine Journal. This is traffic up in a high-value keyword and the blue line is spammers attacking it. As you can see, traffic disappears as clear as day. Can we see it? Just trying to see if we can get the link. If Google has a handle on the current... I don't believe Google has a handle on the current scale of link spam in certain verticals. This is... As you can see, traffic disappears as clear as day. Well, can you guys see it? Yeah, here. The blue line is spam down. Mark Williams Cook responded by referencing earlier commentary from a Google representative at the SEO FOMO event, where it was suggested that in most cases, links were not the root cause of visibility loss, even when the timing seemed suspicious. Okay, this aligns with the broader theme in recent SEO discussions. It's often difficult to prove that link-based attacks are directly responsible for ranking drops, especially during major algorithm updates. Google's position on the disavow tool. Yep. As the discussion turned to mitigation strategies, Mueller reminded the community that Google's disavow tool remains available, though it's not always necessary. Mueller said, you can also use the domain point directive in the disavow file to cover a whole TLD if you're plus minus certain that there are no good links for your site there. He added that the tool is often misunderstood or overused. It's a tool that does what it says. Almost nobody needs it, but if you think your case is exceptional, feel free. Pushing it as a service to everyone says a bit about the SEO though. That final remark drew pushback from McGarry, who clarified that he doesn't sell cleanup services and only uses the disavow tool in carefully reviewed edge cases. Okay, bit of heat going on there, huh, in the discussions. Should we go through the thread? Nah, we don't wanna air dirty laundry. We don't care about the drama. We want the information. The community calls for more transparency. Alan Bleiweiss, as usual, sorry if I butchered the name, joined the conversation by calling for Google to share more data about how many domains are already ignored algorithmically. That would be the best way to put site owners at ease. I think there's a psychology to all this cat and mouse wording without backing it up with data. Well, I understand that people want Google to be more open and more transparent. I would like it, but at the same time, I know, and you guys know it as well, we would game it. We would min-max it to the extreme. His for anyone evaluating ranking changes during a core update. Recent link spam is unlikely to influence a core update. Long-term patterns, not short-term changes. This disavow tool is still available, but rarely needed in most cases. Google systems may already discount low-quality links automatically. If your site has seen changes in visibility since the start of June core update, these insights suggest looking beyond recent link activity. Instead, focus on broader long-term signals such as content quality, site structure, and overall trust. Matt G. Southern, good article. I liked it. Was good. Okay. Someone asked, what is a disavow tool? Okay, it's a pretty basic thing. It's a tool Google made where you can say, I want you to ignore these links that link back to my page because I don't think it's a good link. That way you can. Why is that even necessary? Okay, let's clear it up. There are offers on the internet to get you on link farms and link pages and stuff where it's like, oh, pay me $100 and I'll make sure you have 1,000 backlinks. But those backlinks are low quality. They're very bad. They're placed in places that Google knows are bad places and cheap links. And so if you have too many of those bad links, it just causes Google to say, oh, your domain is bad, you cheated, and so on. We don't want to rank you high anymore. And so for you to save yourself and to, for example, not have a competition do that to you, you can say, whoa. These links, these backlinks, I'm clearly saying I don't like them, don't count them in. Don't consider them. It's not me who wants them. It's not me who has made them. I don't want to be associated with that source of backlinks. Basically, that is how you could interpret it. As usual, I go through news updates, sometimes basic questions, research papers, all of that kind of stuff with you on this channel live so that you can ask stuff. If you like what I do, if you appreciate it, leave a like. A comment is cool. Subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way you can support this channel. And with that, this channel is finished and we're going right to the next one. Gotta start recording. So, on my channel already is the video of me reading an article about Elida Solis finding out that ChatGPT seems to be using Google SERPs or AI overview as a fallback. And now I wanted to read her paper directly. I was curious about the stuff. So let's go through it directly together, okay? This is the original article instead of going over an article that describes what the article was about. Confirmed, ChatGPT uses Google SERP snippets for its answers. A test with proof by Elida Solis. I will link her article below, of course. So, I've run a simple but straightforward. Wait. I've run a simple but straightforward forward to follow test that confirms the reliance of ChatGPT on Google Search snippets for its answers. Let's go through it. 1. I published a new page in learningaisearch.com without submitting to any search engine. Okay. I published a new indexable llms.txt generators page, linked from the homepage and across the site navigation. However, I did not submit it to any search engine after publishing it. Okay, LLMS generator. For those of you who don't know what llms.txt is, it's like a new standard that is being tried out for SEO and websites, so that an AI can easily understand what the pages, what the content of your sites are without being distracted of ads or any other stuff. Yep. So, yeah, Damhi. Hey dude, love your content, really solid. Would be great to stay connected and get updated about the stream schedule. Cool, thank you, man. Yeah. Absolutely great. Sign up for the newsletter. It's the best way to stay up to date when I'll be streaming or not. Since I'm just doing the streaming by the side, I've got my main business to run. You see all the clips on my YouTube channel. I can't tell when I'm going to be on here. But thanks, man. Really appreciate that you enjoy it. Appreciate it a lot. So, again, for those who don't know what llms.txt is, it's a file in the root folder of your website to tell the AI and the LLMs and the bots that crawl it, like, hey, what is this site about? Don't get distracted by the menu. Don't get distracted by the ads or anything else. Here it is easy for you to crawl what this page has as content. Okay? Just as a very simple variant. I got a video on my channel about difference between robots.txt and llms.txt if you want to go take a look at it. So, my goal was to assess when and how the package was going to start showing up in ChatGPT answers. So right after publishing it and before submitting it anywhere, I checked. 2. ChatGPT couldn't locate the recently published page with web search activated. A bit after publishing the page, I went to ask ChatGPT about the page content with the web search feature activated. A bit after publishing the page, I went to ask ChatGPT about the page contents with the web search feature activated. We can see how it searched the web for the URL of the page, including a search with the site double point command. What is this called in English? In German, it's Doppelpunkt, double point. I'll be Googling that after the stream. Come on. But it answered that it couldn't locate the exact page on Learning AI Search, that the URL I had shared appeared to not be publicly indexed or outdated. ChatGPT, search the site, Learning AI Search. We've got a good, what are list on this? Couldn't locate the exact page on Learning AI Search. Appears to not be publicly indexed. Okay. This seems pretty reasonable because I had just published it and I hadn't submitted it anywhere yet. Reasonable, right? Not for Gemini. It was able to find it. Gemini didn't have any issues fetching the content directly from the page to provide an accurate answer, even if this had not yet been indexed by Google. I asked for the same information about the page to Gemini that didn't have to wait for the page to be indexed by Google. Search to give an answer about the page information. It goes and fetches it directly, listing it as a source. Okay, that's interesting. So Gemini accesses it immediately, as we can see on the screenshots. Here's a list of free, reliable, blah, 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 blah sources, and we've got the source down here. But you might be thinking, maybe Google had indexed it very quickly without you being aware of it. No, don't worry. Right after this, I checked that. Fourth, I confirmed that the page wasn't yet indexed by Google or Bing so far. So after this, I submitted it through the Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools. After the initial search in both ChatGPT and Gemini from above, I checked both doing a few site double point plus URL searches and checked in the Google Search Console and Bing Webmaster Tools to verify that the page had not been yet indexed when I did the initial search test described in steps 2 and 3. I could confirm it wasn't indexed in both, and once I had the confirmation it wasn't indexed in Google and Bing, Still at this point, I submitted it for indexing. URL inspection, Google index, not on Google. Page is not indexed, we can see it. Request indexing, it's being done. After a little while, the page, point 5, step 5, after a little while, the page was now shown to be indexed in Google via the Search Console, but not yet in Bing. However, the page wasn't yet shown using the site double point command or adding the URL directory in Google search results yet. Google started to show the page as indexed through the Google Search Console very quickly, less than an hour after I submitted it. URL is on Google, okay, it's indexed, everything works. Bing didn't index it after crawling it, an issue that still persists even today. The page is not good enough for Bing, it seems. Okay, interesting. Discovered but not crawled. Crawled, the inspected URL is known to Bing but has some issues which are preventing indexations. We recommend you follow blah 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 blah. Okay. However, at this point, even if the page was shown to be indexed in the Google Search Console, it wasn't yet shown in the Google search results when searching for it with the site double point command or searching for its own URL. I guess not enough time had yet passed. It was still too early for this. As you can see, she looks for the page directly. We can see how Bing also had and still has this issue. However, it's understandable in this case since they mention how they found problems when crawling the page and is not suitable for indexing via the webmasters tool. As we can see there, no results for that query. Number 6. Now that the page was indexed by Google but not in Bing, I checked again to see if ChatGPT was able to fetch its content. Without luck, still. After confirming that Google was now showing the page as indexed in the GSC, I asked again in ChatGPT, but it answered it wasn't still finding the page when I asked again about the LLMS.txt generators listed in it, saying that it had tried to locate the specific page. However, neither direct access nor search engines yielded results. Neither. Screenshot. Let's remember that at this point the page was in Google, already shown to be indexed via the Google Search Console, however not shown yet in the SERPs when directly searching for it with a site double point command. In Bing, neither shown to be indexed in the Bing Webmaster Tools nor shown in Bing SERPs when directly searching for it with a site double point command. I kept checking for some time and this status didn't change until point 7 or step 7. After a while, the page started to be shown in Google search results with the site double point column and when searching for the URL directory directly. Sorry. After a few hours, the page started to get finally shown when searching for it in Google with and without the site double point command, as well as when searching for the URL directly. Another screenshot of multiple screenshots. All this while not being indexed in Bing. This is important to remember. So I decided to ask again ChatGPT to see if anything changed in its answer. Point 8. When I asked ChatGPT again, it was now able to provide an incomplete answer about the page content based on, drumroll, its Google search results snippet. That's important now. That's going to be interesting. Now, this time, ChatGPT was able to give an answer when I asked about the tools listed in the page. However, it took my attention that the answer was incomplete, giving only a single tool of the 4 listed in the page. All this while searching for the page via different search variations, including the site double point command. Again, and here we see it gives only one of the tools in the screenshots, and we see search queries, different search queries that it used. It seemed pretty strange, so I asked in a different way if it could fetch the content of the page. The answer was eye-opening. It said it couldn't fetch the full live content of the page, but based on other sources referencing it. Can you fetch the content from da 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 da? Tell me what it says. Thought for a few seconds. I couldn't reach the full live content of what Learning's AI search page access seems restricted. However, based on other sources referencing it, blah 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 blah. Okay. So if ChatGPT wasn't able to have full live access and was depending on other sources, I wanted to first know the reason So I asked what was stopping it from accessing it. The answer again was interesting, because although it didn't disclose the reason of the lack of access, it said where it got the information from. I was able to fetch a snippet from the publicly indexed version of the page, which shows. Why don't we have full access? What's stopping you from accessing it? Thought for 4 seconds. I was able to fetch a snippet from the publicly indexed version of the page, which shows this, the tool example. It a snippet from where? Where did it get this snippet from? Okay. When I followed up asking where was that snippet, they grabbed the information being shown. The answer was that it had located the caged snippet via web search that previews the page content, likely from search engine indexing. But I knew the page wasn't indexed in Bing, so it had to be Google search results. I went to check. Oh boy, oh boy. When I compared the text snippet provided by ChatGPT versus the one shown in Google search results for the specific learning AI search LLMs.txt generators page, I could confirm it was the same information as you can see below. And here's the screenshot. The exact wording, and here the exact wording in the little overview snippet. So yes, it is confirmed. ChatGPT somehow relying on Google search results snippets for the answers. I guess this is yet another reason why traditional SEO is not that, and shows once again how ahead Google is, not only with the search index, but the way Gemini is able to just go and fetch the page to give an accurate answer, even when the page wasn't yet indexed by Google still, rather than an incomplete, inaccurate one like ChatGPT relying on search result snippets from Google. Now, step 9, update, July 25th. New update. The page is now indexed by Bing, but ChatGPT says it still doesn't have access to the page content, and its answer content is now based on another variation of a snippet shown in Google Search, now from the site URL search, but not Bing. I checked again today to see if anything had changed and found that the page was now shown to be indexed in Bing via the Webmasters tool. We see a screenshot of the Webmasters tool, it's indexed, we see indexed successfully. However, when searching in Bing directly with the site command along with the page URL or just the URL, the page wasn't yet shown, or only the homepage of the site was, as can be seen below. We see another screenshot of the page, and it's just this homepage of the site, not the specific LLMS text generator page. Nonetheless, when doing a site double point search along with the parent directory URL of the page, it was finally shown in the search results. Please note how the description snippet in Bing SERPs of the page does not show the meta description, but a truncated preview of the page content. Okay? Okay? Here we can see it. So you might be wondering, now that Bing was finally indexing the page and also sometimes showing it in its SERPs, made any change to ChatGPT answer? Was it the Bing snippet shown now instead of the Google one? I asked ChatGPT again about the page content, and the answer was interesting because it again provided an answer from a search snippet, not the full content. The page snippet provided in the answer was different from the one it had previously shown, saying here's what that snippet shows, featuring different content than it previously did. When looking if this new snippet provided in the ChatGPT answer was the one shown in Bing search results in the scenario for which it actually listed the page, I confirmed it wasn't. It was taking it from another location. When checking again if the snippet was one of those shown in Google search results for one of the searches of the page, I could confirm it was the same one shown for the site, double point, along with the URL this time, which is actually showing the meta description text rather than the one of the URL search only that was used before, which was showing a truncated content preview of the page, not the meta description. Now we have the query again. Has anything changed since the previous validations? Let's try again. Can you fetch the content from, here's the URL, tell me what it says and the tool it features. I located the search snippets for free LLMs.txt generations tool sections on the Learnings AI search page. Here's what that snippet shows. It's still only showing the one. That's a full visible snippet from public indexing. And here's this. It shows that. Yeah. It does not show the meta description. Oh. Interesting. Interesting what we see here. So, as you can see again, ChatGPT continues to provide an answer based on a Google search result snippet, one from a different query related to the page than before, and is now using the meta description unlike before. Despite the page being now indexed by Bing, where is showing a different description snippet in those scenarios where it's now shown in the SERPs. Will it stay like that after a few days? I'll keep you updated. Need more proof that ChatGPT is using Google search results? This is far from being the only one. The test above complements well what Alexis had identified here a few weeks ago with his own tests with different scenarios. Well, it might be an article that I might want to look to. Great article. I really like the details, step by step, going through it. Awesome done, very well. Article below. Well done. What I do, going through the different articles with you. If you want me to answer any questions, and if you want to support this channel, feel free, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you guys. It's really the best way you can support this channel. In the description below, you will find the newsletter sign up URL, so you can sign up if you want to stay informed about my events, about the events, the live sessions, and everything. Okay. And with that, you should see new videos popping up, and I wish you all the very best. Okay, guys, interesting article, Validity of Pew Research and Google AI Search Results Challenge. You guys know how I love reading about research being challenged. So let's go through it, because I also know this research, this paper has been cited a lot about AI and Google search results and so on and so on. So I think it's an important one. Let's go through it. Written by Roger Monti. Pew Research Centers claim that AI overviews reduce web traffic to publishers may have been based on flawed methodology. Let's go through it. Questions about the methodology used by the Pew Research Center suggest that its conclusions about Google's AI summaries may be flawed. Facts about how AI summaries are created, the sample size, and statistical reliability challenge the validity of the results. Google's official statement. Now, think about it. Google is a $1 trillion company, or billion, I don't know exactly right now, the top of my head. Of course, they will try to calm down all the people they need, like all the content creators that are going to be very angry, and the ad people, because the companies pay ads to get on the page, and the AI overview makes that a bit. So let's take what Google says with a grain of salt. But still, a spokesperson for Google reached out with an official statement and the discussion about why the Pew Research findings do not reflect actual user interaction patterns related to AI summaries and standard search. Okay, before I read it, guys, if you've got any anecdotal evidence, any experience with that, please share it in the comments below or send it to me per email, fezula@fezula.com, because I would like to know what your experience is, especially if you wrote blogs, if you're content creators and so. Did you see any differences or not? Just pure anecdotal. I just want to see what your guys' experience is. The main point, rebuttal, increasingly they're asking more questions. AI usage trends are increasing. The Pew Research used flawed methodology. So let's go through it. Google shared. People are gravitating to, and AI features in search enable people to ask even more questions, creating new opportunities for people to connect with websites. This study uses a flawed methodology and skewed query set that is not representative of search traffic. We consistently direct billions of clicks to websites daily and have not observed significant drops in aggregate web traffic as is being suggested. So Google says, nah, nothing changed, it's all fine. I'm gonna be honest, I would be surprised about that. Like, I know I sometimes click something and I don't click on pages anymore because the AI overview answers it for me, but that's my experience. Sample size is too low. I discussed the Pew Research with Duane Forrester, sorry if I butchered the name, and he suggested that the sampling size of the research was too low to be meaningful, 900 plus adults and 66,000 search queries. Duane shared the following opinion. Out of almost 500 billion queries per month on Google, and they're extracting insights based on 0.0000134% sample size. 66,000 queries, that's a very small sample. Not suggesting that 66,000 of something is inconsequential, but taken in the context of the volume of queries happening on any given month, day, hour, or minute, it's very technically not a rounding error. And were it my study, I'd have to call out how exceedingly low the sample size is and that it may not realistically represent the real world. Okay, well, of course, that's really a low percentage, but let's go through it. How reliable are Pew Center statistics? The methodology page for the statistics used lists how reliable the statistics are for the following age groups. Ages 18 to 29 were ranked at plus minus 13.7 percentage points. That ranks as low level as a low level of reliability. Ages 13 to 49 were ranked at plus minus 7.9 percentage points. That ranks in the moderate, somewhat reliable, but still a fairly wide range. Ages 50 to 64 were ranked at plus minus 8.9 percentage points. That ranks as moderate to low level of reliability. Age 65 plus were ranked at plus minus 10.2 percentage points, which is firmly in the low range of reliability, which means for all of these age brackets, they're rather moderately or somewhat low level of reliability. The above reliability scores are from Pew Research methodology page. Guys, if you like me to go through that in more detail, maybe during a live sessions explaining the stuff and such, feel free, tell me, we can go through it. But I think it's too much for this little video now. Overall, all of these results have a high margin of error, making them statistically unreliable. At best, they should be seen as rough estimates, although, as Duane says, the sample size is so low that it's hard to justify it as reflecting real-world values, real-world results. Pew Research compared results between different months. Okay, that might be a big issue. Why? We'll see, but I would say different months have different results. It's not smart to compare different times. After thinking about it overnight and reviewing the methodology, an aspect of the Pew Research methodology that stood out is that they compared the actual search queries from users during the month of March with the same queries the researchers conducted in 1 week in April. That's problematic because Google's AI summaries change from month to month. For example, the kinds of queries that trigger an AI overview changes, with AI overviews becoming more prominent for certain niches and less so for other topics. Additionally, user trends may impact what gets searched on, which itself could trigger temporary freshness update to search algorithms that prioritize videos and news. The takeaway is that comparing search results from different months is problematic for both standard search and AI summaries. Pew Research ignores that AI search results are dynamic. With respect to AI overviews and summaries, these are even more dynamic, subject to change not just for every user, but to the same user. Searching for a query in AI overviews, then repeating the queries in an entirely different browser will result in a different AI summary and completely different set of links. The point is that the Pew Research Center's methodology, where they compare user queries with scraped queries a month later, are flawed because the two sets of queries and results cannot be compared. They are each inherently different because of time, updates, and the dynamic nature of summaries. Okay. For those who don't understand, it's like the AI overviews are more dynamically created. That means if I look for something in March, I will get very different results than if I look at for the same thing in August, for example. Not to speak that I myself, if I query the same thing again and again, I might get different results. The following screenshots are the links shown for the query, what is the RLHF training in OpenAI? Google AIO via Vivaldi browser. And we see 3 different links. Amazon, Medium, Kili technology. And then Google AIO via Chrome Canary browser. OpenAI, Arise AI, Hugging Face. So even the same query, same time, different browsers is a completely different result. Not only are the links on the right hand side different, AI summary content and the links embedded within that content are also different. Could this be why publishers see inconsistent traffic? Interesting. Publishers and SEOs are used to static ranking positions in search results for a given search query. The content in the search results and the links that are shown are dynamic, showing a wide range of sites in the top 3 positions for the exact same queries. SEOs and publishers have asked Google to show a broader range of websites. That apparently is what Google's AI features are doing. Is this a case of be careful of what you wish for? Roger Motti, interesting article. Give him a like. I'll link to the article as usual below. Quite interesting. So, I think it's important to discuss the methodology and see how flawed the research is, because many people in the industry cite that research and repeat it again and again and again, taking it as gospel. So that's quite interesting. Guys, as usual, I'm going through the articles for my personal research. I have a marketing agency, so I always want to be like on top of the game. If you like what I do, if you enjoy me sharing these informations with you, consider helping the channel, a like, subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way to support this channel. Down below you will find the link to subscribe to my newsletter, so we'll stay informed about events, live Q&A sessions, all of that kind of stuff. And with that, I wish you all the very best, because you see other videos already popping up most likely. Bye.
We discussed an issue that politicians have too, like now in defense of the politician wants. It's
We're going to discuss changes for the Threads platform. Now, new information there. Do more with the Threads API. On Shravya Garlapti. Threads is a place where people can find fresh perspectives on what's happening now and build community around shared interests. Can you see it well? Should I make it bigger? Yeah, like this. Looks better. So, last year, we launched the Threads API to help creators and businesses jump in the conversation and share their perspectives. We later introduced multiple improvements and enabled content discovery. Today, we're excited to announce new enhancements to the Threads API. What's new? Search and add a location to your Threads post when publishing, add polls when publishing new threads, and retrieve poll results from existing threads. Create text-only threads faster using a single API call with the auto-publish text parameter. Delete your own posts, retrieve public profiles and fetch public posts that were created by public profiles, create posts with topic tags and search for public posts by topic tag, query click metrics to understand how many times your links are clicked on, find relevant posts by specifying a date range when searching with the keyword, fetch GIF media on posts with GIF attachments, restrict posts to only allow replies from followers, get real-time notifications when you are mentioned in a post thanks to a new webhook. Get started. Our self-serve developer documentations, our sample app, and the Threads API collection on the Postman API platform are here to help you get started. Okay, new function for the Threads API. If you guys, I'm working with a little bot, coded it myself. If you're curious about it, I could do a live session where we go through it, how I implement these things, what I use it for. Because I like to post on different platforms sometimes. It makes it easier to have my own little platform where I say I post it on there and then it auto circulates it to the other platforms. Just sometimes I use that, but it's always a project in work. Well, Threads is an interesting example. Threads is still, I don't know if that will ever link up. For now, the data is way lower than Twitter or X, but we'll see how it develops. Again, telling you the news, trends, research papers, everything about marketing. If you want to support the channel and for me to keep doing, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the easiest way that you can support this channel. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best. Okay, with that, I'm finished with the articles for today, and now let's jump right into the EMA Q&A session. Let's see what questions I got in. Let's get it started. Okay. I've got 2K followers and post twice a week on LinkedIn. Why am I getting no engagement? Well, most likely because the content isn't interesting enough. Just to say it like that, but let's go a bit deeper into the whole thing. First thing is 2K followers are not a lot. Like in general, that's not a lot. Many questions what kind of content, very boring, like sales pitchy kind of content, which just doesn't work well. You've got to learn to see what works, what doesn't work. 2 times a week isn't really that much either. I got to be honest, yeah, daily, like more. And the question is, do you need more engagement? Rate on something quite important, which is business versus virality. And I understand the influencers and entertainers, they're all in this business for I need viral and millions of people to see it and so on, because they make very little money out of their business, and it is their business. They need thousands of millions of views to get anything. So we as a business on LinkedIn usually have a very different kind of method. And usually our numbers are different. Like, for example, if I take a guy I know, when he gets a client he's in IT, and a client for him makes like 50K to 100K per year. So if he only has 2,000 people on YouTube or LinkedIn being connected and interested, and they listen to his stuff for like half a year, but never directly connect with them and don't like it, don't comment and everything. But then they contact the person because, hey, well, now we need someone in this industry, and I know you, and I remember you know about that stuff. Hey, could we talk about a business? And now he made, because of or through those postings on LinkedIn, in let's say a year, he made just one client out of 1,000 people or 2,000 people he was connected with. It's still revenue generation of 50K to 100K. So for the business, you have to start thinking differently. Your goal is not to be as viral as possible, but rather to get as much money as possible. And sometimes that means to be seen as a pro, and sometimes to be seen as a pro can be a bit boring. Like, I can give an example of my own. In Europe, there was a law coming into place this year in June, July, about accessibility of websites. And I posted a bit about it. It was a very boring topic. I'm not a legal expert, so I don't have the crowd that's interested in legal details. And again and again and again, I posted about the topic. It got nothing. No likes, no comments, no nothing. 6 months later, or like in this 6 month period where I posted it again and again, I was at a networking event from an agency owner. Not from an agent, at a network event, and I met an agency owner there who knew me. And he was like, hey, Basie, I remember you know about that accessibility stuff, right? And I said, yeah, oh yeah. How do you know? Well, I've seen your posts. And I thought already, okay, he's seen it. He's not liked, not commented, nothing. But he was like, well, I've got 150 clients who need all of the pages to be audited. Do you do stuff like that? I said, yeah, I do stuff like that. Well, and that was a nice little job and revenue that I got from that. So, and again and again and again on different platforms. For you, for example, LinkedIn. On LinkedIn, I have that where people suddenly write me up or DM me with, hey, you're the one who knows about this stuff, right? Can we talk? Can we meet? Can I hire you? And it works like that. And those are people who've never liked, never commented, never done anything. So don't get this or demotivated just because you have low engagement. Okay, I want to clarify that you're not in this for entertainment purposes. I hope so, at least I think so. And this is a big difference compared to everything else in this business, because sometimes our stuff is not interesting. You will never get a Mr. Beast video with tens of millions and billions of likes and videos and views for the representation of a firewall gadget, or like for some SaaS product. It just doesn't work that way. But you will make much more per scene content, per person that sees that. So don't get disheartened by it. And to get better at content, just keep doing it. Reiterate, try new stuff, try out stuff. Storytelling is good, emotional hooks are good, but the most important thing is just to accept, well, what are people supposed, what is it supposed to engage with? I've seen it on the other flip side that people who are engaging, who are very good at being viral and engaging, they lost clients or potential clients because the potential client thought, that's a bit too you know too showmanship. It doesn't reflect professionality in this industry, for example. Like, on the other side, of course, you can do it however you want, and you will find people that your vibe attracts your tribe. That's how I see it, and that's my experience. So just keep going, and make more and more content. Let go of the idea that you need to have engagement or anything. Instead, you should create a way to find out, where did the clients hear from you, or why did they contact you? Did they hear from you through referrals, through your website, through your emails? Did they find you on Google, on social media? If social media, which social media? Uh, on a keynote? Did they find you on some event? That's more important, because then you can find out, okay, even if hypothetical, I have not gotten a single like and not a single comment on all of my LinkedIn posts. But in the last year, I got 15 people who spent each 100K with me over LinkedIn. Do you care about the engagement? No, no. That's the important thing. Don't get distracted by metrics that don't matter for your business. The only thing that matters for your business is how much revenue did what marketing channel generate. What is the return of investment? How much did I invest into this LinkedIn channel, and how much money did I get out? Period. That's the only important thing. All the other things are vanity metrics. Okay? I hope this helps. Now, next question. Yes, interesting little article I stumbled upon today. Google confirms CSS class names don't influence SEO. Why important? I know some web devs and some agencies who try to pack absolutely every single space on a website with tags and names and so on. So interesting to see that there is some official information about this. Let's go through the article together. It was written by Matt G. Southern. I like his articles. He's so far been well on point with a few things. Like him on Blue Sky. He's not very active on X and Blue Sky, sadly. But let's go through it. Google confirms CSS class names don't influence SEO. Google's search relations team explains how CSS affects SEO, addressing myth about class names, pseudo elements, and page performance. Highlights: CSS class names have no impact on SEO and aren't read as content by Google. Oversized CSS files can slow pages down and hurt core web vital scores. And Google recommends keeping CSS crawlable to ensure proper rendering and indexing. So let's go through it. In a recent episode of Google's Search Off the Record podcast, Martin Splitt and Mueller clarified. By the way, guys, I got official answer by him. He doesn't care how his name is pronounced. He says for English speakers it's Mueller, for German speakers it's Müller. Since I'm speaking English, I'll be using the English pronunciation. And John Mueller clarified how CSS affects SEO. While some aspects of CSS have no bearing on SEO, others can directly influence how search engines interpret and rank content. So, here's what matters and what doesn't. Really curious about it because we want to optimize absolutely every detail which is possible. Class names don't matter for rankings. One of the clearest takeaways from the episode is that CSS class names have no impact on Google search. Split stated. I don't think it does. I don't think we care because the CSS class names are just that. They are just assigning a specific, somewhat identifiable bit of style sheet rules to elements, and that's it. That's all. You could name them all blurb. It would not make a difference from an SEO perspective. Class names, they explained, are used only for applying visual styling. They're not considered part of the page's content. So they're ignored by Googlebot and other HTML parsers when extracting meaningful information. I don't have a word anymore. Even if you're feeding HTML into a language model or a basic crawler, class names won't factor in unless your system is explicitly designed to read those attributes. Why content and pseudo elements is a problem. While class names are harmless, the team warned about placing meaningful content in CSS pseudo elements like before and after. Split stated. The idea again, the original idea, is to separate presentation from content. So content is in the HTML and how it is presented is in the CSS. So with before and after, if you add decorative elements like a little triangle or a little dot or a little light bulb or like a little unicorn, whatever, I think that is fine because it's decorative. It doesn't have meaning in the sense of the content. Without it, it would still be fine. Adding visual flourishes is acceptable, but inserting headlines, paragraphs, or any user-facing content into pseudo-elements breaks the core principle of web development. That content becomes invisible to search engines, screen readers, and any other tools that rely on parsing the HTML directly. Mueller shared a real-world example of how this can go wrong. There was once an escalation from the indexing team that said we should contact the site and tell them to stop using before and after. They were using the before pseudo class to add a number sign to everything that they considered hashtags. And our indexing system was like, it would be so nice if we could recognize these hashtags on the page because maybe they're useful for something. Because the hashtag symbols were added via CSS, they were never seen by Google's system. Split tested it live during the recording and confirmed it's not in the DOM, so it doesn't get picked up by rendering. Oversized CSS can hurt. Okay, important thing, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Don't put stuff, content, into the CSS in a way that is a pseudo element that does not load in a way that a crawler would get the content, okay? Oversized CSS can hurt performance. The episode also touched on performance issues related to bloated style sheets. According to data from the HTTP Archives 2022 Web Almanac, that was a tongue twister, the median size of a CSS file had grown to around 68 kilobyte for mobile and 72 kilobyte for desktop. Mueller stated, the Web Almanac says every year we see CSS grow in size, and in 2022 the median style sheet size was 68 kilobyte or 72 kilobytes. They also mentioned the largest one they found was 78 megabytes. These are text files. Man, what kind of CSS do you have with almost 80 megabyte? I would love to see that. That kind of bloat can negatively impact core web vitals and overall user experience, which are two areas that do influence rankings. Frameworks and rebuild libraries are often the cause. While developers can mitigate this with minification and unused rule pruning, not everyone does. This makes CSS optimization a worthwhile item on your technical SEO list. Absolutely. Thank you for this. Maybe let me. So, absolutely something that I should make a video on. CSS optimization. True. I've seen a lot of stuff. Many people take a complete finished library or a framework that is bloated with a myriad of different classes and special cases and so on, and then they only use like 5 or 10 basic implementations, but they keep their whole file. If you delete everything you don't need, then it gets much better, just so you know. Keep CSS crawlable. Despite CSS limited role in ranking, Google still recommends making CSS files crawlable. Mueller joked, Google's guidelines say you should make your CSS files crawlable, so there must be some kind of magic in there, right? The real reason is more technical than magical. Googlebot uses CSS files to render pages the way users would see them. Blocking CSS can affect how your pages are interpreted, especially for layout, mobile friendliness, or elements like hidden content. Why is that important? Again, Google is pretty sophisticated in the way that they crawl a page, simulate the page, and then say, is that design, is the way this page is built user friendly or not? Does the design work? Are the text, are the fonts working well with the background? Is the spacing, the positioning working well? And so on. All of these things they are really good at, and they grade your page depending on that. So allowing them to have access to the CSS to render your page the way it should be seen, instead of just being maybe in worst case a blob that is somewhere in the, somewhere who knows where, all in one corner, badly designed and so on, can help tremendously to get a better place in the SERPs. Practical tips for SEO pros. Here's what this episode means for your SEO practices. Stop optimizing class names. Keywords in CSS classes won't help your rankings. I personally would say true, but on the other side, I don't see it hurting, and I know that Google lied before about some of the metrics. So if you don't have a problem with it, I would still do it. I'm gonna be honest. If I lose nothing, but I might hypothetically gain something, I would still do it. Check pseudo elements. Any real content like text meant to be read should live in HTML, not in before or after. Audit style sheet size. Large CSS files can hurt page speed and core web vitals. Trim what you can. If you have many different pages with many different layouts, maybe also consider splitting up the different CSS files for the different areas of your pages. Well, not for the page, but for your website. Like the blog area has a different, I know some people, the blog area has a complete different design. Well, maybe get your own CSS file for that part of the page, for the website, while the store has another, just as an idea. Ensure CSS is crawlable. Blocking style sheets may disrupt rendering and impact how Google understands your page. The team also emphasized the importance of using proper HTML text for meaningful images. If the image is part of the content and you're like, look at this house that I just bought, then you want an IMG, an image tag or a picture tag that actually has the actual image as part of the DOM, because you want us to see like, so this page has this image that is not just decoration. Use CSS for styling and HTML for meaning. This separation helps both users and search engines. Link to the full podcast below. I will link it also in the video below. Matt G, good guy. So I'm gonna be honest, I would still use it a bit in regards to all of the part in there with the CSS names, if I can work it, of course, always in a way that makes it easy for the devs and the designers to work with it, not like keyword stuffing or something like that. Well, and now we know Google officially declared CSS class names do not influence SEO. If you like the channel, if you liked what I do, please consider supporting me. The easiest ways you can do that are leave a like, subscribe to the channel. 1 or 2 clicks is the best and easiest way for you to support this channel. And with that, I'll leave you be. Link to the newsletter you can sign up, of course, below. I'll usually inform you about the newest news, trends, and my live Q&A sessions and other events. And with that, I wish you all the best. Bye.
So let me ask, because a lot of what we talked about has to do with in many countries when there were.
Ask an SEO, how can we recover a 30% drop in organic traffic from a site migration? Interesting topic. Many site migrations cause issues. Some are done pretty bad. Article is written by Kevin Gibbons. And with that, I'm going to go through with it. I haven't read it. As usual, I'm going through it live with you guys. Post-migration traffic crashes are common. Learn what to check first and how to recover SEO performance step by step. Ask an SEO, feed Kevin Gibbons. This week's Ask an SEO question comes from an e-commerce business that followed best practices but still lost traffic after migrating to a new platform. Well, gonna see what are the best practices they mention. We recently migrated our e-commerce store to a new platform, and despite following all the recommended SEO practices, our organic traffic dropped by 30%. What recovery strategies should we prioritize, and how long should we expect before seeing improvements? This is a common frustration many e-commerce businesses face after platform migration. But why does it happen? And more importantly, how can you recover lost traffic? Let's dive into the likely causes of this issue and explore the most effective strategies to get your organic traffic back on track. All right. As usual, drink water, stay hydrated. Why organic traffic can drop post-migration? So, why does this happen? And more importantly, what can you do to fix it? Understanding why this happens is key to finding a solution. Without pinpointing the root cause, any recovery efforts can feel like a shot in the dark, and that's the last thing you want. Tracking issues. After migration, it's surprisingly common for something small to go wrong with your analytics setup. Maybe the Google for Analytics tag wasn't added correctly. Maybe your Google Search Console properly wasn't verified. A property wasn't verified. Even a tiny mistake, like a misconfigured setting or a missing bit of code, can make it look like traffic has fallen off a cliff when really it's just not being tracked properly. The upside, these problems are usually quick to spot and easy to fix. It's always a good first step before diving into deeper SEO troubleshooting, because the issue might not be your traffic at all, just your data. Well, that's something nice. It's equivalent of, have you checked if the cables are in it, if it's plugged in? Technical issues. If your tracking is working as it should and the traffic drop is real, the next step is to check for technical SEO problems on your new site. And this almost always starts with redirects. During a migration, especially if URLs have changed, redirects are crucial. One missing or incorrect 301 redirect can break the connection between your old and new pages, making Google think important content has disappeared. Also important, don't mistake 301 and 302. Those are very different redirects and they have very different purposes. I assume the article will mention it. If not, I will explain it. But we'll see. I hope it should be mentioned. So that can quickly tank rankings and traffics. Make sure all old URLs point to the right new ones and using proper 301, not 302 redirects, and there are no long redirect chains slowing things down. Okay, no, it doesn't seem to go through it. What is the difference? Just short explanation. It is important to know the one type of redirect is, hey Google, our page has moved forever. It is never going to be back at the old page, at the old URL. We want you to always forever forward it to this new address. That is 301. Then there are other things like our server is just having a little trouble right now. We want you to just use this redirect for a while. Or this is just a redirect while we are working on this content itself. Both of those are different cases and Google treats them differently. That's why it's important to use the right redirect. If you guys want more information about this, leave a comment. I can go through it in more detail and really do an in-depth dive of the different redirects and codes and so on, if you guys want that at some point. So, for you, just important, if you migrate your page, Google again which redirect to use. Or demand your agency to use the right ones and ask them if they know the differences and so on, so that you can check if they know what they're talking about. Other common technical pitfalls: broken or removed internal links. Staging broken or removed internal links, that means page A has a link on it to page B, but because I have a new domain, for example, it links to the wrong page. Okay, and then it doesn't work anymore. Staging URLs accidentally left in canonical tags or no index rules carried over from development. Yep. No index rules means, oh, Google, don't look at these pages, don't index them because I'm not finished or because of whatever reason, and not changing that up. And then Google doesn't index those pages, those new pages. So I would say that's still in the setup above, but okay. Any of these can stop Google from crawling or indexing your site properly. And if that happens, your content won't show up in search at all. It's also worth checking your XML sitemap and robots.txt file. Make sure your sitemap is up to date and submitted in Google Search Console, and that robots.txt isn't blocking important sections of your site. Really important. If it's set up wrong, that can cause a lot of troubles. Also, Google recently said they don't look and they don't use the llms.txt. You can completely ignore that. At least for Google, or so they say. Not like Google has always been honest. I'm just saying it, okay? Just saying it. On-page content. In some cases, ranking drops can be caused by changes to page content itself. Even small changes like missing H1s, altered metadata, or content now rendered in JavaScript can have a big impact. So you will need to double check the content on your pages to identify if anything has changed. But don't forget that Google will need time to re-index and trust your new setup, especially if you didn't submit an updated sitemap or if backlinks still point to old URLs. Although you may see some big changes in your SEO performance initially, monitor it for a little while to see if things settle back down on their own. Steps to recover organic traffic, because that's what we want. Crawl your site. Look for redirect problems and broken links. The first thing you should do is crawl your site. Tools like Screaming Frog or Sitebulb are perfect for this. There are many different bots and tools that you can use. Check out if the H structure is correct, if the metadata is existing. Check if all of the links work. Just a little broken link crawler works perfect for that. All of these things, okay? Let them run through once. Crawling your site helps you identify technical issues such as broken redirects, incorrect or missing 301 redirects, and redirect chains. During a migration, URL changes are common, and improper redirects can create huge SEO setbacks. If you have old URLs pointing to pages that no longer exist or haven't been properly redirected, Google might struggle to index your site correctly, impacting traffic and rankings. Another key issue to spot during crawling is orphaned pages. These are pages that exist on your site but have no internal links pointing to them. Without internal links, Google may have a harder time finding and indexing these pages, which can hurt your rankings. Okay? Fix redirect problems immediately. Exactly. Once you've identified any issues with your redirects during the crawl, fixing them should be your priority. Absolutely. Absolutely number one. If you have any issues with redirecting, immediately get onto that. Redirects are crucial for preserving SEO value during a migration. Check that all old URLs are properly redirected to the new counterparts using 301 redirects if your URLs have changed. Ensure that there are no redirect chains, as these can slow down page load times and confuse search engines. What is a redirect chain? Page A redirects to page B, redirects to page C, redirects to page D. All of that, the whole time is calculated for the first link's time to load. Even if you think you've set up redirects, it's worth doing a detailed check. Missing or incorrect redirects are one of the top causes of traffic loss after migration. Remember, each redirect is a connection that ensures the SEO equity of your old pages gets passed on to your new ones. Tackle potential on-page issues. If you've ruled out any major technical errors, focus on the content itself. Okay, that gets a bit more complicated, or like more work. This is way, you can't automate this. This is work. Compare your post-migration content with the version you had before the migration. Did anything change that might have negatively affected your rankings? Ensure that all your pages are optimized for the target keywords, including title tags, meta descriptions, header tags, especially H1s, and body content. It's also worth revisiting your product pages to ensure they meet Google standard for quality content. This might involve adding more detailed product descriptions, improving product images, or enhancing user-generated content such as reviews. Update your XML sitemap and Google Search Console. Once your on-page content is reviewed and technical issues addressed, the next step is to update your XML sitemap to reflect the new URLs if applicable. Submit the updated sitemap to Google Search Console so Google can easily find and crawl your pages. This also helps Google understand that you've made changes to your site structure and allows it to index the new pages more quickly. Don't forget to monitor Google Search Console closely. Regularly check for crawl errors and use the URL inspection tool to request indexing for important pages that may not have been crawled yet. So again, if you migrate with your page, you need to have extra looks and be way more alert about the data in the first time, in the close time after the migration. How long does SEO recovery take? Recovery isn't an instant process, unfortunately. Typically, sites begin to see improvements within 4 to 12 weeks, but several factors can influence the recovery timeline. If your migration involved significant changes, like a new domain or a complete overhaul of your site structure, Google may treat your site as if it were brand new. In this case, it can take longer for Google to rebuild trust and restore organic visibility. Sites with many pages may also experience slower recovery time, as Google has to crawl and re-index more content. And as some of you know, you get like a load of tokens where they say, well, we can use up infinite amount of processing power just for your page. So they say you've got a certain chunk of processing power, and if you have way more pages than they can process, they skip, they do some part of your website, then skip it, go through a list of other, and then they come back to go on and go on. So it can take way more time. The content on your site can also affect recovery time. If important pages were altered or lost valuable content during the migration, it might take longer for Google to recognize the changes and rank your pages again. Long-term lessons and preventive measures. A smooth migration doesn't start on launch day. It starts way before. SEO needs to slot into your QA and development process from the beginning. That means making sure things like redirects, content structure, and crawlability are all working before you go live, ideally in a proper staging environment. Issues can still happen when you go live though, so remember to crawl your old site before launch. That way you can run side-by-side audits of your old and new early. It's also a smart idea to have a rollback plan just in case. That means having backups and knowing what to do if something goes wrong. Final thoughts. Recovering from an back on track. Keep a close eye on your data, be patient, and use this as an opportunity to strengthen your overall SEO health. There are a few more resources. Kevin Gibbons, interesting, was a good article. I like it. That was good. Do you have only articles? Kevin Gibbons. Well, sign up with you. For all of you follow, I like what he wrote. I want to know more about it. So, for all of you who know about this, I go through articles, trends, fashions, research papers in the field of marketing, be it SEO, web development, email marketing, ads, social media, and so on. If you like what I do and if you want to support the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. The best ways you can support this channel. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best. And the clip is over.
We've seen it in India or other countries. It's like the cache will be just declared illegal.
We just read the article about how ChatGPT seems to use Google as a fallback, Google search as a fallback for finding stuff. And now we're going through what Google says. You don't need AEO or GEO to rank in AI overviews. Okay? So why is that important? What to expect of that? I haven't read the article myself. I don't read the articles before I go through them live with you guys. Important aspect in the industry right now, a few people or like many agencies try to say, oh, you need specialized different services, SEO is dead, you need completely different ball game, the rules are different and everything because AI search is now here with the AI overview or chatbots and so on. And some people in the industry say, nah, not really. So let's go through it together. Article is written by Roger Monti. So Google's Gary Ilias confirmed that AEO or GEO is not necessary. Standard SEO is all you need to rank in AI search. What does that mean? Google's Gary Ilias confirmed that AI search does not require specialized optimization, saying that AI SEO is not necessary and that standard SEO is all views and AI mode. AI search is everywhere. Standard search, the way it used to be with link algorithms playing a strong role, no longer exists. AI is embedded within every step of the organic search results, from crawling to indexing and ranking. Okay? AI has been a part of Google search for 10 years, beginning with RankBrain and expanding from there. Google's Gary Ilias made it clear that AI is embedded within every step of today's search ranking process. Kenichi Suzuki, LinkedIn profile, posted a detailed summary of what Ilias discussed, covering 4 main points. AI search features use the same infrastructure as traditional search. 1. AI search optimization is SEO. 2. Google's focus is on content quality and is agnostic as to how it was created. 3. AI is deeply embedded into every stage of search. 4. Generative AI has unique features to ensure reliability. Okay, let's go through them. There's no need for AEO or GEO. The SEO community has tried to wrap their minds around AI search, with some insisting that ranking in AI search requires an approach to optimization so distinct from SEO that it warrants its own acronym. Other SEOs, including an SEO rockstar, have insisted that optimizing for AI search is fundamentally the same as standard search. So far, I'm in that camp. I've got to admit, for me, it seems that basic SEO practices are what is important. Now, maybe you can argue about some little changes in how it's worded, or like the LLMS.txt and such. But to me, so far, it seems very much that normal SEO is what gets you on the good pages of a search result, and the good search result places are what the AI group of SEO mode requires only standard SEO different optimization strategies. Is that new AI-powered features look like AI overviews in the AI mode are built upon the same fundamental processes as traditional search. They utilize the same crawler, Googlebot, the same core index, and are influenced by the same ranking systems. They repeatedly emphasize this with the phrase "same as above" to signal that a separate, distinct strategy for AI SEO is unnecessary. The foundation of creating high-quality, helpful content remains the primary focus. Content quality is not about how it's created. The second point that Google made was that their systems are tuned to identify content quality, and that identifying whether the content was created by human or AI is not part of that quality assessment. Gary Ilias is quoted as saying, "We are not trying to differentiate based on origin." According to Kenichi, the objective is to identify and reward high quality, helpful, and reliable content, regardless of whether it was created by human or with the assistance of AI. And next, AI is embedded within every stage of search. The third point that Google emphasized is that AI plays a role at every stage of search: crawling, indexing, and ranking. Regarding the ranking part, Suzuki wrote, "RankBrain helps interpret novel queries, while the multitask unifies model MOM understands information across various formats: text, images, video, and 75 different languages. Unique processes of generative AI features." The fourth point that Google emphasized is to acknowledge that AI overviews does 2 different things at the ranking stage. Point 1, query fanout generates multiple queries in order to provide deeper answers to queries using the query fanout technique. Okay, what does a query fanout mean? Just as a little example. Let's say I search for what are the best shoes. This is one query. And now the bot says, okay, that could mean a few things. We want to consolidate data. And instead of just using that one query of what are the best shoes, it creates a few queries. Like, what are the best running shoes? What are the best shoes in quality? What are the best shoes for sports? What are the best shoes for outdoor climbing? What are the best shoes in 2025? What are the best shoes for men? What are and so on. And then it has like a few different queries that it searches all on its own. It compares all the different search results that it gets, all the different pages, so to speak, and then conglomerates those answers into the overviews and decides which to link. Grounding. AI overviews checks the generated answers against online sources to make sure that they are factually accurate, a process called grounding. Suzuki explains. It then uses a process called grounding to check the generated text against information in its search index, a crucial step designed to verify facts and reduce the risk of AI hallucinations. All right, so the takeaways. AI SEO versus traditional SEO. Google explicitly states that specialized AI SEO is not necessary. Standard SEO practices remain sufficient to rank in AI-driven search experiences. Integration of AI in Google search. AI technology is deeply embedded across every stage of Google's organic search, crawling, indexing, and ranking. Technologies like RankBrain and the multitask unified model, MOM, are foundational to Google's current search ranking system. Google's emphasis on content quality. Okay, we already, it's just repeating the same. Okay. It's important, good quality, generative AI specific techniques, query, I gotta admit, these are the things I don't like about our modern internet, that it's always this SEO optimized articles that repeat again and again and again. But Google clarified that there's no need for AEO, GEO for Google AI overviews in the AI mode. Standard search engine optimization is all that's needed to rank across both standard and AI-based search. Content quality remains an important part of Google's algorithms, and they made a point to emphasize that they don't check whether content is created by human or AI. Important aspect, because some people were pretty nervous about using AI tools to write pages. Again, what is the quality of them? Will it be penalized or not? There was a lot of discussion. We'll see a lot of discussion about AI-focused search results too. Now, you at least heard it officially from Google. As usual, I hope you like it. I'll be going through a few more articles today. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, leave me a like. Subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way you can support this channel. I'll have sign up so you stay informed for events, live Q&A sessions, other stuff. And of course, I think you will see other videos popping up now. As usual, I wish you all the best. Bye. Hey guys, stumbled upon another interesting article that I want to go through with you all on. Google says normal SEO works for ranking in AI overview and LLMs.txt won't be used. So, let's go through it. Written by Barry Schwartz. Google said it won't be crawling your LLMs.txt files and just do normal SEO if you want to rank in its AI overviews. Google's Gary Illyes, I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, recently said that when it comes to ranking in AI overviews, all you need to do is normal SEO. He also said that Google won't be crawling and using the new LLMs.txt files that have become a popular topic in the SEO space. He said this at Google's own Search Central deep dive event in the Asia Pacific region yesterday. For those who don't know what LLMs.txt are, it's been stated by the SEO industry basically to implement that as a standard file that describes what the content of the different pages are. So it is in the root folder, and it describes 4 AI bots to understand what is the content on this page, so it doesn't get distracted by other elements like the menu, ads, and so on. And it is kind of being debated if it works, if it doesn't work. It's not robots.txt. I made a video describing the difference between those two. If you want, I hope, link below, link somewhere. But let's go on. Normal SEO for AI overviews. Kenichi Suzuki was at the event and he posted on LinkedIn, to get your content to appear in AI overviews, simply use normal SEO practices. You don't need GEO, LLMO, or anything else. This makes sense. In order for Google to get content for AI overviews, they need to be crawled by Googlebot and indexed by Google Search. How Google Search normally ingests content is how it also works for AI overviews in the AI mode in Google. It also probably uses many forms of how Google ranks content within Google Search. Yeah, it's true. Google already said like, hey, we've been using AI for over a decade to analyze your pages, the content, and so on. With Mom, to with the algorithm of Mom and everything. They've been doing that for many years already. So do normal SEO if you want to appear in AI overviews. By the way, also made videos about how your ranking and appearing in the AI overviews correlates. We'll link it below too. LLMS.txt not for Google. Kenichi Suzuki also posted on LinkedIn that during a Q&A session yesterday, Gary Ilias said Google won't be crawling the LLMS.txt file. Gary Ilias clearly stated that Google doesn't support LLMS.txt and isn't planning to. It doesn't mean that other AI engines won't be doing that. Ray Martinez posted a screenshot of his log file showing how OpenAI is crawling his LLMS.txt file every 15 minutes or so. He posted this screenshot on X and wrote, log file analysis shows that OpenAI crawls my LLMS.txt file on a few sites. It's pinging our servers every 15 minutes looking for freshness. This is all while John Mueller from Google said that no AI system is currently using the LLMS.txt file. I mean, that was weeks ago and things change fast in the AI world. Why we care? When it comes to Google, it appears normal SEO is important. As Lily Ray wrote, AI search is booming, but SEO is still not that. Do normal SEO to rank well within Google's AI platform. Will those lead to clicks is another story. And LLMS.txt is a topic we covered here a lot, and it seems Google won't be using that text file anytime soon. Very short, nice article. I would have liked a bit more information if possible, but I like the article nevertheless, so let's connect. Yeah, wanna follow him. I hope he's still posting. So many are like, by the way, if you wanna follow me, feel free. I have almost no one. X and Twitter doesn't work for me really, sadly. That's just the way it is. So back to this. A few important things. You find multiple videos on my channel about this, like what are LLMs, also how it seems that ChatGPT is using Google AI overview as a fallback. If it doesn't find index pages and information, it uses Google. It seems been a few tests that seem to show that. So ranking and SEO factors are absolutely important. I also recently found an article about how your SERP ranking influences how likely you are in the AI overview to be presented and in what position. You can find it all on my channel. As usual, guys, I love researching it all. For those who don't know, I have my own marketing agency. That's why I always stay to be in the loop, find the newest, freshest informations, learn everything that I can, and then decided to share all of that with you, prepare and reflect on the information, add my experience and a bit extra info for those who don't have as much experience as me. If you like what I do, if you want to support this channel, feel free to give me a like, to subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks, helps this channel a lot. If you want to support it, it's the best support you can give. New videos should be popping up already in the corners, and with that, I wish you all the very, very best. Next article, the importance of setting the last mod tag in your sitemap. All right. By Microsoft Bing blog. Yes, Bing is a search engine too, and I look up them too because it's also important, especially since the AI times. We want to make sure that Microsoft and Bing likes us. Who knows how important that will be for the AI. Also, it's always good to understand in general how the sitemaps work, what different abilities you have, what are the settings that you can go. We can do a deep dive into the sitemap and the robots.txt if you want to. Just leave a comment or something. We can make a little live session just focusing on that someday. But now let's jump right into it. If you're running a website, It's essential to have a sitemap that helps search engines understand the pages it contains and when they are updated. It's highly recommended to adopt Index Now to instantly inform search engines about the latest content changes on your websites. For XML sitemaps, one of the most critical tags that you can include in your sitemap is the last mod tag. In this blog, we will discuss the significance of the last mod tag and provide guidance on its proper implementation. Also, guys, this.
Hey guys, today I've got an extremely interesting guest for the show. You won't believe it. It's Professor Robert Lang. He's a very well-known researcher in multiple fields, especially in engineering. I personally stumbled upon him during one of my more personal, how should I say, ventures into curiosity of laser research and mechanics, especially about folding stuff. It was a discussion about solar panels in space and so on. And I couldn't believe upon what a gold mine of interesting takes I stumbled. Robert Lang has created something really, really, really interesting to me and many other people, as he's combined mathematics, mechanics, engineering, and the traditional art of origami. It's a really interesting thing. Professor Lang, it's a pleasure and an honor that you took the time being here on this show. Thank you very much. If you're so kind, would you give the audience a little intro about who you are and what your research is about?
Sure. You've covered some of who I am. I've been an avid practitioner of origami since childhood. I became interested in mathematics in high school, and that led me down an educational and technical career path. But all along, I'd always done origami. And about 20 years ago, I decided to switch my primary focus from lasers and optoelectronics, which had been my career for many years, to full-time origami. And that's what I've been doing pretty much for the last 20 and a bit years. Surprisingly, though, a lot of the origami has turned out to take advantage of my technical background and draw me back into technology. And so, as you mentioned, I got involved in the mechanics of folding structures and applying my mathematical background and in some cases the skills and techniques I used in lasers, been able to apply those to analyzing folding. And that's had benefits in creating technological objects, things that fold, like solar arrays, which you mentioned, antennas and other. And it's also had benefits in the art, allowed me as an artist create figures and shapes that I wouldn't have been able to do if I hadn't been able to draw upon these mathematical tools.
Yeah, it's really interesting. After finding out about the whole stuff, I looked at your research papers. Some of them will be linked below. It was also stuff like airbags. It's people who are not used to think about it in this way don't realize how many things need to be folded in our society or in all kind of different technological processes, or like in every car there's an airbag inside. You also worked, as far as I understood it, with other entities that have important issues or problems in that kind of field, or like questions and optimization attempts. But I would like, before we get into the too technical, I would like to stay a bit on your personal experiences. How did your journey with origami start, if I may ask? You said you already started it very young. What was it like?
Yeah, I started at the age of 6, and I found a book that had some folding instructions for several of the traditional Japanese designs, Flapping Bird, Talking Crow, one or two others. And at that time, when you're a little kid, always looking for things to do and challenges, figuring out how to fold it by following the directions was a little bit of a challenging puzzle. But one of the things that was also really attractive about it was that I didn't need any special materials to make any origami shape. All I needed was a sheet of paper, and paper was all around, basically free. So I learned to fold those things, and I'd fold them over and over. And I also started experimenting a little bit. Could I change some of the folds in those shapes to get more features? Um, and my parents saw that I actually had an interest in this, and so they would periodically for birthdays and gifts get me origami books, and also we'd go to the library pretty regularly, and I could look for origami books in the library, and found that there were indeed origami books that had folding instructions for lots of things, not just the traditional Japanese designs, but at this period of time, the late 1960s, early 1970s, this was kind of the blossoming of the worldwide art of folding as new people were figuring out how to design and fold new things. And so many of the books that I found were not books by Japanese authors. There were some of those, but there were also books by American and British authors who were also creating new origami designs. And that having access to that just sort of fired my enthusiasm. There were all these different shapes. And I wanted to be able to fold everything that existed in any book, but I also wanted to fold things that weren't in any book. I mean, I wanted to fold something that I couldn't find instructions for. And so that then triggered or induced me to spend time trying to come up with my own designs. Wow. And I found I had a little bit of a knack for it, and did come up with quite a few of new original designs of my own. And then that, I guess that's, once you're creating your own designs, you'll never run out of challenges. Wow. If you're only folding from books, eventually you found every book. Okay. But when you're creating new designs, there's always a new challenge on the horizon. And that's the way it's been now for the last 50 years.
Wow, really? Wow, really cool, really interesting. Now I gotta ask, was it more just a casual hobby, or was it more obsession like? So should I imagine little Robert sitting each day there doing origami, or was it like, nah, every now and then, and you did other stuff too? What was it like?
Oh, it was kind of a mix of those, meaning I would get into moods where I would be pretty obsessed and focused on origami, and that was all I was doing. And then set it aside and work on it and do other things. So it's an obsession that came and went.
Tidal waves coming in and out. That's interesting.
I will say though that a big change happened when I went off to college. Okay. So I went to Caltech, which is a very challenging school. I mean, everyone, I was sort of the science and math nerd of my high school, but every single person at Caltech was the science and math nerd of their high school. And so it was, you're competing in a higher league. Yeah. The work was incredibly hard and challenging, and, had to rev my brain up into a higher gear. And I found that, I think, as a byproduct of that, it revved up the origami part of my brain too. Okay. And so a lot of, I think, my real deep passion for origami developed during those college years.
Wow, really interesting. How came the decision to go to Caltech, or like how did it develop in your personal journey that you realized, okay, these things are interesting to me? What about those things was interesting to you? What about the things that you were going to learn in Caltech were interesting to you? For example, recently I talked to Moshe Vardi, and he was in computer science. And to him, he said computer science was such a humbling experience for him, where it was like, okay, every mistake that there is, every error he knows he has done, it's not the machine. And that humbling experience was so interesting to him that it really drew him into that field. So, and that's kind of like the question of what about the mathematics field that you went into drew you in?
Yeah. Okay. So the thing that got me hooked on math in high school was not my high school mathematics courses,
Okay.
um, which were okay, not terribly interesting, but recreational mathematics, the books of Martin Gardner, whose books and magazine columns inspired a generation of mathematicians and computer scientists.
Wow.
And I was one of those. And I loved math, the kind of math I learned, was introduced to in his columns,
Yeah.
um, and and learned math like number theory and took some summer courses in more advanced math, and that really fired my interest in math. And so I thought, okay, I'll go to this great school at Caltech and study math. And the interesting thing then was once I got there and started taking the a freshman calculus class that almost all freshmen take together, I thought this isn't as fun as as the math I remember for high school. It's all like proving epsilon delta open versus closed ball sets, and it wasn't it wasn't fun the way the old stuff was. But one of the things that's really nice about Caltech is they say you don't choose a major um, before you come in, and you pick your major at the beginning of your sophomore year. You spend your freshman year taking core courses, but also taking a variety of other courses to learn about different fields. And one of the courses I took was a course on digital electronics, where we learned how to go from transistors to gates to flip flops to logic, and to microprocessors. And I loved that I could see the whole, for the first time in my life, I could understand the entire connection between how electrons move around in a device, all the way up to the basic programming language I had been doing in high school. And so I declared my major as electrical engineering, because I wanted to build things like that. And 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 I loved and I did indeed enjoy building things. And I think that was part of why I loved origami. I loved building these folded things. During subsequent years, I took courses related to electrical engineering, including a laser course that was especially fun. So I thought, well, I'll do electrical engineering, but I'm going to sort of shift my focus more to lasers and optoelectronics, which are adjacent to electronics. And so that's how I got into lasers. And when I ended up doing my PhD, I changed my major to applied physics so I could focus primarily on lasers and optoelectronics. And so that's what took me into that field. Took me then into my first professional job at Jet Propulsion Lab, doing research on lasers and optoelectronics, and then to a Silicon Valley company that I was with for almost 10 years, doing lasers and optoelectronics, but with the goal of manufacturing, and not just learning about them for research papers, but manufacturing and selling what were we thought the best lasers in the world.
Wow, wow, that's interesting to hear. I understand so well that what you're talking about, because I had the same kind of experience with the digital stuff when I started with it the first time, that we soldered together a little flop and the gates and the diodes, and then and suddenly it made click, and for the first time this digital display showed a 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and suddenly it was, oh, now I understand why a byte and what a bit is and why it shows on the display what it is supposed to show. It's like I've got a bit of a mechatronics background, and to me it was like, wow, it was always a black box of, we type something into stuff or press buttons and this thing does something. And nobody could really explain to me, like in high school or before that, like, how is that? All the explanations were so shallow that it didn't really explain it. So I understand that the kind of feeling where you finally look behind the curtain and it's really so interesting that you get pulled in completely. It's really, really interesting. And then you went into applied physics and focused on optics and laser. Very interesting. How long was that? How long did you stay in the field of laser technology then?
Well, total, I guess, of about 20 years because 3 years for PhD, postdoc, then 4.5 years at JPL, and then about 10 years at Spectrodiode Labs, or SDL. And that took me up to 2001. There was at that year there was a lot of turmoil in our industry, and at the same time I had come to the conclusion that my career path in lasers was pulling me away from origami, and one of the things I'd wanted to do was write a book about how to design origami. And I felt like I came to the conclusion that I would never write that book unless I was working on it full time. So that sort of provided the test, the red pill or the blue pill, as they say.
Yeah.
Am I going to stay in lasers and then probably never write that book? Or am I going to go write that book and then see what happens? And I chose the latter, wrote the book, see what happens. And what happened was I found that I could make a pretty good living doing things related to origami, consulting, teaching, lecturing, and commissions.
Wow, really? How was it? Was your job that, how should I say, that taxing? Was it that much time in it, or was it just a wrong headspace and you couldn't get into origami at home? What was it like? Why couldn't you do it like simultaneously, or what was it like in the laser field that made you feel like you didn't get enough energy for origami anymore?
Yes, it wasn't so much the nature of the job changing as the nature of the book I wanted to write. All my previous books, and by that point I think I had written 6 books, and they were all what I would call recipe books. Here's step-by-step instructions to 4 different things. And that was something I could work on nights and weekends. So, I'd design something, I'd spend 1 or 2 weekends doing the drawings for that, figure, and then I could put it aside, and then the next weekend come back and do a new figure. And so I could do it a little bit at a time, out of order, didn't really matter. And that worked for all those other books. But for this book about how to design, it was like the difference between writing short stories versus writing a novel. And this was a novel. I had to hold in my head the entire story of, what do you need first? What do you need second? I had to know what the whole story was, even when I was writing chapter 1 and writing chapter 2. And that was the thing that I realized that wasn't going to happen when I was just having little bits of time here and there to work on it. That was why I needed the full time, to be able to sit down and for an entire day or for an entire week, not think of anything else other than the part of the book that I was writing down. Now, admittedly, there were also aspects to the job. There's a lot of turmoil in the industry. By that time, I was in management, and so I had kind of gotten away from the technical joy of research that I had started out, solving problems and doing mathematical analyses. I was managing people and groups and budgets and that kind of thing. So that was certainly less fun, but the real impetus was that book. That was the thing that made me make the change.
Wow, really? What was the feedback like from the people that knew you back then, where I said, okay, I'm gonna quit my job, I'm gonna go all in on this origami book? I'm curious, were they like patting your shoulder saying, hey man, have fun, do it, or were they like, oh man, you're crazy?
Well, I didn't really say why I was leaving. I just said, I'm going to go off and do other things. And because it was a period of turmoil in the industry and people were being laid off, and I had to lay off people in my own group, when I'd tell people I'm going to go off and do other things, they'd say, yeah, I can understand. and that was that. We didn't really get into it very much.
Okay. No, You didn't tell family or anything about it?
Oh yeah, but again, I didn't go into details. I
Okay.
just said,
Wow.
I'm leaving that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna work on other things, and left
Cool.
it kind of vague.
How long did it take for you to write that novel, so to speak, that one specific book that's changed it all?
It was probably about 2 years, I think, till I had the manuscript basically done. Um, and one of the things I did when I left the laser feed, when I left my job, I still did consulting in lasers for about 2 years, and and at the end of those 2 years, but I also tried to. The consulting was only like a day a week at
Yeah.
most. Um, and I also tried to follow up on leads in the origami world that I just never been able to follow up on before because I had a full-time job already.
Yeah.
Um, and by the end of those 2 years, the book was done. I had lots of projects in the origami world from following up on leads, and I realized I didn't need the laser consulting anymore. And in fact, the laser consulting was kind of a distraction from what now looked like a full-time origami activity. So then at that point, I stopped lasers completely and just focused entirely on origami and have been doing that pretty much ever since.
Wow, it sounds like such a happy end story, so to speak, going all in, trying your luck with your passion, with your hobby, and it all working out for you. Well, wow, great for you. Really, really. I like that story. It's great. And now tell me a bit about, you had the time, you had the mindset, you focused on origami for a while, you stepped away from the research world, as far as I understand it. But then you stepped back into it too. What was that like? How how did your brain come up with new solutions for other problems or for other research from the time that you had with the origami by focusing on origami so much? What was it like?
Well, a problem I was interested in, even starting back in my college days,
Mm,
was how one could design origami mathematically.
mm-hmm,
And so one of the, I call it another hobby or a hybrid hobby, was trying to develop a mathematical theory of origami sufficient to allow me to design really complex figures. And um, and I developed some ideas that were based on representing origami shapes as portions of an origami figure with circles. And the basic idea is kind of like this. If you think about an umbrella,
mm-hmm,
when it's all folded up, you have a long, skinny flap,
yeah,
and that flap could be in an origami figure, an arm or a leg or an antenna or something like that. And when you open the umbrella, it forms a circle when it's flat. And so that says if I want to make a long flap, I need a circular region of paper
okay,
to do it. And the paper that goes into this flap can't be used in a different flap. So if you want to make, 5 flaps in a shape, you have to find an arrangement of 5 circles of paper that don't overlap because you can't share the paper from one flap to the other. And so that was the general idea. But then I also started working out how you go from that arrangement of circles to figuring out the specific folds you need to make them all fold up together. And one of the ways I kind of exercised this idea was as I developed the mathematical theory, I'd tried writing a computer program that implemented those ideas to solve design by representing them as circles. And by the mid 1990s, I had a program that worked quite well. In fact, that I could use to design things more complicated than I could have done entirely by intuition.
wow,
And because I have always had friends in the mathematical and computational field, a friend uh, said, you should submit a paper on this to a computer science conference that, because you've written this program. And with his encouragement, I did, and kind of amazingly, it was accepted.
Mhm.
And so I went to the Symposium on Computational Geometry and gave a talk about the algorithm for designing, and showed the program, and then showed an origami figure that was computed. I mean, whose base was computed by the program. Um, and well, that went over really well. But it also, I didn't realize at the time, it got my name into the scientific literature in the theory of folding, of which there wasn't very much. And so from that point on, when there were engineers who were working on a problem that involved folding, and they'd say, well, let's go do a literature search and see if there's anything out there, they'd find my name and contact me, and I get to consult, and sometimes I could help them with an origami problem. That's how the airbag
Yeah.
folks got connected to me, and some of the first space telescope people from Livermore, and um, and so then when I started going down this full-time origami path, I already had some of these consulting projects, and I would talk about them. And that story of applying the Japanese art of origami to modern problems, I think, had a real resonance with with audiences, um, and things snowballed a little bit. It led to more consulting gigs, but it also led to, I think, other people working in this field to come into it. One fact, and then we're also fortunate that an incredibly talented, brilliant young man got interested in folding problems in those early 2000s. Eric Demain, who became, I mean, he did probably 3 PhD theses worth of work for his thesis, became, I think, the youngest professor ever hired at MIT. And when he was hired there, he said, I'm going to make part of my research, some of it's going to be on the theory of folding and origami. And he helped bring, I think, legitimacy to the field, as well as he has solved many important problems over the years related to folding.
Wow.
And so there, it got this sort of critical mass of both knowledge and respect within the engineering and science fields, and then that has just fed on itself as more people have come into it, have realized that we can use folding to solve scientific problems, and then they've gone ahead and done that.
Wow. Wow. Really, really interesting. Really nice to hear the story of how that developed. I gotta ask, what was it like to is it with the space telescope, or like with the airbags where lives are safe? What was it like to know that your work that you started basically as a child with origami, just as a hobby, became something that for us as society has brought objective benefit? Like you did stuff for so many people who don't even know anything about neither folding science nor about origami nor any of that, and yet your work directly, and even more so indirectly, touches the lives. How does that feel?
Well, of course, it feels very good. I think, I think more of the effect is probably indirect than direct. There's a few of the projects that I worked on directly that I hope to, that I see benefits, but I'd say I think the ripples have expanded much more indirectly. That when I was consulting with BYU, for example, which I did for many years, and we educated students, and now these students have gone out and are making their mark. In fact, just in the last couple of days, I had one former student of Professor Howells at BYU, who I was involved with when he was consulting there. and he's now making folding things in space with a company whose primary goal is deployable structures in space. And so seeing that second order effects out there is, I think, even more satisfying than the much smaller number of original impacts. Although I will say there's one original impact that I do have high hopes for, which is NASA's Starshade project.
Please tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, so NASA's Starshade project, it's one I consulted on it maybe 5 years ago, but developing the mathematical model for the folding pattern. Mm-hmm. And then the team at JPL took that model and expanded it, refined it, and even more importantly, figured out how to engineer it and build it. I think the plan is sometime in the 2020s for the mission to launch. What it is it's a component of a telescope where the camera and a device called an occulter fly some kilometers apart, and they look for it's designed to look for planets around other stars. And so if you do have a planet orbiting another star, the way they're detected now is when the planet goes in front of the star dims very slightly. But we'd like to image the planet directly, but it's very close to the star, and the star is very, very, very bright, and the planets are not. So to image the planet, you have to block out the light from the star, like putting your thumb over, over the sun to see something right around it. And so this device called the occulter is a key element of it. It's about 30 meters across, and it looks like a giant sunflower. And the petals are precisely mathematically defined to suppress in such a way that they suppress the scattered light, the diffracted light that would otherwise kind of leak around. If you just used a disk to block it, light would still be scattered around the edges of the disk. But if you use this kind of semi-magical sunflower shape, it suppresses that scattered light. But it's 30 meters across, and so it still has to fold down. And they're using this fold pattern that I wrote up the mathematics for and wrote computer code for. That in fact goes back to some of that code goes back to the very first consulting project I did for Livermore, and so I'd really like to see that actually fit.
And it's cool. It's really, really cool. I mean, like, the whole science fiction space age and your research is being used for it. I think that's really cool. It's really, 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 wow. Interesting take with the form that the disc wouldn't work as well. May I ask, just out of curiosity, ever took inspiration from, like, because it just crossed my mind now that you spoke about it, like how plants open and close, or not at all for you, for your stuff?
Well, I certainly recognize origami folding patterns in certain plants. Particularly, there are certain leaves that use what's called a multiple reverse fold. That as it develops folded as a bud, and then when the bud expands into a leaf, it unfolds. Now, in plants, we have two things going on at the same time. There's the unfolding, but there's also just expansion. The surface gets larger. So it's not directly related to origami, but they do still derive benefit from the origami aspect of it, because when the thing is folded and then unfolds as it expands, it can get big faster by this unfolding. And that means it can start collecting light and hitting the chlorophyll and producing the sugars that enable the rest of the plant to grow. So folding is a benefit to the plant, even though it's a mixture of folding and expansion.
One step ahead in the competition against the others. at the beginning when they have to rise and grow and get as much resources as possible to not wow.
You know, there's the phrase nature red in tooth and claw, but nature's also green in
Yeah.
leaf and fold.
Yeah, it's not just lovely dovely, it's kind of tough out there, so to speak. Really interesting takes of yours. I enjoyed this interview a lot. Thank you very much for all of these information. I gotta ask what it is like nowadays for you. Are there still many other projects? Do you just sell courses, books? What is it like? How can I imagine what your origami career is like nowadays?
Well, it's things started
Oh,
changing a lot when COVID happened,
okay.
because a lot of all of the traveling that I'd been doing stopped for a few years,
Yeah.
and also some of the longer term research contracts um, reached their end of their natural life during that time, and so there's been kind of some turnover.
Okay.
So I have a few research projects that are now starting up, more consulting. In fact, I'll be going back to BYU in a few weeks to kind of meet a new crop of students and hopefully provide some guidance there. I've got mathematical problems that I'm working on, that relate to the mathematics of design. Some collaboration with Eric Demain and with another pioneer of mathematical folding, Tomohiro Tachi, a professor at the University of Tokyo in Japan. So we've got a couple projects that are brewing, some art projects that are coming along. I can collaborate with a couple of artists on turning origami into sculptures for the art market, for people who are art collectors, and still follow up on the occasional commission here and there. And just before you called, I saw an email come in from a company that seems to be looking for a commission for something related to advertising. We'll see if that works out. But that was my bread and butter for the first, a big part of my bread and butter for the first few years that I was full-time origami. And while it's nice to have those jobs still come along every once in a while.
It's kind of cool. It's really cool to hear. I'm very. I know also that your time is very valuable. I took a bit longer than I had originally asked for, but it's really interesting to talk to you. Do you have a few more minutes for me to push just one or two more questions?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. I'm a bit curious, if I may ask. Of course, I know there are like NDAs and stuff, and you can't talk about everything, but can you tell us a bit about the research or consulting that you might be doing or are doing right now? Or is it like top secret, not yet to be discussed?
Yeah, the
Of
one
course, no names or anything.
active consulting contract I have going right now is under NDA, and they're very serious about it. So
Okay.
I can't say much.
No problem.
I'll say some of the two main areas for origami applications have been space and medicine, but the medical applications are almost always heavily NDA.
What medical? Just as a general question, then how is that field interesting for medical field in general? Just a general question.
Yeah,
Where
so
do you put something in the body?
right. So for medicine, you want to put things in the body, and nowadays you want to do it through as small a hole as possible. Um, and so that means whatever the functionality is that you want once it's in there, that device has to be much smaller when it's going in. And so they can use folding to create the mechanisms, and then those mechanisms open out and deploy once they're inside. And then very diverse functionality once something's inside. It could be for imaging, it could be for grasping, it could be for just moving things out of the way, um, and lots of other applications. But the thing they all have in common is it's got to be very small on the way in.
Oh, wow. Wow. Really, 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 really interesting. May I just, and now another question, because I'm just curious. Origami is traditionally paper. The material is paper. But as you said, you've been working on many, many other ideas, many other problems that don't work with paper. How likely, or have you ever, or would you ever consider working with something else than paper? Like, for example, very thin aluminum sheets for the figures, or is that where you said, no, that's heresy, I won't do that because it's got to be paper? What about other materials?
Oh, I've done origami with many other materials. I mean,
Okay.
my in my view, the definition I like of the modern art origami art form is just a form of art where folding is the primary means of creating it, but no restriction on material. And even for decades, people have used paper metal laminates, foil paper, as a folding medium. So that's all. I mean, and this is even going back into Japan. So there was never a stipulation that it must be only paper. And so if I run through the things I have folded, mylar, polymers, wood veneer, veneer laminates, thin metal foil, metal mesh, various polymers. And certainly when we find applications of origami in the real world, the material is very rarely paper. It's very often some type of metal or a synthetic polymer or something of that ilk.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very much for that insight into that interesting field. I gotta be honest, as I said, I stumbled upon your work from a completely different field, from mechanical laser stuff. And I think I got a personal curiosity because I was thinking of just as a little hobby, like nothing serious, doing a little bit of origami myself and to learn like one or two or three basic figures. Like it for sure, like this little, what is it? A swan, or like the little bird that's like the very first thing anybody knows about origami. And that's like, kind of a shame to not know how to fold that one, because it's a nice thing to be able to do that for little kids, to have a little so really, really interesting. Thank you very much. Wow, I could keep on talking to you, and I'm so curious about many, many, many other things, but I know your time is valuable. Professor Lang, I thank you very much for taking the time. It was an honor and a pleasure talking to you. I wish you and your family only the very, very best. Thank you for taking the time of being a guest here. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah, I think, and I think that's one of the things you asked me earlier was around like what can people do when they're getting started, and that's one of the reasons why I said try everything, because I feel like you might that's what I did. I just tried everything that I could think of to try and get new clients, and there was some stuff I just didn't like and didn't work, or they took so much time that it wasn't worth it. And then
a very, very, very important.
This is an interesting one. More. So next article.
Well, the likelihood that a startup.
Okay. Stumbled. So Amazon has stumbled over this nice sounding article. 76% of AI overview citations pulled from top 10 pages. Sources Ahrefs. Article written by Louise Linehan and Kibegia Guan. I apologize if I butchered up that name. I know what it's like having a name that is hard to pronounce for some people. Sorry. Now, why is this article interesting? We'll see what is written in it, but the general thing that is developing in the world right now in marketing is the prevalence of AI search results. First, we've got the AI overview in many of the standard search engines like Google, Bing, and so on, where I type in my query and I just get this little overview at the top where it already answers my questions. I don't go to any page anymore. Second is, many people don't even go to the search engine anymore. They just directly ask Gemini, ChatGPT, Grok, whatever. And so understanding and learning how I can get my company, my information, my stuff fed into that LLM is a really big thing going on right now in the industry to understand what is instead search engine optimization, so to speak, like AI search optimization. So let's go through it together. Curious to see what quality this article has. How much do traditional and AI search results overlap? AI models draw on search engine indexes to enrich the static training data in a process known as retrieval augmented generation, RAG. So some crossover between AI and search results is to be expected. But how much does your visibility in search align with your presence in AI? With the help of Tibei Jiaguan, I was able to study 1.9 million citations from 1 million AI overviews to find out, analyzing the top 3 most visible citations in each response. As you can see, this is what I meant, the AI overview, explanation, and so on. So, what are the interesting parts? Key findings from the study. We discovered that 76.10% of AI overview cited pages rank in the top 10. 9.5 of AI overview cited pages rank between positions 11 to 100. That's interesting. The first 10 pages of search results. If it's set for you to show 10 per page. 14.4% of pages cited in AI overviews do not rank in the SERPs, i.e. rank below position 100. Now, that, in my opinion, is surprising. I would have not thought that it's that so many, in all honesty. Over more than every 10th is not even in the SERPs. It's bigger than I thought. I would have thought differently. How AI overview citations rank in the SERPs. Here, rank 11 to 100, don't rank in the top 100. Quite a big chunk. And of course, as usual, majority rank in the top 10. So being in the top 10 with your page is making it much, much, much more likely that you will be found and cited in the LLM or in the AI overview, not in like ChatGPT or something. This is just for Google right now. Put simply, there's some major crossover between traditional search rankings and AI overview citations. Of the citations included in AI overviews, 86% come from pages that can be found somewhere in the top 100 of Google, either in the top 10 or positions 11 to 100. Where does AI cited content rank? The 3 URLs cited in AI overview responses show a median ranking of 3 in the SERPs. The primary top cited URL tends to position a shave higher than that, earning a median ranking of position 2 in traditional search. The top cited URL in an AI overview ranks in position 2 organically. Interesting. Why not number 1? Why number 2 and number 3? Why not number 1? Sequence AI overview citations, i.e. links 2 and 3, also commonly rank in the top 10 search results. How the top 3 cited URLs rank in organic search? Interesting. Ahref study of 1.9 million citations. Organic position. What position does it have? Just for you to know how to read this. These are the upper and lower boundaries. So it has been found in this distribution with more and less, but most of them are inside of this area. And this is the median average. That is the most likely where it is. Interesting. Second place AIO citations typically rank 4th in traditional search, while third place citations place 5th based on median averages. Here's how the data looks visualized as a distribution graph. Organic positions percentage distribution by AIO position. Okay. Interesting. Position 1. Why is position 1 not used more often? That would be interesting to know, but seems interesting. position 2, and position 3. As you can see, these are median positions and mean positions that the page that is linked usually have. Like if it's in position 3 for the AI overview, then it's median position number 5 and mean position number 8. Okay, just so you understand how to read this graph. What about the 9.5% of citations that rank beyond the top 10? Approximately 10% of AI overview citations rank below page 1 in the SERPs. This made us wonder, what causes Google to look past page 1 when citing content in AI? The fan-out query theory. Well, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Why would the AI show me a page that is not quite fitting as well to the query as they thought with the search results that it fits with the query? And then here it is. AI is set to select sources by generating a selection of fan-out queries, longer, more detailed queries on subtopics related to the user's prompt. Okay. And here we can see the examples. Can you? Here, I hope you can read it better now. Like, explore the search results the AI searched for. And then it doesn't just go best shoes, but it goes best running shoes, runner's world, best running shoes 2025, long peak 9 reviews, and it gives us a few different queries that it searches for, it seems at least. That's what they say. Tom Niesgoda's LinkedIn post showing Surfer's query fan-out Chrome bookmarklet. The keyword surfer extension. This reveals the fan-out queries ChatGPT generates when processing responses to prompts. That would be interesting. Would like to know how he finds it out. We had seen theories circulating that some lower ranking pages get cited because they better answer AI synthetic fan-out queries. We set out to test it. Okay, that makes sense. I'm looking for a query A. And the AI says, okay, let me test 5 different queries now that are similar but are different, a little bit different, maybe more specific, maybe broader, who knows. And then it gives us pages listed that might for the original query be worse positioned, but since they are better positioned maybe in more of these different queries, it accepts, well, this site might be a better page than this page that was better ranked just for this one query. We better get that other query done because it matches better for multiple queries. Okay, that's interesting. What we found. We expected that if lower ranking content was cited during the query fan-out process, it would return for more detailed, read longer queries, and for lots of synonymous, read more keywords, given the long-tail nature of fan-out queries. Instead, we found that pages cited beyond the top 10 actually appeared for fewer keywords and returned for shorter queries. Okay. That's interesting. Average ranks in top 10, ranks in position 11 to 12. Number of keywords 1020, 1020, and 887. Length of keywords 5.4, 5.2. Length of top keyword 8.5 and 7.7. Okay. This doesn't neatly fit with our expected profile of fan-out query content. Content is cited in AI for growing number of complex reasons, from its freshness to its alignment with specific user preferences and even past prompts. True. The around 10% of results that rank beyond the top 10 likely represent the culmination of all of these factors. Wrapping up. While 14% of AI cited content doesn't rank in the top 100, this seems to be the exception rather than the rule. Well, I mean, yeah, it's just 14%, but still it's a lot. AI overview visibility and search visibility appears to overlap fairly significantly. True. That's true too. Meaning that when you show up in search, you have a greater chance of also being cited in Google's AI results. That said, my colleague SQ just ran a study on the correlation between search ranking and AI overview visibility. The results was a positive yet moderate correlation, suggesting that while rankings do matter, there are other factors at play. There are other factors are at play, or the little typo. It's true that if you rank number 1 in the SERPs, you're more likely to be cited in an AI overview than if you were ranked lower, but that chance is a coin flip at best. With those odds, it's still important to monitor both your traditional rankings and yeah, okay, now we're in the ad part of this article. Interesting article, I will link it below. Still think it's quite interesting to think about it, because being the company that is cited and linked in as a source, and also as with your knowledge, and also as someone who's like the leader in your industry, for example, find me a good X, and that you are listed as one of those good X, that would be really important. And how you get there listed is something that will be deciding a lot of money in the near future. Article was by Luis Lanhan. I think that's good. Just LinkedIn. Okay, cool. And Tibeja Guan. Again, sorry if I'm making your name wrong. Sorry. You earned a follow, and I'll connect with you guys. Also, for you guys, as usual, if you want to connect with me, you can do it on all kinds of social media. Twitter, Blue Sky, LinkedIn, whatever. Whole lot in the description below is all of it. Let's follow them. I always like getting more information. And as usual, also you can subscribe to the newsletter below. Link below, as always. Now, what is the important part of all of this here? How do we get into the AI overview on search engines? That would be an interesting thing. For you guys, if you want to support the channel, leave a link, leave a like, and subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way you can support this channel. If you have any questions, leave them below as a comment. As usual, I appreciate all of you. And I hope I can help. The next AMA session and live session will be pretty soon. So don't miss it. Sign up for the newsletter and you will be informed. And I wish you all the best. Bye. So Amazon has completely pulled out of Google Ads, it seems. I just found a little LinkedIn article about it. I already have you already find other stuff on my channel about it. You can just look at it. Not sure if it's going to be anything. Also, as usual, if you like, you can connect with me, LinkedIn, whatever you want. So Mac Ryan has posted something. I haven't read it yet. There was a link in an article that I wrote. Let's go through it together. Amazon has made a dramatic international exit from product advertising on Google Shopping. They are a massive source of revenue for Google parent Alphabet Inc. and also serve as a tide that lifts all boats in terms of auction prices. So this has to sting. I've not seen an ad stop this dramatic from Amazon since the acute phase of the pandemic lockdowns, which coincided with a 20% drop in cost per click. Bear in mind there were many confounding variables. That's why I say coincided. The question right now is why? Because knowing why is the only way we can assess the next question: for how long. Amazon has been cooling on Google Shopping for quite some time, about a year at this point. However, there's a difference between a gradual retreat and a total stop. Is Amazon tired of funding competitor Google? Is there a particular sticking point related to Amazon's own ad ambitions? Something about AI? A channel efficacy for Amazon? I don't think it's efficacy. I've long argued that Amazon uses Google Shopping ads as a Trojan horse. Google can't help but swallow the ad revenue. It's too alluring. And yet there's the constant risk that Amazon is stealing future product searches and bringing them into their own platform. Whatever the cause, the news of Amazon exit is sure to make competing retailers rejoice. However, it might be less exciting for brands and sellers who often benefit from Amazon advertising on their behalf. Let's see how long this lasts and what will emerge as the cause of this dramatic, colossal, really change in strategic investment. Let me know your thoughts. Okay? Interesting. Well, this will be interesting. I don't think that this is worthy of its own clip. Gotta admit, I don't think that this is worth its own clip, so this won't be posted. All right, let's get right into it. Google Ads rolls out search term categories for RSAs. Interesting. Let's go through the article together. Written by Anu Adegbola. Sorry, I hope I pronounced the name correctly. The new RSA Insights tool helps you identify top performing search categories and optimize their creative and keyword strategies. Google Ads is testing a new feature that brings fresh transparency to responsive search ads, RSAs, a feature previously available only for PMAX campaigns. Called search term categories, the beta tool groups user search queries into intent-based categories and subcategories, including those that were previously hidden due to privacy thresholds. Why we care? The update offers advertisers aggregated performance metrics such as conversions, click-through rate, CTR, impressions, and search volume for each category, along with month-over-month trends. This empowers marketers to better understand which themes are driving performance and adjust campaigns accordingly. Responsive search term categories your ad appears for. This is the part. Just so you see the screenshot where I find it. How it works. Search terms that triggered your RSAs in the past 56 days are analyzed and categorized by intent and attributes. These insights appear in the RSA asset details view and are especially valuable for broad match targeting, where intent often outweighs precise keyword matching. Low volume or unclassified terms are grouped under other search terms. Alright, zoom in. You can click into categories to reveal related subcategories, associated metrics, and even view which campaigns surfaced under a particular theme. Google shows two default metrics, conversions and search volume, but others like CTR or conversion rate can be toggled on. As we can see, search term insight, understand the search term categories that your ads appeared against and your performance on each category. And then here's the different search categories. Dog waistcoats, low fat dog treats, are clothed with bad for dogs, conversion and search volume. What's next? With this added layer of insights, advertisers are encouraged to replace low-performing creative assets, expand coverage into untapped keyword areas, and refine their ad copy to better align with user search behavior. Google suggests considering budget increases if shifting strategy toward high-performing categories. Bottom line, Google's new search term categories tool could reshape how advertisers optimize RSAs, offering data-driven clarity on user intent while surfacing actionable creative and keyword insights that were previously hidden. First seen, Search Engine Land learned of this update from senior digital advertiser Georgy Zayakov, who commented that this feature will be especially useful with broad match, where matching happens more on intent than exact query. This is the official page of Google. Yeah, I'm right now in one of those that are erased. Google, no, please go away. Let's go through that. So, and Georgy Zayakov. Oh, in German. Nice. Okay, 10 hours. Let's see. I can't connect. Interesting. Can't connect. Sorry. About insights for responsive search ads. I always like reading the official papers and going through the official documentation. I don't know why many people don't do that. So, search terms insights for responsive search ads show the top search categories where your ads appear and how that changes monthly. Use these insights to make better decisions when you optimize your creative strategy. On this page, benefits, where to find search terms insights for responsive search ads, how it works, related links. Benefits. Use insights to identify how your customers are searching and engaging with your business on Google. In addition to that, you'll have the information that you need to update your ad strength and replace low-performing assets, build additional ads to reflect search categories where your ads appear, improve ad performance when you expand campaigns to include keywords that are currently not covered in your account. Where to find search terms insights for responsive search ads. Follow the steps below to view your search terms insights for responsive search ads. In your Google Ads account, click the campaigns icon, click the campaigns drop down in the section menu, click on ads, find and click on the relevant responsive ad, click view asset details at the bottom of the relevant responsive search ad, and click view more on the inside bar above the table. How it works. Search terms insights for responsive search ads provide you with the search categories where your ads appear. These insights help you to confidently update your assets and improve your ad performance. Search term insights analyze the search terms where your ads have appeared in the past 56 days and groups them into intent-based search categories and subcategories to provide you with key performance metrics for each. Search categories. Auto-generated groupings of the search terms that drive traffic to your responsive search ad. These groupings take all search terms into account, including those not exposed in the search terms report due to privacy reasons. The groupings are categorized based on customer intent and product and service attributes. Note, search terms that have lower spend or don't have an identifiable search category will be grouped together as other search. For each of these search categories identified, you'll notice the following aggregated metrics: clicks, CTR, conversions, conversion rate, conversion value, impressions, and search volume across all targeted countries. Check which search categories are driving performance. You can see here, for example, the search term insights card shows you the search term categories your customers use to find your business. The trends are reported monthly. There are two metrics for each search category in the default view: conversions and search volume. Note that you can select other metrics such as click, CTR, conversion rate, conversion value, and impression using the drop down in the conversions column. In the parentheses, you'll notice the month-over-month percentage change for each metric to view the direction of search trends. Here, these little, sorry, screen was too far up. This. Dive deeper into search subcategories. You can learn more about a particular search category by expanding a given search category to view its subcategories and more. Note, search terms that don't have an identifiable search category are grouped together as other search terms. Go over the search terms details to view the full list of subcategories, associated performance metrics, and search terms. You can also get campaigns where a theme has appeared. Update your campaign and creative strategy based on learnings. Okay? After you've identified which key search categories are driving the most demand toward your responsive search ad, you can leverage these insights to help shape your creative and optimization strategy. Consider updating low performing assets with assets that align more closely with the top search categories. Consider shifting your creative or targeting strategy to align more closely with the top search categories. Consider increasing your budget alongside your targeting changes to give your campaign enough headroom to capture this new set of users. Okay, cool. Cool. Quite an interesting thing. I like that. As usual, more data is always good because more data means we can go through more stuff. And now, before I jump to the next article, if you like what I do, I go through articles, research papers, studies, trends, all kind of stuff in the broad field of marketing, be it SEO, web design, content marketing, PPC, whatever, email marketing, and so on. Well, I'm a full stack marketing agency owner, that's why. Consider supporting this channel. You can, if you're on the live stream, like this live stream, it helps me a lot. Or if you watch the clip of this, like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks for you guys, but it helps really a lot to support this channel. And with that, we jump right over to the next article.
Let's start not with the people who start the startup, but like the employees. Is it good for me to...
Hey guys, we're going through a new article today from Ahrefs about what we learned from studying our own AI-proof keywords. Now, this is going to be interesting. By Louise Lanhan and Shebi Jiaguan. Excuse me if I'm butchering the names. So, let's go through it. Ever since AI overviews began decimating clicks in organic search, I've had 2 questions on my mind. What kind of AI overview keywords still drive clicks? And is there a way to engineer more clicks from zero-click search? I asked legit questions, very important. I asked our ace data scientist, Chibe Jia, if she could help me build a profile of AI-proof keywords. By AI-proof keywords, I mean queries that keep or increase their clicks even when AI overviews are present in the SERP. Now, that is an interesting aspect. Chibe Jia ran a small-scale study on Ahrefs keywords to find out. Read on to see what she found. AI overviews usually reduce clicks. That logic. AI overviews tend to steal clicks Google now fields questions natively in the search results using AI, meaning that users don't always need to click through to websites to find an answer. Ryan Law and Chebi Guan ran a now famous study back in April into the CTR impact of AI overviews. They found that pages lose 34.5% CTR on average when the AI overview is present on the SERP. Impact of AI overviews on position. Number one, click-through rate. Analysis of 300,000 keywords. Average CTR 0.020. Forecasted CTR change actual CTR. Okay. That is way, way lower. Okay. But what about the keywords that don't experience a CTR drop? What do they look like, and do they have anything in common? Profiling our own AI-proof keywords. Tibejua ran a very small-scale check on Ahrefs.com to see if we could learn anything from our own AI-proof keyword. Okay. AI-proof keywords. It involved heading to the keyword report in Google Search Console via Ahrefs, finding US keywords with 0 to 100% increase in CTR, setting a date filter for March 13th. This is when AI overviews doubled following the March core update. Applying the filter impressions over 100, adding those keywords to a keyword list, filtering that list based on whether AI overviews were present on the SERPs. Okay, we see the screenshots of where they did all of that and how they went through it and the results and everything. In total, 97 and out of 1,393 keywords, the 7% also ranked in a SERP topped with an AI overview. As I said, the study was pretty small fry, but even so, Xivejia spotted some interesting patterns in the data. The keywords that saw stable or increased CTR fell into 3 categories. Okay. They were free tools keywords. Xivejia noticed that our free tools keywords didn't experience as much of a CTR decline despite growing AI overview presence. Well, okay, of course, if I look for a free tool and then I get an AI overview about the free tool, I'll still click on the free tool. Of course. Meaning that utility pages like our website traffic checker and our free keyword generator still caused users to click. Zero-click search summaries weren't enough for users in this situation. They had a job to be done and they required a tool to do it, which meant they needed to click. Yeah. For example, you can see the screenshot with the overview for the traffic checker and for the for a specific tool that they tried. Okay. Ahrefs, they didn't rank originally, is second point. Some keywords didn't rank on page 1 originally, but began ranking in the top 10 or in an AI overview post March 13th. This reaffirms the importance of SEO. If you optimize your content well, it is still possible to improve CTR in AI overview SERPs, though some industries and content types will likely fare better than others. Okay. So they were not on it before. Okay. Third point. They appeared in SERPs where AI overviews ranked below position 1. As Patrick Stocks shared recently in the Ahrefs blog, AI overviews aren't always in the first position in the SERPs. They can actually rank in positions 1 through 6. In fact, 8.5% of the time they're not in position 1. In our study, we saw either click parity or click growth across SERPs where AIOs ranked lower than position 1. In other words, our data indicates that when AI overviews are not in position 1, they don't take as many clicks away. Yeah, okay. That's an example again with the development, how it moved from the different positions. This is something we're going to be testing in more detail, so watch out for an AI overview position CTR study on our blog. That will be interesting, of course. How to recreate this analysis using Ahrefs. for those of you who use it. First off, head to dashboard project. Okay, you can go through it. I will link the article below, so you can, if you have a Ahrefs account, you can do it on your own. Wrapping up, AI overviews have undeniably changed the search landscape, often to the detriment of organic CTR. But our small-scale study shows that some keywords continue to drive clicks. So, what makes a keyword AI-proof? In our dataset, 3 factors stood out. It promotes free tools, utility-driven queries like free tools compare clicks. Summaries alone aren't always enough. It didn't rank highly to begin with. Ranking improvements still boost CTR, even in AI-dominated SERPs. It has, and the third point, it has AIOs in lower positions. When AIOs don't occupy the top slot in the SERPs, your page has more breathing room. Even in zero-click search, some keywords still click. So carry on tracking your keyword performance and keep an eye on where AI overviews appear in your SERPs. Okay, quite nice, good article. I like the data, very interesting. So free tools, as was, for example, described in the book, if you know it, you ask, they answer, and they ask, you answer. They ask, you answer. Yeah, by Marcus Sheridan. He's also a big proposer of answer. He's been doing it long ago, when there was still more, like more SEO and everything was not that well known. And he also says a few things that you should always consider, and just for example, a few things that I'm working on right now are free tools for your product. Like, give me a moment, I'm looking it up. It was about 5 possible tools everybody should always have online. Either I'll find it right now, or you will have to, or I will have to apologize for wasting your time, guys. Sorry. No. Nope. Cut it out. Nope. As usual, I go through the news from marketing, industries, SEOs, social media, all kinds of stuff. If you like what I do, if you want to support this channel, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way for you to support this channel. You can subscribe to my newsletter below. That way you stay informed about events, my live Q&A sessions and everything. And with that, new videos should be popping up already, and I wish you all the best. Bye! Okay. Order up. The QSR trends driving consumer decisions in 2025. This is new research from Snapchat, Publicis Media, and NRG reveal how the latest consumer trends are impacting QSR purchases in 2025. All right. As usual, yeah, I'm not showing the chats right now. If you have questions, post them. I can read all the chats, no problem. Also, if you spam the chat, then I have sadly kicked you. That's just the way it is. Sorry. Yeah. All right, and you're gone. Now, let's go through it. Let's go through it together. By 2028, the market size of global fast food and quick service restaurants (QSR) is expected to reach 370 billion, a whopping increase of 40% from 2022. To better understand the major trends shaping food purchases in 2025, Snapchat partnered with Publicis Media and NRG to conduct a global research study where we surveyed 3,115 fast food consumers 13 to 60 years old across 5 markets. US, UK, Canada, KSA, France. KSA? 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 What is KSA? Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Okay, yeah, I did not know that. I did not know. Sorry, guys, I did not know that. But no, France, no. Okay, 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 okay. Cool, 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 cool. Oh, for those who don't know QSR, what QSR is? QSR is basically it's the industry term for fast food. Like, not perfectly, but for you right now, it's good enough to know, okay, it's like fast food, basically. We found that brands can leverage AI, mobile delivery, visual search, and creators to turn cravings into instant purchases. Trend number 1. AI and mobile delivery is the secret sauce for seamless ordering. New technologies like AI and mobile delivery have made learning about evaluating and ordering food online instant, secure, and convenient. In fact, 73% of consumers agree that AI makes it easier to search for and discover new and interesting places to eat. Adoption of this technology also is fueled by personalization, with 70% agreeing AI is more accurately learning my tastes and preferences for food and drink. In particular, AI-powered features on mobile food delivery apps are also getting better at recommending specific dishes, significantly boosting the efficiency and speed of QSR delivery. 79% like when mobile delivery apps suggest other items they want added to the order, and 79% often learn about new QSRs through the what other people bought or featured theme pages. As you can see, here's just a few screenshots and examples of what it could look like. AI-powered QSR recommendations, AI-powered dish recommendations, AI chatbot for ordering, AI. So interesting. Tools that help brands become trusted food guides. Percent who completely somewhat agree. 87% mobile delivery apps help me more quickly and easily get food when I'm hungry. 70% say personalized AI content makes it easier to find the right food to drink for my mood. 69% say AI chatbots allow me to rely less on traditional product information. And 62%, I use my camera to find products similar to what I like or have purchased. Snapchatters are 1.6 times more likely to agree. Okay, so they take a picture of something and they say, I want something like that. Okay. Brand tip. Brands can leverage AI to become trusted food guides by offering highly personalized recommendation and streamlining the ordering process. Trend 2. Social platforms are the new digital drive-through window. Whether they're deciding on what to eat or keeping up with the latest food trends, many consumers use social to start the food purchase journey because all the info is already at the fingertips. In fact, 76% agree seeing tasty looking items on social media prompts them to order food. Snapchatters in particular are 2.7 times more likely to make QSR related purchases by using links provided by a brand on social. Okay. How consumers engage on social to decide what to order next. Percent completely somewhat agree. Finding deals and discounts. Social is a great place to find specials and exclusive discounts on food drinks. 78% agree. Third, using customer ratings. Peer ratings on social influence new QSRs and food drink items I choose to explore. 76%. Engaging directly with brands. I engage directly with QSR brands on social to get more information. 69%. Discussing with communities. I engage in discussions on social about the quality of different QSR brands. 65%. Brand tip. Brands should engage with foodies on social at every stage of the purchase journey, from awareness to post-purchase. Okay. Trend number 3. Friends and family drive QSR purchase decisions. With social platforms igniting the purchase journey, friends and family have become key influencers in QSR discovery and recommendation. In fact, 70% said they often try QSR items they see their friends sharing on social platform. And 66 said they rarely try new restaurants or food without getting advice from friends or family. More importantly, Friends and family directly drive orders, with 81% recommending QSRs to friends and family after their own order experiences. The role of friends and family in QSR purchase decisions. Of course, if it makes sense, it's natural, of course. People like talking about food, people like food, people like being the ones recommending good things. Maybe, I don't know, it's social hierarchy, or maybe it's just so old school, genetically programmed into us to like, oh, I found this good berry bush. I want the whole tribe to know, oh, these berries taste good. It's interesting, really interesting. And on the other side, same reasons why we trust someone else. Well, Mike and Sarah and Joey and all of them said this is good, then I'm gonna try it. 81% said I'm more likely to order food or drink items recommended by friends and family. 70% said I often try QSR items I see my friends sharing on social platforms. 72% said I use social to connect with friends and family about potential orders. And 66% said I rarely try new restaurants or food without getting advice from friends and family. And Snapchatters are 1.6 times more likely to agree with these things. Interesting. Brand tip. Brands can join the conversation on platforms like Snapchat, where friends and family discuss restaurants and food recommendations. Trend number 4. Creators amplify brand trust and credibility. Consumers, especially Snapchatters, increasingly rely on creators as their food guides, viewing them as authorities on both cuisine and culture. 70% consider food creator recommendations on social media as just as trustworthy as friends and family. And Snapchatters are 1.4 times more likely to follow creators specifically for the food drink reviews and recommendations. Foodies crave information and content from creators, from discounts and rewards to testimonial reviews, food vlogs, and QSR cooking recipes. By partnering with creators, brands are also more likely to be perceived as socially relevant, 71%, and part of consumer art circles, 68%. Really interesting. What? Whoa, 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 whoa. Did we lose connection or what? Let's try, let's see. I was just gone for a moment. Nope, still. Interesting. I lost connection for a moment there. Now let's see if it works or not. Also interesting because it was the first time that this happened to me ever. So give me a moment just to check out. Are the live streams still working or not? Let's see if it works or not. Just being a bit curious. Sorry, just give me a moment. Okay, working again. Interesting. This was a bit of an issue, but let's go on. Let's continue. Let's continue from there. Interesting. Sorry, guys. Social platform content consumers find most helpful. Percentage saying each is very somewhat helpful. Links to discount codes, 83%. Links to rewards, 82%. Review videos, 81%. Testimonials and reviews, 80%. QSR cooking recipes, 74%. Food vlogs, 73%. Crazy combo food videos, 69%. What I eat in a day videos, 69%. Day in my life videos, 66%. Live Q&A sessions, 66%. And delicious food photos, 62%. Brand tip. Brands can co-create authentic content with creators to inspire consumers on where to eat next. Check out some of the way brands can tap into creators on Snapchat. Takeaway for marketers. This is important for us. New technologies and the evolution of social platforms have transformed how consumers order food. To stand out, brands need to invest in AI to make ordering easy, provide tailored recommendations, and facilitate impulse orders. And to build trust, brands need to show up where consumers are already spending their time, on social platforms. From there, brands can promote content that sparks conversation between friends and family about ordering decisions and team up with creators to inspire new restaurants and food to try. Learn more about QSR's success stories and Snapchat. Maybe we'll go through some of them one day. Okay? Okay. That was an interesting article. Well, if you guys like what I do, as usual, I go through articles, stuff, everything with you, news, trends, review papers, experiments, all in the area of marketing. If you like what I do and if you want to support the channel, feel free, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks, but it helps the channel tremendously. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best. So, what is the next question? Employed and self-employed. How to signal this on LinkedIn? Ooh, okay, what's the context of this question a bit? Let me... Okay, you've got a business, a little side hustle. Okay. You've got a side hustle, but are still employed. In that case, I personally, because it depends, of course, on your boss, talk to them. Are they fine with it or not? Are you fine with having a side gig officially? And do you work for a company that says, hey, we have no problem with that? Or is like, I gotta stay on the down low or I'm gonna be in trouble. If you can be open about it, great. Ask them and just post about it. Hey, looking for gigs, make a postscriptum to your posts and mention that, like, hey, DM me for a query and so on. If they're not okay with it, just post content. Post content about the thing that you do. Show that you're an expert in it. Show your expertise, your knowledge, how you could help someone. You can phrase it in a way that's not necessarily, hey, here's for my clients, but like in general, I like this field and I like to do that and this is interesting and so on, okay? And then every now and then you can write, hey, if you need help with that, just reach out. If you want any help, if you want any information, if you need someone, just reach out. Doesn't need to make it too clear that it's a commercial service from the get-go. So you could try it a bit on the down low like that. What's the next? Can't reply to contact requests on LinkedIn. Okay, what's the context here? And for all of you who want their questions answered, write the questions, send them to me. We're in the live AMA question and answer area. Usually write the question, I will put it like here, and give me a bit of context in the chat, like explain a bit, here's the question and here's the situation about it, why I'm asking, what it is all about. So here, you dislike, okay, you get the contact requests, you don't want to accept them, you don't have premium, and you think it's rude to not answer them. Yes, I know what you mean. No, there's no way. Sorry. Just the way it is. You can't tell them, no, I'm sorry, I don't want to have you because I think XYZ. You can't. LinkedIn does not give us an option for that, so far, as far as I know. Is it okay to use a black and white picture on LinkedIn, or is it unprofessional? First thing, it always depends on your industry. Second thing, it always depends on your position, what you do, who you are. Third thing, it doesn't matter. Like, you can do whatever you want. There are very, very, very few industries and very few positions where there is a specific necessary information, or like, oh my God, he will be completely cut off the whole industry because his profile picture is not in color. Oh my God. You're like, man, no, don't worry. Use whatever you like. That easy. Whatever you want. Okay? Just use it. Just use whatever you want. Next. I'm already through. Yep. Okay, guys. With that, we have through the Q&A session. Was a pleasure. Again, write me questions in the comments below. You can contact me directly. Sign up for the newsletter. If you sign up for the newsletter, you will be informed when the next Q&A and live sessions are, so you can chat with me and get the information all done. As usual, if you want to help the channel, if you like what I do, leave me a like, leave me a subscribe, leave me a like or subscribe to the channel. That's it. It's 1 or 2 clicks and you can really help this channel with it. And so for now, I'm gonna say it was a pleasure and I wish you all the best. Bye.
I think it's very much of a trust issue with many political topics now.
I just stumbled upon another article that I wanted to read with you, written by Andrew Hutchinson from Social Media Today. It's about Instagram tests like counts for individual frames in a carousel. Well, I want to hear about it a bit, so let's go through it. Instagram testing is a new addition to its post analytics, which would show how many likes each specific frame within a carousel post has garnered, sort of, which could give you more insight into what your audience is most interested in. As reported by Lindsay Gamble, Instagram's new carousel frame data allocates like counts based on whatever frame was on screen when the like was applied, which is then attributed to a like count for each image. As an example, you see some... Oh man. Okay. As you can see in this example shared by Adina Jipa, the counter on each image theoretically gives you an indicator of that specific frame's popularity. So it's not an exact science. Maybe someone has given you a like based on the entirety of the collection. But the significantly higher like count on a single image would likely point to that being a more popular and engaging frame within the broader set. I mean, you'd have to apply some level of discretion here. A higher like count on the first frame probably doesn't mean a lot, as that's more likely to be a generic like. But again, maybe for a single image within the extended set, there is some interesting data here which could then help to inform your approach. It's also worth noting that carousel posts can help to increase your reach in the app, which Instagram itself noted last October. As per IG chief Adam Mosseri, why do carousels often get more reach than photos? 2 main reasons. 1, multiple pieces of media are going to mean more interactions with your carousel post, and more interactions is going to mean more reach on average. And 2, if someone sees your carousel post but they don't swipe, we'll often give that carousel a second chance and automatically move to that second piece of media for the viewer. So more content to check out and a second chance to re-engage. Combine that with this new insight into frame-specific popularity, and maybe there's something there that could help to push your IG content over the top. All right, and with that, we're going to be A/B testing and analyzing even more. Wow, that's going to be interesting. Well, that's all. That's all of it for you guys today. As usual, I go through news in the marketing industry, all the different fields from SEO, email marketing to social media to whatever with you guys. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, leave a like, leave a subscribe, or click the subscribe button. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the easiest way for you to support this channel. If you want to hear more about my events, the live Q&A sessions and everything, and stay informed, down below is a link to the newsletter that you can sign up for. And of course, this article will be linked too. With that, you will already see other videos popping up. And with that, I wish you the very best. Bye, guys. So, next article. Google adds locations of interest targeting to AI Max for search. Interesting. Written by Anu Adegbola. Google adds... I like her articles. I gotta say, I like her articles. I've got her on Twitter, X already. I like her. I know it's... I could just go to the original source, I know, but I like her. I like the way she presents the stuff and sometimes gets extra data, okay? Google Ads AI Max for search lets advertisers target users based on location interest. Not just where they are, but where they want to be. That's a cool new feature if they roll it out. Google Ads added a new targeting feature to AI Max for search campaigns, locations of interest. The rollout appears to be early stage and not yet widely documented in Google Ads help resources. How it works. Locations of interest is an optional ad group level setting in AI Max for search. It allows advertisers to target users who are searching for or have expressed interest in specific geographic areas. You can select multiple locations of interest per ad group. These work in addition to campaign level location targeting and don't need to match. Okay, article SEO versus GEO. What's different? What's the same? Okay. G stands for generative. That's the same basic of SEO old school against AI overviews. Written by Dan Taylor. Okay, Dan, let's get into it. Okay. I hope the text has a good size for you guys. So, learn how SEO and GEO strategies differ and how combining both can boost your visibility across search engines and AI-driven platforms. As some of you guys know, I already have a few videos about that topic. I'm curious to hear what Dan says about it. Search is evolving fast. AI tools now deliver direct answers while traditional search engines still list links. To stay visible, marketers need both search engine optimization and generative engine optimization. This article explains each approach, highlights the differences, and shows how they work together to maximize your search, your reach. Okay, what is SEO? SEO enhances a website's ranking on search engine result pages by optimizing content to align with search engine algorithms. It hinges on using relevant keywords naturally, earning backlinks from trusted sites, and ensuring technical health such as fast load times and mobile friendliness. Historically, success has been measured by metrics like click-through rates and keyword rankings and time spent on page, all of which indicate how well your site satisfies user intent. Okay. Now, next, what is GEO? GEO focuses on preparing content for AI-driven platforms that synthesize answers rather than list links. It aims to make the material easy for AI to parse and cite by using structured headings, clear statements of facts, and authoritative references. GEO success is measured by how frequently your content is cited in AI-generated responses, reflecting your visibility in conversational search. SEO, traditional search engines, Google, Bing, target. GEO, ChatGPT, Gemini, AI overviews, Perplexity, and so on. Focus, keyword, backlink, site performance. GEO, content structure, factual clarity, citation potential. Success metrics, higher traffic, click-through rates, engagement. For GEO, AI citations, response inclusion, share of voice. User action, click through the website. User action for GEO, read answers with source references. Optimization approach, manual research, technical SEO. Here, AI-driven analysis, entity optimization. Well, what does that mean? Quite curious. SEO targets traditional search engines by optimizing for ranking signals, including keywords, backlinks, and site performance. GEO, by contrast, targets AI platforms, optimizing for content structure, factual clarity, and citation potential. SEO success is evident in higher traffic and engagement, and GEO success manifests as AI citations and inclusion in generative answers, where users read your content directly within the conversational interface. While they target different platforms, SEO and GEO share foundational principles that guide high-quality content creation. Dig deeper. How to implement generative engine optimization strategies. What SEO and GEO have in common? SEO and GEO share a common goal of delivering content that truly meets users' needs. Both approaches start with understanding the questions your audience is asking and crafting answers that satisfy those queries. Shared goal, satisfy user intent. By focusing on user intent, you ensure that whether someone lands on your page from a search result or encounters your content in an AI-generated response, they find the information they came for. Yep. Content quality is non-negotiable. Both search algorithms and the AI models favor accurate, well-researched, and up-to-date material. Investing time in fact-checking, citing reputable sources, and maintaining clarity boosts your rankings on traditional search engines and increases the chances that AI systems will cite your work. Content quality builds credibility with human readers and with the AI algorithm that parse your pages. Okay. Structure supports visibility. I'm going to go through it a bit and then I'll share my thoughts about that. Structure supports visibility. Clear headings, subheadings, and logical flow help search crawlers evaluate relevance and context while guiding AI engines to extract key facts accurately. Okay, well-organized content is easier for people to scan and for machines to parse. Both SEO and GEO best practices emphasize concise paragraphs, occasional bullet points for lists, and summary boxes where appropriate. Ongoing optimization matters. Regular monitoring and refinement underpin. Dig deeper. What is content readability and how to make your content easier to read? What, you want to go through that? Okay, next. We can do that then. Regular monitoring and refinement underpin both approaches. Search algorithms evolve and AI models continually retrain on fresh data. Reviewing performance metrics like click-through rate, search rankings, or AI citation frequency helps identify when to update content, add new insights, and restructure sections. This ongoing cycle of analysis and refinement keeps your content competitive across both traditional search engines and AI-driven platforms. User experience is the ultimate test. User experience underpins all of this work. Whether someone clicks a link to your site or reads an AI-generated summary that includes your content, the ultimate measure of success is how effectively you deliver value. By prioritizing clear communication, accuracy, and ease of use, you satisfy audiences and signal trustworthiness to both search engines and generative platforms. Okay. Rather than choosing one over the other, the most effective strategy blends both approaches. Okay. A lot of fluff for me. Not a lot was said yet. Integrating SEO and GEO. To combine SEO and GEO, start by reviewing your best performing content and enhancing it with clear subheadings, concise data points, expert quotes. This satisfies AI extraction needs without harming your SEO foundation. Broaden your research to include full questions and conversational phrases that both people and AI might use. Finally, apply structured data markup to provide context that benefits all discovery methods. I recently went through an experiment and research paper that analyzed it way more in detail regarding what of that is good, you know? Let me see for a moment. Where view my channel. Where is it? Is it already online? I think. Just let me show it so that I can show you the video. Which was it? Still. There's freshness of content in search. This mode. Does Google SEO affect LLM optimization? This was a good one. That was a really, really, really good one. Okay. And research results on how to SEO for AI. That was a good one too. How to get your content and brand into LLMs and AI overview. That was a good one too. Just so you said, way more detailed than this one so far, at least so far. Measuring success together. Track SEO performance through your analytics, monitoring, rankings, traffic, and engagement. For Geo, track the frequency of AI mentions and the share of voice and generated responses through your measurement dashboards. By comparing trends such as changes in click-through rates alongside shifts in AI citation volume, you can see how adjustments affect both traditional and AI-driven visibility. Practical takeaways. Unlike traditional search results, Geo outcomes are generated dynamically and can vary based on user context, prompting, and platform behavior. Aim to create the right ecosystem and variables to increase your chances of being surfaced more frequently and accurately. Okay? Start with clear headings. Use extractable headings that guide both readers and AI through your main points. Ensure each section has a descriptive title that accurately reflects its content. This simple step helps AI models pinpoint relevant facts and makes it easier for human visitors to scan your page. Incorporate compelling data points. Include at least one data point or statistic in each key section. Include at least one data point or statistic in each key section to boost credibility and give AI answers concrete figures to cite. whether it's a percentage, a case study result, or a short survey finding. These numbers demonstrate authority and enrich your narrative. Weave these figures into your text so they feel natural rather than tacked on. Use authoritative references. Add references such as quotes from industry experts or links to reputable studies to reinforce trust. Concise paragraphs that introduce the insight, give context, and explain why it matters will serve both readers and the AI well. Apply geo-focused tweaks. Convert dense paragraphs into numbered steps or short sentences that focus on distinct facts. Add a brief key takeaways box at the end of each significant section to reinforce your main message and create a natural extraction point. Oh man, it's going to repeat itself more and more and more. Conduct regular content audits. Every quarter, review your top performing pages to refresh figures, update expert quotes, refine headings. As search algorithms evolve and AI models learn from fresh data, these audits ensure your content remains accurate, relevant, and structured for maximum visibility. SEO versus geo. SEO and geo serve the same purpose of making your content more visible, but operate in different arenas. SEO drives clicks from traditional search results, while geo secures mentions inside AI-generated answers. But blending, yeah, but the goal in geo is also to be clicked and to have people come to my page. Like I feel there's a little something missing. By blending both strategies and optimizing for ranking signals and AI readiness, you ensure that users find you, whether they click on links or read instant responses. Start with your best pages and structure and citations and track both metrics to stay ahead in the rapidly evolving search landscape. Well, okay. I think this is missing a bit, okay? I think it's missing a bit. Like, what are the differences? There are a few things that we could go through. What's different? Different is SEO is static. It is way more static and it is way more slower. That means if you have metadata or a snippet, it is pretty much always the same. It will be shown to all the users on that platform all the time for these queries, and your positioning is pretty static. That means it can move, but it doesn't move very much in fast times. Different in geo, the same question by the same person on the same platform with the same browser even can lead to different answers. And that is a big difference. So your site, you being listed, you being cited, you being linked is not as static as it is under SEO. That means the AI or LLM will present your stuff in a more contextual basis. Usually, I think that's a big difference. I can go through another stuff, and the biggest difference is SEO doesn't have context. The LLM does have context. Like, for example, if I ask, oh, what are the best marketing agencies in Austria or in Germany or in America, depending on where you are, then I find here the 10 best, blah, blah, blah. But with Geo and LLMs, I usually have a whole discussion. It's like, oh, give me the best agencies. And then it gives me a list of a few with the links. And then, oh no, I'm a little company. I only have five employees. We don't have a marketing agency. The best I did so far was TikTok, and I sell apparel to young people. And now suddenly the Geo, the AI, goes through with completely different queries and looks and gives you a result that is way more tied to you. So it's like, oh, here's an agency that is well known for working well with small companies that are growing and are in branding apparels and work with young audiences that don't have their own marketing agency. Here are 5 examples. And that's a big difference in my opinion. What's the same? What the same is that both of them rank pretty much on the same things. So what you need to do to be good on an SEO listing, to be high in the SERPs, the search engine result page, is mostly the same that you have to do to be ranked well on LLMs or AI tools, AI overviews, and whatever. They're even linking very much because, for now at least, the AIs really lean heavily on the search result pages for what they query and what they find and what they cite. So it's really important to be listed highly in the SERPs. I even have 2 or 3 videos about the topic, like how high the correlation is of what your position in the queries is, what in the SERPs is, and how likely it is that AI will cite you. Well, I think it was okay. The article is okay, maybe for a total beginner, but I think there is no meat. This article did not have real meat in it. I'm sorry. I feel like that was not right. Dan, nice guy. I hope you're a nice guy. I never met you, never talked to you. I'm sorry that I have to say something not so nice, but sorry. I just think there was something missing. Sorry. Maybe a bit more information would be nice. Like not these buzzwords and these platitudes like, oh, check this out. No, how do I check it out? What exactly? How do I check it? How do I check out if I'm in the AI overview or in the LLMs and so on? Like, go deeper, man. Go deeper. But for you guys, if you like what I do, of course, you can always ask me to go deeper. If you like that I go through articles, news, research papers, and this kind of stuff in the marketing field, consider supporting the channel. All you have to do is like the video or subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks for you. It's free, costs you nothing, but it helps the channel tremendously if you do it. With that, we're going to jump right to the next clip. Okay, peace. YouTube launches new age detection process to protect younger users. By Andrew Hutchinson. I'm reading the Social Media Today article. There's many articles out there, and I personally think this is going to be one hell of a thing. Like official. We will use AI to interpret a variety of signals that help us to determine whether user is over or under 18. These signals include the types of video user is searching for, the categories of videos they have watched, or the longevity of the account. When the system identifies a teen user, we'll automatically apply our age-appropriate experiences and protections, including disabling personalized advertising, turning on digital well-being tools, adding safeguards to recommendations, including limiting repetitive use of some kinds of content. If the system incorrectly estimates a user to be under 18, they will have the option to verify that they are 18 or over, such as using a credit card or a government ID. We will only allow users who have been inferred or verified as over 18 to view age-restricted content that may be inappropriate for younger users. Our continuing work to support kids, teens, and families. YouTube was one of the first platforms to offer experience designed specifically for young people, blah, 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 blah. Now, this is going to be one hell of a thing, in my opinion. Yeah. Which is probably a flawed system, but YouTube seems confident that it will help in determining. This is going to create so many false positives so that Google, I bet money on it if you guys want to. It will create so many false positives that so many people need to verify their account through ID. So many. Whoops, I'm not sure if it's a bug or a feature, you know. Over the next few weeks, we begin to roll out machine learning to a small set of users in the US to estimate their age. So the teens are treated as teens and adults as adults. We closely monitor this before we roll it out more widely. YouTube says that the approach measuring the above noted factors will enable it to infer a user's age, then use that signal regardless of the birthday in the account. We've used this approach in other markets for some time where it is working well. We're now bringing it to the US, and as we make progress, we'll roll it out in other markets. We closely monitor the user experience and partner with creators to ensure that the entire ecosystem benefits from this update. I don't know, unless there are additional factors that YouTube's not sharing, making an assumption based on basic account info and the videos that a person watches truly can't be an accurate indicator of a user's age. Well, I'm not sure. But then again, when you're operating at YouTube scale with billions of users, there probably are clear correlating factors that are indicative of younger user trends, and maybe mapped out over all of the interactions and engagements in the app, there are definitive patterns that can detect these users, even if they've listed their age differently on the profile. Well, that's a question. That's a really interesting question, isn't it? Like, if your training data is based on false data, meaning many people who put in fake ages, how is your AI supposed to really be able to check that? There will be so many false positives. And again, YouTube says that it's working in some markets already. So maybe this will prove to be an effective age detection approach. Which markets, by the way? YouTube says when the system identifies a teen user, they'll be automatically switched to its age-appropriate experiences and protections. Users who are incorrectly tagged via this process will be able to verify that they're 18 or over with a credit card or government ID. It's another example of the variable approaches that platforms are taking to determine user ages, which have become a bigger focus of late due to new laws and approaches in some regions. In the UK, for example, it's recently enacted Online Safety Act imposes penalties on platforms that fail to implement age detection measures. Various other regions are exploring similar restrictions and penalties, which has prompted every platform to come up with its own way to determine user age in order to comply with such approaches. It's going to come USA, everywhere. Oh man. Oh man. Various other regions, yeah. But with each platform taking a different approach, enforcement will be difficult. And really, the only workable solution on this front is to impose a uniform, industry-wide framework for detection and enforcement, which hold all apps to the same standard. Or let the app stores do it. An app store level age detection process would establish a centralized approach to such and reduce the variability of these measures within each app. Nope. Nope. Because that would mean I could only get the app over Apple or Google. That's not good. Apple and Google are keen to avoid this, but as I've noted previously, without more uniform, definitive measures on user age determination, there are way too many loopholes that can be exploited, and enforcement of these in law will remain challenging. Well, I personally think it's a feature, not a bug, as I said at prior. Like, they will find there are problems, there are wrong positives, there are mistakes, they didn't work, that had some issues, until they said, you know what, the easiest way is to link your internet connection to your ID so that you are identifiable on all the platforms, on every page you visit, every click you do is tied to your ID. You as the citizen identity, and that's just it, and that will solve all these problems. That's my opinion on where this is going to go. You can cite me on this. If you think I'm wrong, then do that. We'll see how it goes. Well, with that, I'm not sure if I should do a video on this or not. You guys tell me if you want me to go in depth on this. I think there's a lot of stuff already. Link to this article and the official YouTube announcement in the description below. As usual, I go through all kind of news, trends, research papers in the field of marketing, from website, SEO, email marketing, content marketing, emails, SMS, whatever. So if you like what I do, consider supporting the channel. All you need to do is click on a like or subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks, but it's the best way for you to support this channel. And with that, I wish you all the very best. This seems interesting. The company got hit by Google. We got hit by a Google penalty after publishing 22,000 AI pages. Here's what happened. How we lost all our organic traffic overnight after publishing 22,000 AI generated pages, what we learned from the penalty, and how we rebuilt with a better approach. Again, the image is already closed image. Written by Mickey Palais. Here's the image. As you can see, they had over 60 million impressions and lost it all overnight, basically. Okay, so we got hit by a Google penalty after publishing 22,000 AI pages. Here's what happened. A few days ago, I posted on LinkedIn about how our website got completely wiped from Google after publishing over 22,000 AI generated pages. In the LinkedIn post comment, we said they were around 50K. We stand corrected. I thought it would just be a quick story to share, but it got way more traction than expected. More than 600 comments and 500,000 impressions. A bunch of people asked questions in the comments or DMs, so I'm writing this to go deeper and explain everything, what worked, what didn't, and what we're doing differently now. We got penalized by Google a few month ago, as we were launching Get Invoice, now Tailright, and that is also the reason why they had to rebrand. We went all in on programmatic SEO. We created thousands of pages using AI targeting long tail keywords we knew our ideal users were searching for. And it worked for a while. Our first users came exclusively from SEO. We were getting hundreds of clicks and millions of impressions, see screenshot, but then it backfired. Google flagged our domain, pages started getting de-indexed, traffic plummeted overnight. We learned the hard way that shortcuts don't scale sustainably. It was a huge mistake, but also a great lesson, and it's one of the reasons we rebranded to Tailright. If you're experimenting with SEO, programmatic SEO, or AI content, happy to share our learnings and what we're doing differently now. This is not meant to be advice, just our experience. If you're thinking of doing SEO with AI or trying to grow a startup through SEO, maybe it will help. The beginning. Okay, just a moment. Let me go through the chat. All right. All right. Let's continue. The beginning. We launched Get Invoice, now Tailright, in the 3rd week of November 2024. It's a product that pulls invoices from different sources like emails and portals, extracts the data and forwards the information to accounting softwares or other destinations, mainly useful for automating boring finance stuff for small companies. From day one, we needed a growth channel. No audience, no brand, no money to throw at ads. So we decided to test programmatic SEO. I had been reading about AI plus SEO and how some companies were ranking fast with long tail, low competition keywords. So we said it wouldn't hurt to try it. The idea was simple. Scrape source content like Zara's return policy, prompt it through AI to turn it into a structured blog post, publish it automatically to our domain. No tools. We built the whole flow ourselves. Also, we weren't manually reviewing the content output. We just published it. The initial success. We started small. About 300 return policy pages explaining how refunds worked at major e-commerce stores like Zara, Uniqlo, Nordstrom, etc. These started indexing and ranking. Pretty quickly, we were on page 1 for searches like Warby Parker return policy and Shop Bob returns. It worked, so we scaled. Here are 2 examples of how these pages looked like. Removed now. Well, let's see. Zara return policy. Yeah, gonna load. I don't know why my internet is so slow. You can see that these contain very little content, around 200 words, and there's a section that is the exact same one in each of the return policies, the how to return section. Well, I'm going to... Oh man, that looks bad. Okay, return policy summary, how to return, it's the same, but see return policies for other companies. Okay. Just a few information about that. Okay. We went from 300 pages to over 22,000 in just a few months. We added Swift code pages, 4,000, a bunch of what is financial term pages, 5,000, and more. The pages were linked internally, added to the sitemap, and submitted to GSC. Here we have a couple examples for these new pages we've created. Swift code example page, financial term example page. These pages had some more content than the first one, but for the Swift code pages, they had a very high amount of duplicated content between them. Most of the sections were the same in each page. For both of them, the content was really unrelated to our product and it was not original content. It can easily be found in lots of places on the internet. Let's take a look. Okay. Baka said, okay, how to read a Swift code, what is a Swift code, search for Swift code, okay, understand this is what it looks like, what is the Swift code, where can I find my Swift code, okay, okay. What is 10K? Definition, key points, okay, explains it a bit frequently as question accessing a 10K, okay. You can see in the images that the pages did have internal links between them and they were on the sitemap, so discoverability shouldn't have been a problem. In February 2025, we were getting 130 clicks per day organically. These weren't high intent keywords, but we did get some signups and conversions. Not a ton, but enough to prove that it wasn't completely useless traffic. Okay. Yeah, thanks to everything being responsive, I can't zoom in anymore. I can't zoom in and see it better because it's responsive. It doesn't change the size. Thank you. So here, get invoice, we see the pages, the clicks, and everything. It did work. Okay. Just wanted to see that and know that. So, caption, screenshot of Google Search Console's queries that got us the most amount of clicks in the last 12 months. At the time, we were excited. We thought we were onto something, but in reality, we were about to get crushed. The penalty. On February 28th, the traffic dropped to 0, literally overnight. Someone suggests it's fake. It's not. The numbers are in Spanish format. No messages in Search Console, no warning, no gradual decline, just flatline. At first, as you can see, guys, it's over 60 million. This line right here is 60 million impressions here. They're at 60 million. Over 60 million were there. And overnight, it's nothing. At first, we thought it might be a bug or a crawl delay, but the index page count started falling too. Over the next 6 months, we went from 20,000 plus index pages to 1, the homepage. We still don't know exactly what triggered it, but we're pretty sure it was algorithmic. No manual action, just a quiet kill. Some people asked if we got hit by the March 2025 core update, which Google started rolling out on March 13th. But I don't think that's what happened. Our drop started on February 28th, 2 weeks before the update even began. That's why I'm convinced this was algorithmic, but unrelated to that specific core update. June 2025 core update, March 2025 core update. After the traffic drop, we also made sure to remove all the pages we had created with this method, hoping that Google would not notice and would somehow remove the penalty. This didn't happen, and there were never signs of recovery. Never recovered again the page. Ouch. That hurts. Ouch. Never. I think this is an extremely important information because many others are like, oh, I saw, oh, they bounced back. How we bounced back? They did not bounce back. The page got penalized and it never show signs of recovery. That's extremely important if you're a little startup and you can easily pivot and you can rebrand yourself and everything. That's easy to do. If you're an established brand, it's not so easy. If you had done that with an established brand, it could be damaging to extreme. A rebrand. To make things even more fun, we got hit with a cease and desist from getmyinvoices.com around the same time. They said our name Get Invoice was too similar. We'd honestly never heard of them when we launched. Total mistake on our side, but that combined with the SEO wipeout made the decision easy. Rebrand everything and start from scratch. So that's how Telluride was born. We launched a new brand on July 10th, 2025. New name, new domain, clean slate, and now everything is different or will be. What we did wrong? Pretty much everything. Looking back, there were a lot of red flags we ignored. We published way too many pages, way too fast, with basically no authority. Our DR was 0 when we started. The content was technically original, AI rewritten, but not very valuable. It was surface level, no real insights. Most of the keywords we targeted were completely unrelated to our product. We ranked for stuff like dual digital option and Forever 21 return policy. Cool for traffic and some conversions, but Google didn't like it. We didn't build trust. To Google, we probably looked like a spammy site trying to game the system. If I had to guess, it was the combination of thin content plus irrelevant intent plus scaling aggressively on a weak domain that did it. Was AI the problem? No, AI wasn't the problem. AI is just a tool. The way we used it was the problem. You can use AI to create good content, but what we were doing was basically repackaging scraped data and wrapping it in fluff. It ranked because the competition was weak, not because it was good. What we're doing differently now. The rebrand gave us a reason to reset, so we completely changed our SEO approach. Now we do proper keyword research using Ahrefs, only go after keywords that are directly relevant to what Telluride does, publish one high quality page per day, not 500, have a human write and edit each article, sometimes using AI to outline or assist, but never fully automated, include images, structure, and actual depth in every post. We are already ranking again. Not huge traffic yet, but we're showing up for stuff like invoice tracking, OCR expense management, how to keep track of invoices, stuff that actually brings relevant users. Also, our domain rating is now 31. Before the penalty, we had only reached 18. So we're starting stronger than before, just slower and smarter. As we can see here, a bit of the metrics. See the DR evolution. Check some of the new pages we've created here. You can see that now there's a lot more content. The content, well, let's compare it. Let's compare. The content is original. There's a lot less new pages, 1 or 2 per day. So as you can see, yeah, a lot of text and that looks nice. Okay, cool. The other page, same image, text. Yeah, okay, it looks nice. Design technique, not the best, but it looks nice. All right, I can respect them. So, questions we got and our answers. A lot of people asked the same few things after I shared the post, so here's my take. What was the biggest lesson? Don't publish garbage. Thin content, bad targeting, and spammy scale will kill you. Focus on content that actually helps your user, not just content that ranks. Was this because of AI? Not directly. The issue wasn't AI, it was scale plus quality plus trust. We tried to automate something that really needed more care. Could you have avoided it by posting slower? Probably. If we had done 1 or 2 AI assisted articles per day, we might have been fine. The speed made it obvious to Google that we were gaming the system. Here's the question, is that true though? I mean, they had, what, 20,000 pages. If they publish 1 page per day, that's 20,000 days. I mean, 20,000 days, just consider how many years that would be. Okay? What, 20,000? I'm not bad. In my head, 300. Not quite 80 years, 100 years, you know. Would you still do programmatic SEO today? Yes, but only with a strong domain, clear relevance to your product, and enough authority to back it up, not as a shortcut. What would you do differently if you started again? We'd do keyword research first, focus only on queries related to our product, build authority with fewer, better articles, and ignore everything that doesn't align with user intent. Final thoughts. Getting penalized sucked. There's no sugarcoating it. We lost all our traffic overnight, had to rebrand under legal pressure, and basically restarted the business from zero. But honestly, it forced us to get serious, to stop hacking things together and start doing things properly. Now Tailride has a clear identity, a cleaner strategy, and an actual shot at long-term growth. We're still small, but at least we're not invisible anymore. Respect. Okay, respect. I can respect that. If you're using SEO, programmatic SEO, or AI content at scale, I just say this: build trust, add value, and don't rush it. If it feels like a hack, it probably won't last. And if you're curious what we're doing now, you can check us out at Tailride SO. We're building a simple way to manage your invoices and expenses automatically. Bonus, we paid Lias LSM to record the 20-minute video audit of our domain. If you're curious, you can check it out here. Well, that was an interesting article. Okay. So, what do we learn from that? Don't use hacks. If it sounds too good to be true, if you think that you can rush out all kinds of stuff and use automation to get rid of everything, it is very likely to bite you back in the ass. And I mean, look at that, dropped like nothing. Wow. Okay? Dangerous. So, as usual, if you like what I do, I go through such articles, reviews, papers, trends, and everything in the marketing space, from SEO over social media to email marketing and all the others, ads, and so on. If you like what I do, consider supporting the channel. Leave a like, subscribe to the channel. Both of those things are just 1 or 2 clicks for you, but they help the channel tremendously. And most likely you see other videos already popping up. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best.
As I said, my mum's interior design company, I think, was paying me like £18,000 a year.
Okay, this is an article. Start again. Next article: How SEO will change in the world of AI search. Written by Benji Hayam. We'll see. No, I want to see this. If he's good, we're gonna follow. So, it's the talk of the day in the industry. Oh my god, AI search, AI overview, LLM, chatbots and whatever. How SEO is dead, the SEO is gone, whatever. I don't think so. Let's see the article and then we'll talk about it, because as usual, I go through these articles live with you guys. I don't know what they're about beforehand. So, recently we've seen more leads coming from ChatGPT than any other source. How did you hear about us? Double point, ChatGPT. In the past month alone, 71%, not bad, 71% of our new leads came through ChatGPT. Our clients are noticing the same shift, mentioning it in emails and bringing it up on our monthly calls. I remember when I had the first person suggested by ChatGPT in my Google Analytics data, I was like, okay, whoa, why is my page and my agency mentioned by ChatGPT? Was kind of bit surprising. I had no clue why, but let's go. ChatGPT refers, just a fun N of one to pass on. Just wanted to share a fun moment. On a weekly sales call, a DA mentioned she asked the family how they heard about us, and they said they typed everything they were looking for in a school into ChatGPT, and AI referred them to us. Gotta love a 2025 referral. Yeah. So the natural questions we're asking are, how do we scale this? Yeah. And what's influencing whether we are a recommended solution, ChatGPT, Perplexity, and other LLMs, and how does that differ from ranking on Google? I'm curious to hear what they say. We've just went through another video about research being done, what can influence that, what is the tone, what SEO metrics you can kind of tweak to be more likely mentioned in AI or not. You can go through my channel. I've got already a few videos of that. There's a strong correlation between ranking on Google. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if I read it. So, what's influencing whether we are a recommended solution in ChatGPT, Perplexity, and other LLMs, and how does that differ from ranking on Google? There's a strong correlation between ranking on Google and being mentioned by, but there's also an important difference. True. SERP position is still one of the most important things. Queries, the more likely you're mentioned in the AIs. Specifically, we think chatting with an AI tool leads these platforms to recommend brands and products far more based on the details of their content and far less on superficial SEO metrics like backlinks. We spent the rest of this post explaining what we mean and why we think this has real implications for how brands should execute content strategy and what they should focus on writing and publishing. In AI search, the top of funnel content is dead. Back in 2018, we wrote a blog post called Pain Point SEO. We argued that companies should focus first on bottom of the funnel pain point focused keywords, then work their way up. In our experience, bottom of the funnel keywords convert 10 to 25 times better. Bottom of the funnel versus top of funnel conversion rate, 4.78% against 0.19%. The thought process behind this SEO strategy is that customers search around problems they're trying to solve. What's the best way to measure conversions? What are the best content marketing agencies? What are the best alternatives to X? JTBD keyword, category keyword, competitor alternative keyword. Showing up as a solution to those pain point searches is far more likely to drive conversions than the top of funnel queries many content teams were targeting to grow traffic. Since then, we've published multiple case studies with data to back this up. Now, in the world of AI search, we think this bottom of funnel strategy is paramount. If you search a large language model, LLM, or Google for a top of funnel query, there's no incentive for the AI to mention your business. So going forward, there's little to no value in writing about these topics. In that word, top of funnel content is essentially that. Now, what is top of funnel content? Oh, they're going through it anyway. Okay. I just wanted to give a few examples now, but they mentioned it anyway. Take a typical top of funnel query in our space. What is content marketing? In the old SEO world, this is a classic keyword that companies in content marketing targets, despite us talking about pain point SEO since 2018. Ahrefs shows 8,000 plus searches a month and a keyword difficulty of 85, meaning it's competitive. Tons of big name sites are ranking already. Super hard. Overview, what is content marketing? Super hard. Search volume, 8,000 a month. And then we see a few other things that don't matter, like mobile, desktop, and so on. Interesting, mobile 30%, desktop 70%. So much about everyone is always on the phones. Just saying, it's just a third of the queries there. But look what happens when you ask ChatGPT, what is content marketing? Content marketing is blah, 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 and it gives a long, long answer. ChatGPT answers your questions but doesn't link to anything. In a world where people are using AI search instead of Google, top of funnel content like this gets zero traffic. Plus, Google starting to answer these queries itself and push organic results further down. What is content marketing? It's just a screenshot. What is content marketing? Dictionary, and then the AI overview. It already explains it here, and many of us have seen it. Then the AI overview, a little explanation, and that's it. The first organic result doesn't even appear above the fold. In this case, Google gives a dictionary definition. In others, you get the dreaded Google AI overview. Exactly. But which Google claims does not make your traffic smaller, which is really weird. I recently posted a video about how they claimed that the Pew Research was not conducted correctly, with the Pew Research finding out how AI overview is making the traffic go down. Like, watch that video too. It's also pretty interesting. But let's go through it. Both ChatGPT and Google now default to answering the question themselves instead of sending traffic to a blog post. For top of funnel queries, Google might still toss you some traffic, but ChatGPT won't. Either way, using top of funnel content as a traffic driver is a dying strategy. Why don't these AI tools link to sources for top of funnel topics? Because they don't need to. The information is commoditized. There's little to no differentiation between one definition and the next, so there's no reason to send users to a page when they all say the same thing. But with true bottom of funnel queries, the user is actively seeking product recommendations. And that's where AI fulfills intent by naming brands or linking to products. The marketer's goal is to figure out how to get the brand into that response. And here's the key. Information commoditization fades as you move down the funnel. AI is built to tailor answers based on context, using conversation history to deliver relevant, specific information. It doesn't just serve generic pages like Google, hoping to answer the user's question. We'll dive into that next. With AI search, people search specifically, not broadly. People used to type short, broad queries into Google and get a list of pages covering the topic in more depth. Like, example, in the screenshot, best SaaS marketing agencies. And then you clicked top 5 agencies, 12 best SaaS marketing agencies, and so on. And then you click like 3, 4, 5 pages and went through it. Yeah, I did at least. It was up to you to click through each page, read the content, and decide what seemed like the best fit based on what you read and what aligned with your goals. But you never gave Google the full context of your query. For example, you wouldn't type in your company size, marketing budget, which channels you have already tried, or other relevant details. Yet we all have the context, and it matters when making a purchase decision. We just don't type it into Google. Instead, we click in and out of results, scanning for signs that someone understands us and our problems and might be a good fit. But with AI search, people do give it the context. It's a conversation, not a search. That's the whole point. For example, someone might start by searching what is the best SaaS content marketing agency. They're then presented with a list, and from there, they refine the query, adding context about who they are, what they're trying to achieve, and ultimately asking for the best fit based on that information. Like, for example, what is the best SaaS marketing agency? It answers with something, and then it explains. Now, how do most of us use AI instead? What if I'm a SaaS startup with 10 people? I don't really have a marketing team. I'm interested in an agency that can help me with brand marketing and PR. They should also be results oriented. Who is the best agency for that need? Oh, if you're 10 person, and then it repeats it, and then it gives the top recommendations. Why uplift content? Include the term for content-led brand marketing, and then it lists a few examples. Other content agencies like Animals are great, but better suited to major teams with the content strategy already in place. Like, it gives you the pros and cons. For those bottom of funnel queries, AI recommends products and services, but it does so with deep context about the user's needs and pain points. To get recommended, your brand needs to be clearly connected to these pain points. And that's why it's so nice to be honest and position yourself well with all the pros and cons. Here's who we can help, and here's who we cannot help. We don't want to have these or that kind of business working with us. How you communicate your company's value props will dictate when and how you recommend it. In the new AI search world, it's not just about showing up for a topic and driving someone to your website, where the site does the selling like it did in the Google search era. The first sales touchpoint has now moved to AI chat, where AI is now the one selling your solution. You need to provide it with the content it needs to sell your solution to the right people in the right way. When someone prompts an LLM, it scans the web and tries to find the best answers to that person's highly specific questions. Pulling from the full context of the conversation, and then delivers the solution that best fits the need. The companies that get recommended the most will be those that have published content that clearly articulates who they are best for, what they are best at, and why they are better than the competition. And this content has to be highly specific, because the conversations people have with LLMs are highly specific. It can't be generic. If your marketing site has similar copy, benefits, and use cases as every other competitor in your space, expect to stay lost in the shuffle. As mentioned above, information that looks and sounds like everything else won't be presented in AI answers. Differentiated information that helps people solve specific problems will be presented as potential solutions when someone is discussing that problem with an LLM or in Google, as it continues to evolve for AI search. For example, when I asked ChatGPT for the best SaaS marketing agencies, how did it know we specialize in content strategies that drive demos and signups, not just traffic, that we have transparent reporting and tons of case studies? Because it scanned all of the content we've published on our website and surfaced the differentiators we've communicated to the users. What is the best as a SaaS marketing agency? Then get top SaaS marketing agency, grow and convert. For example, why it's best, ideal for, and so on. For example, check out the copy in the first problem we solved right under the hero unit. I want the problems we solve. I want to generate more leads from my blog. Many clients come to us because the content isn't generating leads, sales, demo requests, or trials, even if it's getting tons of requests. It's eerily similar to what ChatGPT says about us above. To boost your chances in AI results, create content that clearly states who you serve, why you're better than the competition, and backs it up with case studies and examples. A ChatGPT conversation from one of our clients. We asked a new client to share the ChatGPT conversation where we got mentioned. Here's her prompt. What are the best SEO companies in your opinion who have driven massive results with endless leads for people in our kind of space? Here's the start of its response, where it recommends us first. Great question, especially for a business funding company like yours, where ranking for high intent keywords, e.g. business loans, fast working capital, MCA for contractors, can drive serious deal flow. Here are some SEO agencies that have delivered real high volume results, especially for financial services, lending, or other lead generation heavy industries. Grow and convert. Specialty, high intent content marketing and SEO for lead gen businesses. Strength, they focus on bottom of funnel content that converts, not fluff. Real case studies where they 10x lead volume for SaaS and B2B. Why it works for MCA. They understand how to create pages that rank and convert, especially for niche financial verticals. Notice how it knows exactly the type of business she runs, especially for a business funding company like yours. It even throws out examples of high intent keywords that will drive serious deal flow. Of course, the AI takes all the stuff you already said into context of the discussion after all. That might sound like a small detail, but it's a huge difference from Google. If she Googled best SEO agencies or some equivalent, Google would have no context about her business or her goals. It would just serve up the usual suspects with high domain authority who have optimized their best SEO agency pages. But here, the search engine is ChatGPT. It knows her business, knows she wants an agency that focuses on getting leads from SEO, and is smart enough to understand that means ranking for high intent keywords. Given all that context, it's no surprise it recommends Grow and Convert. We've spent 8 years talking about this exact topic, namely driving leads from content through a high intent page. Well done, your little own plug in self-promotion. I'm not against it. I understand the game. Respect. Just want to call it out. This is exactly why your content needs to be highly specific about what you offer. How will our SEO strategy evolve in the world of AI search? We believe our process is already built for AI search. Create in-depth content that clearly explains our clients' features, benefits, differentiators, and use cases. As we reported here, we are already seeing 70 to 80% coverage in ChatGPT and Perplexity for keywords where our clients rank in Google's top 10 or top 3 spots. To keep that momentum going, we built Tracker.ai, an AI search tracking tool that automatically checks rankings each week. Okay, that's a self-plug now. Look ahead, we're exploring more specific category, keywords testing, blah, blah, blah. Reach out here to work with us, and newsletter. Well, I'll leave a link to the article below because I think it's a good article. It's something, it's a good idea. I like Benji, Hyam. I'll follow you. I will follow you. I like your article. Yep. Yeah. I really liked it. What was the name? How SEO will change in a world of... Yeah, guys, I know maybe it's boring to see me do that, but I think a bit positive stuff on the internet is not bad. We can tell people that we like that stuff. We can tell them we think they have done a good job. I personally think, let me be a sucker, that sending out a bit positive vibes is not the best, is not the worst things. Like, everybody likes to get feedback that they did something good. As usual, a link to the article will be in the description below. And if you like what I do, that I go through articles, stuff, trends, information about the marketing scene, no matter if SEO, AI, content creation, social media, new features, and so on, email marketing, whatever, support this channel. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, but it helps the channel out quite a lot. Subscribe to the newsletter if you want to stay informed about when I go live, when I do Q&A sessions, when events are, and so on, all in the description below. And with that, I wish you all the very, very, very best. Important. Well, such is life sometimes that we forget stuff. Let's get it on. Next article, how to get clients on LinkedIn, step-by-step process. Written by Charles Miller from the Copyblogger site. LinkedIn, one of the best platforms, in my opinion, for B2B. I love it. I get good stuff from there. I get good connections, of course. Now that I think about it, let me be a shameless guy. As usual, we go through that. How to get clients on LinkedIn, step-by-step process. I hope that article is nice and good. Here's my page. Yeah, shameless plug. Plugging it shamelessly. Feel free to follow me and to connect with me. I love talking to you guys. Oh, again, a few new connections. I love talking to you guys. I enjoy helping out people. So if you feel like it, add me. Now, where were we? We were with how to get clients on LinkedIn, step-by-step process. All right. How to get clients on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is one of the best platforms to find high-paying B2B clients. Exactly. But few people leverage it to its full potential. Simply messaging people on the platform, publishing an occasional post, or sporadically commenting on other posts isn't an effective strategy to get clients on LinkedIn. So if you've tried any of these methods without success, this guide will help you understand how to leverage the platform more effectively so that clients come to you rather than constantly chasing new opportunities. I've personally built a 7-figure career on LinkedIn, and this is the exact process I used. When I hear that, I always wonder, what does 7-figure career mean? I earned 7 figures over the course of my career. I make that every year. I make that in my whole life. I make it every month. Like, I don't know. But whatever. Should I cold pitch clients on LinkedIn? I'm a big fan of doing conversational cold outreach on LinkedIn and other social platforms. The thing is, you need to do it correctly, and you likely won't get good results if you don't have a persuasive profile and some content published on it. Also, watch out about the law. In some countries, it is not a law. Like in Austria or in Germany, for example, it's illegal. You are not allowed, per telecommunications law, to just cold call and cold outreach to people. Do people care? Nope. But I wanted to tell you, I don't know, maybe there are other countries out there too that have this not allowed. I'm not too well versed in the South American and Asian country laws when it comes to this stuff. And I think, oh man, cold outreach, man. Let's see, let's see. I already don't like the idea of these mass spamming cold outreach messages that are just annoying, of which I think they still work. That's the sad thing. I think they work. You make some money with them, even if you burn a lot of bridges. But let's see. Let's see what he says. If you want to maximize the results of cold outreach and start getting inbound leads too, I recommend building a personal brand on LinkedIn, i.e. building a following on LinkedIn. When you have a large following, potential customers will reach out to you for your services rather than you pitching new prospects. Yes, this is a completely different thing than cold outreach. The downside of personal branding is that it takes a long time to build a following. Essentially, you're building relationships at scale, and great relationships take time to build. Yet over a long enough time horizon, here's the ROI of building a personal branding versus cold pitching. ROI on cold pitching versus personal branding. Well, we found a typo. Clients closed, time, cold pitching, personal branding. Over time, how many clients do we close? More if we have personal branding than if we have cold pitching. Thank you for this very, very nothing saying graph. I understand, yeah, but so far, I'm sorry, Charles. I'm not that into your article. Sorry, but we'll see. In short, yes, you can cold pitch potential clients on LinkedIn. However, don't rely on it as a long-term strategy, as creating content once and attracting clients organically is much more efficient. Therefore, I'll outline the exact strategy I use to help my coaching clients build a personal brand and get clients on LinkedIn. Coaching, okay? Oh, okay. Step 1. Define your ICP and offer. A common mistake many people make is offering a generic service to a generic customer. Here are a few examples of generic services: ghostwriting, SEO, career coaching, graphic design. Instead, niche down and become the top expert for a particular service. Here are a few examples of more specialized services: LinkedIn ghostwriting, enterprise SEO, mobile graphic design. While niching down limits your pool of potential customers, it also establishes you as an industry expert, making you a more desirable candidate for a customer looking for that service. Well, yes and no. I want to say, if you are an expert, then yes, you have enough expertise for that specific field. If you are a beginner and you're not that well versed, it might be better to be, a jack of all trades. To just offer, hey, I'm a designer, I'll take whatever I can get. Here are general information and general content about the stuff that I can do. Just saying. Okay, just saying. I've seen many niche down and then realize, oh, hey, I can compete with the real people in this niche down area. So I'm just saying. For example, someone looking to hire a ghostwriter to build a LinkedIn profile will likely hire a LinkedIn ghostwriter rather than a generic ghostwriter. Yes and no. He would still rather hire the famous, very well-known generic ghostwriter than the nobody who has no clue and no experience but is a LinkedIn ghostwriter. Here, brand, trust, and reputation come in. Really important. I think it's dangerous to tell people these platitudes that easily without a bit of depth behind it. There's like, no, it's not always that easy, you know. In addition to refining your service offering, it's also important to refine your ideal customer profile, the person you're selling your service to. The ideal customer profile, ICP, is the title of the person who will buy your service and additional qualifiers such as industry, e.g. health, marketing, finance, etc. Company type, e.g. e-commerce, SaaS, coaching business. Company size, e.g. 11 to 50 employees. Here are some examples of ICPs for each of the following services. LinkedIn ghostwriting, 8-figure founders who have sold at least one business. SEO, the director of SEO at an e-commerce company with at least 100 employees. Content marketing, the VP of marketing at a SaaS company with at least 50 employees. Email marketing, the VP of marketing at an e-commerce with at least 50 employees. Note, if you're selling a service, the person who will actually purchase your service is usually a decision maker at the company. For example, if you're selling a marketing service, the decision maker will likely be a VP, director, or CMO. A decision maker would not be an associate or junior marketing manager. VPs and CMOs are excellent for companies with under 50 employees, and the director of your service is often best for larger companies. Now, I will share my experience. Don't crucify me. Apologize, Charles. I can't just let it be like that. First thing, very, very, very often I experience when talking to my clients how they found out about me. I use LinkedIn. I post a lot of stuff on LinkedIn. I found out that often it is inside the team that someone finds out that someone else is targeted, like the person that really works with the technical stuff, or the marketing department that wants to hire me because they're sure, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about. We want his expertise, we want his workshop, we want his information, and they read my content and follow me on LinkedIn. And then in an internal meeting, they put their hand up and say, hey, Mr. CMO, marketing department manager, or whatever, or CEO or boss, well, hey, we need this, that, and that. And I think the right hire, the right service would be blah, 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 blah. Then the CEO or the boss or whoever is in charge usually says, work it out and bring me some solutions. And then that person goes to them and says, here's 2 or 3 different ways we could handle this. And from them, I get chosen. Like, hey, my personal suggestion is we go with Faisal. His agency's great. He's won awards. He's well known. Well, da 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 da. And so I got introduced into quite a few of my clients. Just first and second, it was by many agencies or external services that just knew we need someone to help us fulfill something for our client. And so it's not the VP, director, or anyone, but just someone much lower who says, hey, I've got a budget. I've got my 10K to, for example, this video, this ad needs to be recorded. We need someone for the location. We need someone for the camera holding. We need someone for XYZ. And then that person contacts that other person. Just saying. So it's not just the decision maker in the high up positions. It's not true. Just not true. Okay. And I also wouldn't say it's like VP of marketing at an e-commerce with at least 50 employees. I personally think it's more important, are they national or international? How much money do they make? How many products do they have? It's more important. Way more important. But that's just my opinion. As you're refining your ICP and offer, consider these 3 factors to maximize your income and happiness. Earning potential, interest, expertise. Earning potential. Earning potential is determined by the value you deliver to the company. A misconception is that the value you bring to the table is tied directly to the quality of your work. However, value is also impacted by factors related to your ICP, such as their existing audience size, website traffic, and industry credibility. Therefore, you can more because they can leverage your services more effectively. Yes and no. The second thing is at the time very bigger companies, that tends to, it's not important the end result. I, as the employer, don't want to lose my job, and I don't want to risk my career. That's why the saying went back in the days, nobody got fired for hiring IBM or for buying IBM. It's like, I can make a risky choice, and the company makes 10x the money, but I get no reward from that anyway. Or it could go wrong and I lose my job. Or I can go with the safe option that doesn't really benefit us. It might even be negative for the bottom line, but I will not get in any trouble. Many employers will choose the second option. That's important to understand. Okay? They want to be safe. That is extremely important for you to understand. And that is also why you can charge more in bigger companies. Because if I come now, let's say big national brand, international brand, and the marketing guy has a few suggestions, and then it's a well-known agency, and they say, well, for your page, we need $100,000 to do it properly. Okay. The other says, well, we can do it for 80,000. Okay. And now someone else comes and says, what? It's way too expensive. We can do it for 5,000. If that person hires the one for $5,000 and anything goes wrong, that person's head is off. Because everyone in that company will say, come on, you should have known they will be bad. They were so cheap. You can't expect anything good if it is cheap. That is an extremely important aspect behind it. It becomes dangerous to be cheap or too cheap because the one who has to make the decision may look bad for having chosen you because now you are a risk. If you charge the same as everyone else, then it's at least not his problem because, oh, he was too stingy. He should have known they will be delivering bad results because he's too cheap, because they were too cheap. Just saying, those are very important reasons why people choose like that, and that you have to understand when you negotiate with bigger companies. Okay, just wanted you to let you know that. I think that is a clip that I should get out of it. Therefore, you can typically charge larger, more established companies more money because they can leverage your services more effectively. Also, because they want it more important. Like, I don't want to Q&A session. If you got questions, I think that's a topic that I should do a whole video on, or a whole session on what the difference is working with big companies. Now, interest. You're much more likely to stick with a service you enjoy executing. Consistency is a significant factor that determines long-term success, so pick something you genuinely enjoy. Yes? Okay, good. Expertise. You don't necessarily need to be an expert, but it will help you close clients faster if you have some experience in case studies. Otherwise, you can gain experience by working for free. Many points that I could say about that. Many points. You don't necessarily. First thing, you don't need to be an expert. True. It won't help you close clients. Sales skills are sales skills. Expert skills in whatever are expert skills. You can be the best programmer in the world. Doesn't mean that you get clients easier than someone who is bad at programming. Okay, those are not the same. It's completely different, has nothing to do with each other, and it's important to understand it. It has nothing to do with each other. Period. You need selling skills to sell. Some people just have an overlap of natural selling skills and expertise in their field, so it comes off as well. But it's still that they have in general the sales skills too. Yeah? Second thing is, working for free is good for case studies. You can sometimes also get cheap case studies. There are a few methods you can go if you want to hear more about this from me. I built like a dozen businesses or so for beginners over the years, like with consultations and so on. So feel free to ask me about that. We can do a live session about that completely. Step 2, build a compelling professional LinkedIn profile. Right, we were on LinkedIn. Back to topic. Create a professional branded profile immediately sets you apart from your competitors, and it only takes about an hour to execute. First, get a nice headshot. A professional headshot is best, but you can also dress up and ask a friend to take the picture with the phone. Next, select the color scheme and fonts. You can browse websites you like and then use a tool like what font and color pick eyedropper to find the exact colors fonts they're using. I think he's giving an example here. Then save the exact font names and colors in a doc so you don't lose them. Next, use a free tool like Photo Room and you can remove the background from your headshot and replace it with your new color scheme. Okay? The banner image should communicate two things. First, the value you offer. Second, a proof point to prove that you can actually deliver on your promise. In my own banner, I communicate what I offer, LinkedIn growth blueprint and proof points in the form of client result screenshots. Okay, that's cool. Okay, looks nice. To design your banner, you can use a free tool like Canva. Canva has many templates for such thing. Your LinkedIn content will attract leads, but you won't actually close them on the LinkedIn platform. Instead, you sell them through email. Therefore, optimize your LinkedIn profile to capture as many emails as possible by using the tagline in CTA on your profile to direct them to your free lead magnet. We'll discuss how to create a lead magnet later. Okay, the banner, like here, this will be this. Here, he's got the banner, the picture with the same color, mentioning this. But the banner image and tagline communicates what you do, but before people buy, there'll be more proof that you can deliver on your promise and that you've helped other people just like them. They'll want more proof. They want to be I don't know. In my bio, I lay out specific results I've delivered for several different client personas. About results I've delivered to my clients and customers. Agency owners got 7 clients in our first 6 weeks. Freelancer went from 0 to 20K a month in 5 months. Course seller, 196% sales increase in 3 months. SaaS, SEO, examples. I'll link the article below so you can go through it in detail. I've also had thousands of professionals get jobs, connections, and more. Having a powerful personal brand is a career cheat code, and I've cracked the code and building them. Here are 3 ways you can do the same. Okay. Then introduce your audience to your paid service offer for those ready to take the next step. Step 3, engage with your ICP. A key part of landing clients on LinkedIn is building real relationships with people. So create a list of people on LinkedIn who fit your ICP and consistently post on LinkedIn. For example, this person would be a great fit if you're offering influencer marketing services to companies with over 500 employees. Okay, home chef. However, check how often the person posts on LinkedIn. If they aren't active on LinkedIn, there won't be any content to engage with, making it difficult to build a real relationship with them. You can see how often this person posts by scrolling down to the activity section in the profile. Activity, 1,900 followers, 3 weeks. Here you see 3 weeks, 1 month, so you can see that. Once you have a list of people who fit your ICP and post consistently, save the LinkedIn URLs in a Google Sheet. Then check that sheet 2 or 3 times per week and engage with the content they post. The best way to provide value to someone posting content is engaging with the content. So commenting on your ICP's posts is an easy way to start building a positive relationship with them. In addition to commenting on your ICP's post, it's also a good idea to engage with industry leaders and build relationships with them. These relationships can lead to speaking opportunities, content collaborations, and other opportunities that will help you establish yourself as a thought leader. For example, if you offer content marketing services, this person would be an ideal individual to engage with and follow. Andy Crestodina, co-founder and CMO at Orbit Media, SEO, analytics, AI content, strategy, and website optimization, 130,000 followers. You can also find other thought leaders by looking at the people who are commenting on their posts. Once you have a list of people to engage with, block off 50 to 20 minutes in your calendar each day to engage with them. Step 4, content creation. People won't magically find your LinkedIn profile. You have to post content to appear in your ICP's newsfeed. LinkedIn content is an entire topic on its own, but the 80-20 rule comes down to these 3 factors. Creating content that's relevant to your audience's pain points, packaging the information in formats proven to capture attention on LinkedIn, maintaining a consistent publishing schedule. Okay. To ensure you're creating content that's relevant to your audience's pain points, write out the most common pain points your target audience typically experiences before reaching out to you. For example, if you offer SEO for SaaS businesses, some of the problems your ICP, e.g. a VP of marketing, might feel include the SEO drives traffic but not demos. The website isn't ranking anywhere for its main keywords. traffic has been steadily declining due to AI overviews. If you don't know your ICP's pain points, ask them. These discussions will not only make your content more effective, but it will also help you tailor your services to be more effective. For these, ask them. I personally think, just me, I always had good times with real life network, business network events where I can sip a drink, we can shake the hands, we know each other, we can talk, and like on a personal level. I just like that really much. If you don't have any clients right now, another option is to look at your competitors' top performing content, e.g., other people who offer the same services as you, and identify the pain points those posts address. For example, below is a fairly popular post from an SEO consultant. You can see that the pain point he's discussing is that SEO takes months. Here, I want to warn you guys, okay? The difference between vanity metrics and being successful. Let's say it this way, okay? I know many people who, for example, push up the values through all kinds of little hacks and tricks, like on LinkedIn, for example. I know people who like send out as many invites as possible to connect, because in most cases the connection will follow you back automatically if they accept it. And then at the end of the month they clean it out, and because you only see 500 plus connections, but you see the followers. So it's like, oh, they've got really many followers. But those followers don't really care about them. They don't know what they do. They don't care who they are. They don't know the service, nothing about it. Just say, okay? On the flip side, people then take the content. They see, oh, X posted that, and he or she had a lot of engagement. I will do the same, and I will get a lot of engagement with that. Great. Well, now the problem is, you don't know if that person made business with those posts. Okay? Why I say that? Because I've seen, I remember, oh man. Let me just look it up if I find. Just show you. Okay? Important for you to understand the vanity metrics behind it. There. Like, no. I don't care about you. Man. Annoying. Well, Business Insider, I would have given you now quite a bit of people, but you didn't want to. Shame on you. Then let's go to this. Yeah. Medium.com, you get more. Influencer with 2.6 million followers failed to sell 36 t-shirts back in 2019. But there are many cases that are like that. So don't fall for the vanity metrics. You want business metrics. And most people don't share them, honestly, with you on these social media platforms. So you'll have to get a bit of a feel for that. For example, in this summer, a new law came into effect for web accessibility, okay? And I kept posting on LinkedIn about the topic for quite a while. And I posted it again and again and again. And since my audience is not really interested in law, and I'm not an expert in law, people didn't care that much about, the law when I describe, hey, here's the law, here's that. Just, I got 0 likes, 0 engagement, 0 nothing. 2 or 3, but I still did 1 or 2 posts about that for like 2 months to keep people knowing about it and inform them about it. 2 or 3 months later, I was at a business network event again. Agency owner came to me, hey, Face, you know about that whole web accessibility stuff, right? I said, yeah, I do. Well, I've got 150 clients who need their website audited. Can I forward them to you? And I said, yeah, of course you can. I said, how do you know that? Oh, well, I've seen you post about it all the time. That person did not like it, did not comment it, did nothing like that. But they knew that I knew about it, and they saw that I was an expert in that field. Okay? So I just want to give you that information. Don't follow the vanity metrics too much. You want to make money and you want to get clients, not to get likes. You're not an influencer. So, Because I see too many go into that influencer game, like, oh, I need more engagement and more likes and more this and that. And some of them lose clients that way because instead of doing content that makes clients feel, okay, I can trust that person with my business, they put stuff out there that is just off putting to some clients who think, okay, no, they might get a lot of feedback and a lot of emotional reactions, but they push away some of the business context with that. Okay, just wanted to tell you that. So, for example, below is a fairly popular post from an SEO consultant. You can see that the pain point he's discussing is that SEO takes months. Sarvesh Srivastava. Therefore, you could take that pain point and write your own post about how you help clients achieve certain quick wins. Once you have a handful of relevant pain points, the next step is to create content that addresses those pain points in a compelling format. This is where frameworks come in handy. Here are a handful of frameworks you can use to craft compelling content. Personal failure story plus lesson learned. Case study. I used to think, but now I know. Myth busting. Behind the scenes. How I do X. List of tools, resources to accomplish X. Contrarian opinion. Yep. You can then apply the pain point to just about any of these frameworks. If you need help, you can ask ChatGPT to apply the pain point to that framework and generate several versions. If you're auditing your content, make sure that it fulfills at least one of these two objectives. Evokes an emotional response, obviously and immediately useful. Okay. For example, this post evokes an emotional response. It took me 3 months to get 1,000 followers in LinkedIn, then I hit 3,000 in 24 hours. I was going nowhere on LinkedIn, then one day I got a reply from Justin Welsh and things took off. I was going nowhere on Twitter, then one day I got a retweet from a big account and things took off. Content success comes slowly, but then suddenly. Keep posting and networking until you get lucky. Okay. On the other hand, this post is obviously and immediately useful. 5 clever ads, the persuasive principle behind why they work and how to apply them. 5 clever ads and their lessons. Okay. As you're creating content, pull from your own personal experience as much as possible, because personal experience based content is inherently unique as nobody else has lived your experiences. It highlights your experience and expertise in that subject, which makes you more trustworthy to potential clients. Consistency is the third and final piece of a successful LinkedIn content strategy. The more you publish, the more data you'll get and the better you'll become. Step 5, content distribution. If you don't have any followers, people probably won't see or engage with your content when you start publishing, even if the content is high quality. I would say if you begin, it won't be high quality, just by definition. You'll be a beginner. But keep posting. No shame in that. You all suck at first. Some of these people you engage with will likely reciprocate and start engaging with your content, but don't expect much engagement during those first few months. If you want to expedite the process and get more engagement faster, you can pay for engagement from industry leaders. However, spend a few months honing your copywriting skills before paying for reach. If your content isn't great, most influencers won't agree to engage with it. Even if an influencer does agree to engage with mediocre content, the engagement won't help if the content doesn't resonate with the new people seeing it for the first time. Once you've built a substantial following and consistently earn a dozen comments per post, you can form an engagement pod with other people in your industry who have similar engagement rates. Another option to gain traction fast is publishing original data that answers a controversial question. Here's a great example of original data that generated a lot of engagement. New research, how much Americans search Google in a month. Roundup lists of tools and top LinkedIn people to follow are also excellent for generating engagement. Finally, consider posting your LinkedIn content on other social media platforms as well. I discuss my content distribution process in more detail in the personal branding guide, but here's an overview of how it works. Start with the tweet, repurpose with TweetPic, Instagram, long form becomes carousels, Pinterest, Threads, LinkedIn, long form becomes carousels, long form becomes blog post. Okay, step 6, create a funnel. One of the drawbacks of social media platforms is that they control your content's reach, so your content may not reach all of your followers. LinkedIn can also ban you at any moment, erasing your audience overnight. Therefore, use LinkedIn as a platform to connect with your audience and earn their trust, but then capture their email address with a lead magnet. For example, my lead magnet is a free course on growing a personal brand on LinkedIn. Notice that I make the CTA to my free course very clear on my LinkedIn funnel. I mention it in my banner image and say in the tagline, get my free LinkedIn course. With arrow down, just hit the view my newsletter button and subscribe. When people click view my newsletter, they're immediately taken to my website, which is essentially a landing page. You can easily create a free landing page like this on Kit. On the landing page, the main tagline should clearly define the value they'll receive from the free course. You can also include reviews and testimonials of the free course itself to increase conversions. Get a full-length personal branding and social media growth course for free. Once you have prospects' email address, you can nurture them and build more trust to eventually sell them into your paid service. If you're not sure how to make a free course, just create a series of PDFs or videos that outlines a blueprint you implement for clients. Then your service is essentially the done-for-you version of the free course. When people can see that you have a proven process, they often trust that you can execute and prefer to just pay you to implement it for them rather than doing the work themselves. Notice that I also include a direct pitch for my paid services in the About section on my LinkedIn profile, as some people visiting my LinkedIn profile may have followed me for a while and are ready to buy. Pitch for it, again, the About section, here's the pitch for his services, down below, describing what he does and how much it costs. The landing page for the service doesn't need to be fancy. You can use Typeform, Google Forms, or a Calendly page to collect their information. Here's what mine looks like. The personal brand is hard, blah, 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 blah. He's got some copy. My service makes it a lot easier, and they start at just $300 per month. As you can see from the photo, my clients are growing, earning, and getting great ROI. On the page, I simply restate the pain point, growing a personal brand is hard, and then state that I solve it and provide proof with screenshots. Step 7, stay consistent. The final step to get clients on LinkedIn is staying consistent. In the beginning, it can be discouraging if you don't have a lot of engagement, but it's important to get the reps in and hone the craft of LinkedIn copywriting. To have you remain consistent, you can use a tool like Stick and have an accountability partner hold you to your commitment. Okay, it's an interesting thing. I don't know what it is. Let's take a look. It's also a good idea to block off time in your calendar once per week and create content in batches. Getting started on LinkedIn can be challenging, but the long-term ROI is worth the effort and investment. Absolutely true, in my opinion. It worked wonders for me. I made nice money with it. It was great. I get clients through it on their own. They contact me, say, hey, Face, I know I've seen you're someone who knows about that. It's a great way when the clients come to you. I've had speaking engagements in Austria, Switzerland, Germany, thanks to it, because I had a good reputation. Absolutely worth the effort, in my opinion. Get more help growing on LinkedIn. These are the exact steps I teach my coaching clients to help them build their personal brands. How is them consistent? Okay, this is his own plug. I will link it below. So if you want, you can take a look at it. Charles Miller. You got no LinkedIn. I would have hoped now to find you on and no link to his LinkedIn, nothing. Now that is a bit of a shame. That is a bit of a shame in my opinion. But still interesting article. I'll still add him on LinkedIn because I like that article. I think I'm not on par with all of what he said. I think mostly it is right. Absolutely, he's correct. There are just some caveats where I think it's repeated so often and misunderstood by some people that it can be a bit dangerous. That's all. But it's not wrong. What he said is absolutely right from what I've seen so far. So, get on LinkedIn, post more stuff. He didn't mention how much. I personally think people post way too little. I know, once a week, and they feel like, they're doing so much. I personally, for my clients, I tell them once per day should be the goal. To have one post per day. It's not that hard, and once you're in that rhythm and understand how to efficiently create content, it works absolutely nicely. So, well, that's where I am with that. I hope you liked the article. As I said, Link to the article will be in the description below. If you like what I do, that I go through news articles, new trends for marketing, different social media platforms, email, SEO, and so on, consider supporting the channel. A like or a subscription, click on the subscribe button, 1-2 clicks, and you help this channel out tremendously and support it, and it costs nothing. If you want more information about what I do, about the events that I do, the live Q&A sessions and everything, consider signing up for the newsletter. Link in the description below too. And with that, I wish you all a very, very, very best.
How did it all start, your private journey into the financial sector? Like, how did all of that come to be?
Yeah, great question. So when my wife and I got married,
I've seen so many people. I love how you
5 ways to prove the real value of SEOs in the AI era. Now, that sounds like an interesting article. Let's go through it together. Going to be curious because many of you, at least many of my clients, many agencies that I work with, I'm pretty curious and a bit worried about the development of internet search, Google, Bing, everything with the AI overviews, with the AI agents and so on. So let's go through it. Win SEO by proving value with AI visibility tracking, forecast modeling, and competitive benchmarks that matters to stakeholders. Okay. So it's more about us as an agency selling SEO still to clients. Written by Winston Burton. Let's see, Winston, let's see. Let me make it a bit better. Yep. As SEO evolves with AI optimization, generative engine optimization, and answer engine optimization, brands and marketers must rethink their SEO strategies to stay competitive. Instead of focusing solely on traditional SEO strategies and tactics, you need to be visible in AI-powered search and answer engines. If you remember, we went through the Ahrefs study recently where AI overview takes their information from. I'll link the video in the description below if it doesn't ping up here. Showing the value of SEO in this new world means showcasing how optimized, structured, and intent-driven content can maximize visibility across generative platforms. Okay, a bit buzzwordy. It can also enhance user trust and drive qualified engagement in a world where AI chatbots and platforms interpret a user's intent, retrieve relevant information, and generate clear and concise answers. In today's competitive AI-powered results, it can be difficult to maximize your visibility. So, with SEO becoming more challenging and the search engine results constantly changing to incorporate AI results, what metrics do you need to track and how can you show the value of SEO in today's AI-powered search results? Let's explore. All right, let's explore together. That menu, go away. Okay, proving the value of SEO. That will be a major part. Proving SEO value depends on your client or prospective client's goals and what will move the needle for them to get visibility in the search engine results pages and in AI chatbots and platforms. Well, of course, okay. This could include local search, app store optimization, content marketing, technical optimization, AI overviews, etc. That said, you must show performance improvements and drive revenue to secure more funding and make your client successful. Except I see many agencies that seem, and many clients too, that seem to misunderstand that little thing. It needs to make money. You can say it takes a while, okay, but in the end, the measures need to have a positive ROI. It's just fundamental. An SEO agency that doesn't make more money for the client with the measures is just not worth it. It's that easy. Now, don't get me wrong. I know SEO agencies that make good money for the clients. That said, yeah. In my experience, here are some of the best metrics to track and measure to prove the SEO value in an AI world. Monitor and optimize for AI results. Okay, interesting. Track AI mentions. True. Track AI citations. track AI mode metrics in Google Search Console, and track branded searches. Okay. Well, let's go through them. I hope he explains it more, because they just track it. How? How does he think we should track it? Now, it's going to be curious. Monitor AI results. With AI overviews and generative AI changing SEO, it is important to track visibility as we move from ranking to relevance. AI overviews are not expected to go anywhere. During I/O 2025, Google announced that AI overviews were expanding to over 200 countries and more than 40 languages. That's big jump. AI mode is now available to all users in the United States without the need to opt in via Search Labs. To track in Europe, we see the AI overview too already, many places. To track AI overviews, identify which queries trigger AI overviews. You can use tools like ziptie.dev or SEMrush to track which of your top performing queries show AI overviews and whether your site is included in those summaries. Screenshot from SEMrush, just as an example, where you can see, okay, does it rank for, not rank, does that query have an AI overview or not? And if yes, what pages are linked? Check AI overview queries. Once you have a list of queries that your site does or does not appear in for an AI overview, you should track those queries using keyword tracking tools and compare your traffic pre and post AI rollouts. Strategize to optimize your content for AI overviews. Segment your traffic based on content type, as many informational queries are experiencing a decline in traffic due to users obtaining answers directly from AI overviews. This will help you identify which areas are most impacted and plan your strategy to optimize queries that have the potential to show AI overviews. Consider server-side analytics solutions, e.g. Writesonics AI traffic analytics, to track AI crawler visits. See which pages are accessed and monitor trends over time. It's interesting. Just so you know, I think it was like 70-80% of all the AI overview cited pages are in the top 10 rankings of SERP results. Then I think it was like not quite, but like 10% where the next 10 to 100th place, and 10% of the results were like, I mean, it was like 14 point something, but like, and another chunk is queries pages that are way lower in the results of the search pages. And why it's easy, because the AI, it gets your search query, but it makes a few of their own to like expand on the search what might be the right one. But let's go further. 2. Track AI brand mentions. Since AI platforms process information differently than traditional search engines, getting mentioned in ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude, or Google's AI mode for relevant queries is a must. AI platforms like ChatGPT and Google's AI overview generate answers from a mix of training data and some real-time retrieval, depending on the platform and setup. Yeah? In my experience, brands that are frequently mentioned across various platforms, including PR, blogs, social media, news coverage, YouTube forums, such as Reddit and Quora. I have no clue why YouTube forum, Reddit, I don't know the terminology why he calls Reddit or Quora a YouTube forum. And, or maybe there's just a little thing missing. And authoritative sites tend to be mentioned by AI. Track AI mentions several tools like Brand24, BrandRadar from Ahrefs, and Mention.com use AI to monitor online conversations across various platforms, leveraging large data sets to provide insights into your brand's perception and those of your competitors. It's imperative that you find out if your brand is mentioned, what people are saying about your brand, both positive and negative, what queries are used to describe it, and which websites mention your brand. For example, in Google Analytics, if you look into it, you will also already see like ChatGPT being the source for links, which was pretty surprising for me when, I mean, it was many months ago, but when I had the first people come to my agency website from ChatGPT, I was like, okay, how did I get there? Really interesting topic. So conversations where question or answer contains SEO tool. Like, okay, like we see the brand radar screenshot how the tool would look and everything. Yeah. Track AI citations references. Checking to see if your website is cited by large language models, LLMs, can help brands and marketers understand how their content is being used by AI and assess the brand's authority and visibility. Ahrefs now offers a free tool that tracks when your website is cited in the answers generated by AI-powered search tools like Google AIO, ChatGPT, and Perplexity. AIO, AI Overview. AI citations count how often a domain was linked in AI results. Pages show how many unique URLs from this domain were linked. Okay, that's interesting. That's cool. Good to know. That's cool. Like how many citations on Google AIO, on Perplexity, on ChatGPT, on Gemini. Okay. This is one of my favorite audit tools to look to see if there are any citations in any brand that we are reviewing. If Ahrefs adds trend analysis to track whether you're gaining more citations in Google AIO, ChatGPT, and other platforms over time, it would be a valuable way to assess whether your strategies are working. Okay, cool. So we're back to basics with here's the tool. We get the data, are we mentioned or not in these overviews, and then we have to come up with strategies with things we want to implement, and then we course correct and test. Does it work? Does it not work over time? And implement it and iterate again and again and again to get better and better results. Okay, cool. I can work with that. It's extremely important to tracking branded searches. It's extremely important to track your branded searches. Yeah, sorry, chat distracted me. In this new SEO AI era, AI-powered search results are personalized, and LLMs like Gemini and ChatGPT, to name a few, heavily consider user intent and context. Having strong brand signals could improve entity recognition, which can improve your visibility for related queries. Tracking how AI-generated answers, e.g. featured snippets or AI overviews, treat your brand helps you optimize for entity-driven SEO. In the AI SEO era, where search engines prioritize context, trust, and relevance, tracking branded searches could inform you to refine strategies that help defend your SERP presence and maximize conversions. Here are some tips to help enhance branded visibility. Okay, cool. That's important. What can we do to enhance our brand visibility? Create unique, authoritative, and factual conversational content, because AI models prioritize reliable and accurate information. Focus on content that demonstrates expertise and includes verifiable data. Okay? Structure content for AI readability by using clear headings H1, H2, H3, bullet lists, numbered lists, and data tables. Also create concise paragraphs that directly answer questions. About the header structure, I see so incredibly many pages. In Europe, we just got a new accessibility law. I audited over 200-300 websites over the last few months. And the amount of web designers and web developers that use H1, H2, H3 as design elements instead of a structure is insane. Like where you have a bubble or an icon or a little header that is not a structural header in the sense of, okay, here the content is structured, like these are the chapters and so, but like just a little pop-up text or like, hey, some cool looking font, and they use it as an H, as a header. Guys, really, either if you do it, stop it, or if you have someone else to do it, really look into it. I'll link a video below that describes how you can easily check it up. I made a video a while ago about it. Really, free tools, easy to check. Just go with the results to your web designer or agency and say, hey man, that can't be, you can't do it this way. Please update it and make it proper. Next point. Leverage schema markup, like organization, product, service, FAQ page, and review to provide structured data that AI models can easily understand and reference. A few people are arguing for something like an LLMs.txt that is supposed to show the information in a way that is not distracting for an LLM that scrapes the data. So like no menu information, no ads and so on, so that the LLM really understands what is the content and the purpose of this content on this page. Also, something I made videos on it already. Just go to my channel and type it in, search for it. Build brand authority and expertise by getting consistent citations, mentions, and authoritative third-party sites and positive reviews contribute to AI's perception of your brand's credibility. Examples for this, okay? Get mentioned in news, get mentioned on other forums that are well known, get press releases, get good reviews on Google reviews, Google Business, and so on. The more the internet finds about you, the more different places mention your brand, your company, a link to your page, the better and more likely it is that you will be seen as a legit source, as a legit brand, and so on. So that's really a good thing. Optimize conversational queries by creating content that directly answers who, what, why, and how in your niche. Yeah. Be active on platforms like Reddit and Quora, where AI models often pull information. SEO becomes search engine everywhere. Yeah, just as many breadcrumbs as possible on the whole wide net. Regularly review your AI visibility data, identify gaps, and adjust your content and SEO strategies based on insights. Okay. Tracking AI mode metrics, AI traffic in GSC. Google has recently provided some data in GSC for tracking AI mode, and marketers can track clicks, impressions, and positions. According to Google, AI mode groups the user's question into subtopics and searches for each one simultaneously, and users can go deeper. Clicking a link to an external page in AI mode counts as a click impression. Standard impression rules apply. That means when it's seen, it's seen. Position. Position in AI mode follows the same methodology as a Google search results page. Generally, carousel and image blocks within AI mode are calculated using the standard position rules for those elements. Okay? If a user asks a follow-up question within AI mode, they are essentially performing a new query. All impression, position, and click data in the new responses are counted as coming from this new user query. Okay. AI traffic in GA4. While Google Analytics 4 doesn't explicitly label AI traffic, you can look for patterns, create custom reports with session source medium, and apply regex filters for known AI domains, e.g. ChatGPT, Perplexity, OpenAI, BART, and so on. For specific content you hope AI will cite, create unique URLs with UTM parameters, e.g. UTM source is ChatGPT, UTM medium AI. This can help attribute some traffic directly. Now that seems a bit off to me. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but how can I make sure that LLM uses this link? But, well, maybe one of you guys understands it better than maybe I'm overlooking something. If you can get more conversations from AI overviews, like Ahrefs did when it found that AI search visitors converted at a rate 23 times higher than traditional organic search traffic, despite representing only 0.5 of total website visits, then you will have discovered a conversion goldmine that makes AI optimization not just worthwhile, but essential for staying competitive. Okay, this is a very interesting data point. So for easy understanding, that means we discuss with the AI, go through the AI overviews, go through all of that stuff, and then it is way, way, way more likely that the people who had this discussion click on the link than if they would have seen it on a normal search. Interesting. Final thoughts. The SEO landscape has shifted from optimizing search engines and traditional search to optimizing for AI-powered chatbots and solutions, such as ChatGPT, Perplexity, Claude, Google's AI overviews, and potentially OpenAI's web browser in the coming weeks, according to Reuters. Google may face increased pressure and potentially lose market share if OpenAI launches an AI-powered web browser that challenges Google Chrome, changing how users access web content. OpenAI has 500 million weekly active users of ChatGPT and could disrupt the key component of rival Google's ad money source. SEO is no longer about ranking on the first page of Google. It's about being relevant and visible across multiple AI platforms, getting mentioned in generative responses, and demonstrating value through AI-focused metrics outside of the traditional metrics like rankings and traffic. Brands and marketers that prove the SEO value in this new era can deliver immediate, measurable value while building momentum for larger investments in the future. Okay. Not a bad article overall. Winston Burton, not bad, not bad. I liked it. I liked it. Let's follow you. I like to follow. Was an interesting post. LinkedIn. Let's follow. I want to learn more. Yeah, let's see, connect to. Let's see if it will accept it. So, I'm still a bit disappointed, a bit in the article because, or maybe I misunderstood it at first, because 5 ways to prove the real. We heard a bit about how to implement it, how we can test it, but there were no real good arguments for a client who does not understand what it is right now, in my opinion. But overall, the article was pretty well. Well, how I try to explain it to the clients usually is, first thing, we will need SEO anyway, because the SEO ranking is what makes the AI bot rank the results. It still goes after query, searching for it on the net, finding some results, and then going through it. That means, yes, maybe you give query X into it, like best shoes, and then it makes a few queries on its own, like best running shoes, best shoes for middle-aged man, best shoes in summer, and whatever, depending on the context of how you asked. And then it goes through all of these queries and checks the SERPs, like which pages were good results, and then it skims through those and gives you an aggregated result. But it still go through the best sites in the best places. So in general, you still need SEO, and your goal is to make your SEO so good and adapted for the AI that you're the brand that is mentioned when the AI is made to look for stuff. Like best shoes, well, brand X, or good marketing agencies. Of course, I want Face Media to be the agency that is listed as, hey, one of the top marketing agencies that you could hire. And so that is one of the important things. And when you just go through the number of people who look for stuff in AI, who query in AI, and who look for a company brand solutions with their AI agents already, you will easily be able to argue how profitable it is to be one of the companies that is being mentioned there. We'll see how it develops in the future with buying ads in AI. That's something that isn't existing yet. That's something I'm really curious about, when you're able to buy your place in the list of best company. We'll see if that comes and when it comes. But so far, this was it for the article. I hope you liked it. If you want to support the channel, best way to do it is leave a like, subscribe to the channel. Just 1 or 2 clicks for you. It helps out this channel a lot. As usual, link to the newsletter will be below. I wish you all the best, and bye. So let's go through this one. Google Ads turns off personalization, remarketing, and conversion tracking. This is an interesting article, I hope. Google is notifying some advertisers that they do not comply with Google's EU user consent policy, i.e. consent mode V2, and that is of July 21st, and will turn off personalized and non-personalized ads, remarketing, and conversion tracking functionality. This doesn't seem worldwide, and it might just be in the EU regions. Adrian Decker posted about this on LinkedIn and wrote, as of July 21st, if you're not using consent mode V2, your EU traffic is now running partially blind. He said Google stopped conversion tracking. If you do not enable no consent mode, it will lead to declining Google Ads performance. He shared the email he received from Google, which reads, "Dear advertiser, we have reviewed your account and found that the attached sites apps do not comply with Google's EU user consent policy. Further to our previous correspondence, as a result of this ongoing non-compliance, we will now take action, including disabling personalized and non-personalized ads, remarketing and conversion tracking functionality. We understand that you may still be working to bring your sites, apps into compliance. If this is the case, please contact us. We're here to help. For further details on the non-compliance identified and the steps required to come into compliance, please reach out by completing this form or da 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 da." Here's a screenshot. Okay. I suspect this is an EU thing only for now. Forum discussion at LinkedIn. Well, this is not a good thing for people, for some of the advertisers. For many, it is a good thing because finally it puts pressure into doing the web development properly. There are so many pages out there, so incredibly many pages who are not programmed properly regarding the cookie banner, regarding the consent management, and so you click like on no, I don't want to have any cookies on my system, and you still have them if you go into the network and developer tab. I think this will blindside a lot of people and make it so that they finally take it more seriously. I think that's a good thing from a legal perspective, but curious to hear what do you guys think, what do you guys say. Oof. I think that's good. Forum discussion. I'm curious about the discussion. Let me just look at that. What are the comments? What are some opinion of people about this? Yes, this is already. Google has stopped conversion tracking. It's official. Google has pulled the plug. As of July 25, if you're not using consent mode 2, your EU traffic is now running partially blind. Here's what's happening. Conversions gone. Remarketing audiences not building. No consent mode is declining Google Ads performance. Fewer signals, less targeting. Weak optimizations. And yes, this is already impacting campaigns across the EU. Still haven't implemented it, you're officially behind it, and it's costing you performance every single day. Fix it now before your next report shows the damage. All right. His solution, tool, cookiebot, web CMP by user-centrics. What about Shopify? Let's see what they say. In Europe, they can block everyone who is not installed consent mode. What about USA? Is it the same thing or will it be eventually to prepare now? Only in Europe? This change only for you? Okay, many are just asking. From 2107, they've told us. Yes, they waited a week. I think this is going to impact so many companies and agencies, and without the knowledge for the worse. Can someone please share a link to Google's official notice from the 21st of July? Yeah, this is okay. Well, interesting. As usual, guys, also, if you want, you can very likely link with me on LinkedIn, connect with me, follow me. I post a lot of stuff there, more like basic, more like in-depth information. All right. With that, if you like what I do, as usual, I go through the details of different articles, different information, different stuff, trends, research papers, and so on. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, feel free, leave me a like, leave me a comment, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way you can support this channel. And with that, I wish you all the very best. Now, next article, culture jacking, how B2B marketers can own meme-worthy moments. Memes might be informal, but your strategy for using them shouldn't be. Rather than chasing virality, follow this 5-point approach to prove your B2B brand belongs in these shared conversations. Okay, written by Robert Rose. If you saw it, Robert Rose had a very nice article that I really sympathize with, that I really agree with, about wisdom and experience and knowledge in your marketing team. You should, I might, either I'm making it appear now or not. I don't know. But let's go through it. So, there was a time, let's call it 2013 for fun, when news checking felt like the pinnacle of real-time marketing. Brands race to slide into trending headlines, holidays, or celebrity tweets with a clever twist and a well-timed post. Sometimes it was brilliant, often it was awkward, but at the time it worked. Anybody remember Oreo's dunk in the dark moment, or shoe brand Kenneth Cole's fail with the Cairo tweet? Or maybe you remember the now 6-year-old aviation gin moment where they trolled Peloton's advertising. Oh man, I remember the Oreo's dunk, that was great. But if you are curious about that, if you don't know that, just Google great news checking. There are a few examples that were really, 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 really great. Yeah. I don't want to go through the whole article. Just Google it if you want to see it. I can go through it if you want to. Just leave a comment that I should go through these moments if you want to. The formula was wildly popular and painfully simple. Write a blog or social post titled "What insert major cultural phenomenon can teach us about insert your industry buzzword." Let's be honest, most of us cranked out at least one headline that fit the pattern. What Breaking Bad teaches us about sales enablement. Marketing lessons from Justin Bieber's haircut. 5 lessons content marketers can learn from the Hunger Games. Yeah, I remember those times. Man, this last one is real. It was the golden age of foreplay, but today, news checking feels almost quaint. It's not just that we've moved past the novelty of the cookie brand tweets about the Super Bowl blackout era. The biggest shift is that in 2025, most news cycles move too fast, cut too deep, or hit too close to home for brands to comfortably weigh in. The world is in a bit of a bad mood when it companies have an opportunity to be part of the conversation. They can show they belong in it. Enter the meme. Ouch, ouch. We'll see. I've seen so many attempts of brands using memes, but let's see. Memes aren't just funny; they're fluent. What started as niche in jokes in the internet's earliest days are now fully integrated formats for brand stories. Are all fertile ground for just ride the wave of culture. They compress, remix, and circulate it through the subcultures and communities where your buyers already live. As we head into the back half of 2025, it feels like we're in the midst of what I'd call a meme maturity moment. But this isn't the same meme culture that originally played along, where success was measured by virality. In 2025, the game has changed. Okay. Memes are now so easy to create and so embedded in our daily scroll that they've evolved into something closer to modern emojis. Not just formats, but content types. For signal understanding, emotion. The point of using memes in marketing isn't to go viral, to go relevant. They land just because they're funny, they land because they feel true. They communicate with makes them work. Additionally, it's not just the humor that creates the marketing value. Up that you are self-aware and that you can speak the language of the community in which you're trying to resonate. If you do it well. If not, it can backfire. According to research firm Kantar, humor in advertising and marketing has steadily been disappearing, driven by the fear of getting it wrong. Meanwhile, Edelman and LinkedIn's annual B2B Thought Leadership Impact Report notes that B2B decision makers increasingly value content that is not only authoritative, but also genuine and relatable. In a content ecosystem bloated with AI-generated summaries, thought leadership platitudes, and mid-tier video clips, the meme has emerged as one of the few formats that still requires human context. To gut check my thinking, I reached out to one of the smartest content marketers and easily one of the funniest humans I know, my friend Tim Washer. Okay. Tim has an uncanny understanding of what makes people laugh, especially in the often too serious world of B2B. When I asked if he was seeing a similar shift towards meme-driven content, he put it perfectly. B2B thought leadership is usually neither. Creators who build a sense of connection with the audience will gain affinity with customers. Laughter reigns supreme as the most efficient and effective way to build rapport and earn trust. A super simple way to do this is to include a relevant meme, especially if it speaks to the pain point our B2B customers are facing in a moment. Memes can be both strategic and silly. AI is putting real pressure on marketers to create good content that stands out from the daily avalanche of material flooding the internet. However, AI is sending down the web as it becomes more prevalent, especially in B2B marketing contexts. Product pages have started to look like they were all built in the same CMS, using the same UX checklist. Social content from scrappy B2B startups and massive enterprises often feels generated from the same overly sanitized beat poetry style prompt. And thought leadership, half the time it reads like it was assembled by a polite intern named PromptBot determined to make synergy happen. There is an ongoing and oddly passionate debate over how to spot AI written content. Is it the EM dash, the word delve, the overuse of coherence, or maybe it's when 3 consecutive paragraphs begin with, here's the hard truth? Well, here's the hard truth. Honestly, it doesn't matter because the fact that we're even having the debate is the point. Whether it's AI training the human or the human trying to sound like AI, audiences are feeling something, and it's not resonance, it's the ick. That subtle skin crawling sense that what they're reading wasn't made for them, it was just made to fill space. Okay. Here I have no. Emperor and the Peach. Ah man, I can't find it now. There was an old story, Chinese philosopher. I think it's really important to understand that. Okay, 2 things. Because personally, I'm just a bit annoyed at this point about this. Oh, I can see that this is AI written. First thing, most likely, no, you can't. Sometimes it's just human written, or vice versa. Period. Okay. There's an old story of the axe thief. It's going like this. One day, a man couldn't find his axe, and he was looking around, and he was sure that the son of the neighbor had stolen his axe. And so he went over and watched the neighbor's son. And there it was. He moved like an axe thief. He talked like an axe thief. He did everything like an axe thief did. And he knew it was just certain that this was an axe thief. The next day, the man found the axe in his field that he forgot to later. When he watched the neighbor's son again, this boy suddenly didn't have anything of an axe thief in him. The point is, how much do we predetermine the outcome that we want to have? The same applies to another story where it was more about, oh, it was the emperor or something, and the emperor had a friend, and the friend was great, and it was like, oh, the friend was eating something and said, wow, this peach tastes great, you want to have another? The emperor was, hey, cool, see, he's such a friend that he shares with me to give me a taste of what tastes good. Then there was another instance where the man took something like the pavilion or the wagon or something of the emperor because his mother was dying. And he needed to get there fast and travel fast. And the emperor was like, see, that's what a good person he is. He even risks being punished because he wants to show his piety towards his mother and see her. What a good man. But then, later on, some people started to whisper into the emperor's ears like, hey, he's not a good person, he's trying to betray you, he's talking bad about you. And the emperor started to interpret the same things differently. Suddenly it was, yeah, true. How could he show me the lack of respect, suggesting me to eat something that he had bitten from? What is that of a lack of respect? And true, another time he took the wagon without asking for permission. He's a thief and nothing else. How could he dare to do that? And it's like your preconceived notion changes a lot about how you judge stuff. I've seen it a lot with these AI. Well, I can't tell it was drawn by AI or it was written by AI and so on, okay? Just saying. In the sea of sameness, memes don't just stand out because they're funny, they stand out because they require understanding. A meme only works if you get the joke, and getting the joke proves you've been in the room. You've sat through the terrible marketing stand-up. You've fought the CRM. You've whispered, we're not ready for this webinar, under your breath 10 minutes before you going live. Memes are compressed context, and in B2B context is everything. In modern B2B marketing, trust is built at the edges, not through messaging pyramids or multi-channel customer journey maps, but through those tiny high context signals as whisper, we know what solving this challenge is really like. Peter Drucker once said, the most important thing in communication is hearing what isn't said. A good meme is exactly that. It's not just what it shows, it's what it reveals. The 5 P's of B2B meme success. Here's a practical way to evaluate whether a meme belongs in your brand's voice and how to deploy it without losing trust or relevance. Take the pulse. Track what's happening before it peaks. Meme culture moves fast. B2B culture moves more slowly, but it still moves. Make sure that it's a classic or that you're moving quickly enough to remain relevant in whatever time frame you're referencing. Your brand showing up 2 weeks late. Do you have permission? Not all brands can go there, and that's okay. Your brand voice defines where and how humor shows up. Can you make fun of your buyer's pain? Can you joke about your own product? If you're selling compliance software to federal agencies, maybe stay out of SpongeBob SquarePants. But if you're selling dev tools or sales enablement, your audience wants to know that you get the absurdity. Ask, do we have the trust or tone for this joke to land? How do you do, fellow kids, when your enterprise compliance software account tries to post a SpongeBob meme? I think it worked, but on the other side, it's such cringe because you see, these memes are years old, man. Years old. Oh, man. But yeah, okay. Still, it works. It works. True. Make sure you keep perspective. Don't just reuse, add insight. The best B2B memes don't just repeat the trends, they remix them. You're not borrowing a format to be relevant. You're using it to say something specific about your category, customer, or worldview. Ask what truth are we surfacing and is it ours to tell? Is this innovation slightly better workflow? What's your placement? Choose the right channel for the right moment. Memes in the Slack community, gold. Memes on your sales team's LinkedIn, maybe. Memes in the keynote deck for your board, maybe not so much. Meme posted from your corporate LinkedIn page at 3am, same meme shared in a Slack channel by your sales lead with too real as the only comment. As you would in any good content strategy, map your meme to the medium. Even with LinkedIn, the same meme may hit differently from a founder, a community manager, or a brand accountant. Ask, where will this meme not just survive, but thrive? Create the playbook. Create rules, not red tape. Empower creators with principles, not approvals. Define meme-safe zones, flag no-go formats, e.g. strategy jacking, edgy, Twitter-style sarcasm, whatever, absolutely, whatever fits your brand or not. For example, I don't like being negative. I don't like being mean. I don't like this nastiness. I just don't like it. I don't want to use drama for anything. Just my personal opinion, how I think my agency and my brands have to be in public. I don't mind doing it for clients, but not for us, ourselves, in-house. Build in optional legal review lanes, but don't build a bureaucracy. Ask, have we enabled creative freedom with clear boundaries? This is fine. When you let the intern post memes without brand guidelines. The meme is the medium. For a long time, memes in B2B were treated like emojis in a corporate email. Playful but unprofessional, optional, peripheral, something you might get away with if you were a scrappy startup or had a cheeky social team. That era is over. The memes aren't filler between real content, they're fast-moving containers for meaning. When used well, they prove that your brand doesn't just serve a market, it understands it. That's not noise, it's a signal. And in modern B2B, signal is everything. Yes, AI can generate copy. It can write a blog post. It might even summarize your case study. But it can't feel the shift in the sales team's mood during Q3 forecasting. It can't read the room at a security conference. And it can't make your audience laugh because they feel seen. Memes are what's left when content gets compressed and culture gets specific. They're not just funny, they're fluent. If you're serious about relevance, resonance, and trust, don't wait for permission. Start speaking in a language your buyers already use. You're not just joining the conversation, you're proving you belong in it. It's your story, use a meme or two and tell it well. Okay. Okay, Robert, nice article. I just think of the boomer meme. Oh, man. Let's see if I find that little joke. What the hell? Why do I find Austrian hotels? Well, as you can see, Google is getting worse and worse and worse. This is the one I meant. That's what I wanted to find. Well, are you gonna stop? Lab of a meme. Someone does the meme. people do it as a trend, the brand starts doing it. Now you can't see it well, huh? Does that work? Yeah, high pixelated. Great. So you have the worst quality overall. Sorry. As you can see, life of a meme. Someone does it, people like it, and they copy it. It becomes a trend. Then the brand starts doing it, and the other brands start copying it, and they like tap on each other's shoulders. Oh well, great great campaign, very well done. Well, they leave the people. It's honest. It's honestly, marketers ruin everything. It's just the way it is. We ruin these kind of things. But I like the article still. It's important to use it. Yeah, we're gonna ruin stuff for money. That's how it goes. Such is life. If you like that I go through articles, news, trends, white papers, studies, and research and such in the broad field of marketing, feel free to support this channel. A like in the video, a subscription to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks for you, but it helps tremendously to help this channel reach more people, get better, help more people. If you want to see something from me, have the Q&A session, have specific questions or topics that you want me to dive into deeper, leave them in the comments below. And with that, I think we are finished for today. So, today we start with website migration SEO best practices to preserve rankings and avoid common pitfalls. What does that mean? Often we have to migrate with our website from another domain A to domain B, or do something else with the page if we have created a new page or something. It could be the same domain, but still, there's like a few things that can be done. I'm not sure which of the two this is going to be about, so let's go through it directly. Written by Adam Heitzman. Sorry if I butchered the name. So, let's go through it. Website migrations, when poorly executed, risk losing traffic, rankings, and revenue. A solid strategy ensures smooth transitions while safeguarding SEO performance. Now, an important part is there are many things that can go wrong during a migration. Really many things. And there's quite a bit of annoying stuff if you invested a lot of time and money, stay hydrated, a lot of time and money into your positions and rankings on Google search and so on. And then you do migration and you lose a lot of traffic or positioning. Now, there are quite a few best practices and a few things you can do to mitigate the risk, and also if something went wrong, to repair it. But let's see what this article is like and about. There are several reasons to migrate your website. It might be to enhance your website security through another hosting provider, update your brand image, or improve your user experience. Whatever the reason, you'll need to follow a migration process that allows you to update your site without compromising your SEO rankings, traffic, and revenue. Many SEO professionals face a common fear when it comes to website migration: the loss of valuable traffic, rankings, and users during the transition. A migration strategy prevents data loss, performance dips, and downtime when you move your site to a new domain hosting platform or CMS. Okay? In this guide, I'll walk you through the 16 best practices for a successful website migration. Okay? Just a moment, gotta someone. So, kick. Shame. If so many bots on these platforms, it's insane. The website migration process, a 16-step checklist. Oh, and by the way, I see all of your comments in the chats, but I have disabled it for now because last time I was told it's a bit confusing if I allow the chat to be seen in the screen. So for now, I cut it out. You can tell me if you want it to be included again or not. The website migration process, a 16-step checklist. I'll break down all the tasks into 3 phases: planning, pre-migration, and post-migration phase. Phase 1, planning. As with any multi-dimensional project, your website migration needs thorough planning. Complete these steps before you begin development. 1. Define project scope. First, take inventory of all your web pages. What are you trying to achieve with the migration, and how much of the site will it affect? Your website migration is set to fail if you don't have a well-defined goal and scope. 2. Tech migration team and responsibilities. Who will lead the project? The in-house SEO team or an outsourced SEO agency? If you're managing the project internally, be sure to set up a project management framework so everyone can keep tabs on tasks that belong to them. Okay? Legit. Just get it done and organized well so everybody knows who has to do what, when. Okay. 3. Manage cross-department and stakeholder expectations. Which other departments will the project impact? Identify all stakeholders involved in the migration process. Alongside the SEO and dev teams, this often includes designers, IT staff, quality assurance testers, content managers, product designers, and marketers. It all depends on what your company is and how many department needs to be involved in any activity like website migration. You can schedule a meeting to explain why you need it and what you aim to achieve. This is also an excellent opportunity to gather feedback on the specific needs, which could help you choose a better domain or CMS that serves your future needs. Tip: be transparent about the migration process and what they should expect in terms of functionality, design, and performance. And also warn the client or the boss or whoever it is that you're talking to that it is very likely that for a while the traffic will be down. It's just very, even if you did everything correctly, it might take some time. 4 to 12 weeks, usually. So even if it was done properly, you might see quite significant drop of traffic, like 10%, 30% easily. Okay? It usually goes up again to the old values in a very short time. Define your timelines and launch date. Ideally, your new site should go live when site traffic is at its lowest, and your team has the capacity to respond to any unforeseen hiccups. Exactly. Don't do it like at the day of or the day before a big marketing move or something like that, or some big email campaign, or like just anything that would draw in many people that you pay for, even worse with advertisement, and then the page doesn't work because of who knows what. Choose a day that has the least impact on your business. This can be during off hours or when you have little to no low business activity. You can also do it batch by batch rather than migrate all your pages at once. Phase 2. Pre-migration stage. This is an extension of the planning stage. It's where you set the foundation for a smooth transition and minimize during or post-migration risks. Okay? Run a detailed risk assessment. Audit your web pages to spot potential issues before, during, and after migration. This could be traffic loss, disrupted user flow, broken links, or other technical SEO issues. Rank these risks by their impact on your business using a simple low, medium, high scale. Then tackle the most critical first. Then create an effective mitigation plan to minimize the severity of the risks. Some effective techniques are: backup all content, metadata, and configurations before migration. Use a risk assessment matrix to measure the risk involved in the website migration process and its impact on your business goals. Use a staging environment to test changes before it goes live. Implement 301 redirects for all the change URLs to maintain their SEO value. Okay. Another point I would say and put in is, it was mentioned, but really think through it, brainstorm it, and consider what are the different steps that we have to do, and then create a checklist for it. I love checklists. I love working with checklists, and to me, in my business and in my projects, a checklist is only good if I can give it to a trained monkey and say, here's the checklist. I don't want you to think about anything. Just get this solved. Just make sure that this is checked. And so you have an SOP defining each step, what it's done, which tool to use, how it's done, and so on and so on. I personally prefer even doing little videos about it, so that internally the team has these videos about, oh, how is this supposed to be done, so that you could theoretically give it to a new hire and say, hey, here's everything you need to know. I don't need to talk a single word with you. Just get this job done. Everything is listed in here. For example, a few clients of mine were pretty surprised last time when we did a live event, and I pulled out my checklist for the live event, and it was like over 1,600 checkpoints. They were like, oh, that's a lot. And yeah, it's a lot. Of course it's a lot. You want to have everything done properly. But just so Just as an example, take your time, really be willing to go through it step by step by step by step. Each little counterpoint so that you have checked, 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 checked. Define performance benchmarks and set up tracking. Build a detailed picture of your site's existing performance so you have something to compare your new site with. At this stage, it's a good idea to back up your existing site in case you need to restore it during the migration process. You'll want to pull benchmark data for the following. Core Web Vitals. Use Google's Page Speed Insights to measure metrics like loading speed, user interactivity, and visual stability. Server response time. Tools like GTmetrix let you see vitals such as the time to first byte and the overall performance of your website server, which is also important. It's not always decided, sometimes just the server itself. These two things are different. I can do stuff on my site to make it load faster, be more efficient, be better coded and everything, but sometimes it's just the server. Database performance metrics. Analyze database performance to ensure that it can handle the expected traffic loads post-migration. This may require reviewing query execution times, indexing, etc. Usability testing. Manually check out all the key areas, conversion elements to ensure they are working effectively. You can run A/B tests to identify conversion deficient areas or pain points that need to be addressed in the new design. Overall website performance. Use Google Analytics, Search Console, or third-party tools like Ahrefs to evaluate your current organic traffic, rankings, index pages, crawl errors, indexing rate, and backlinks. In addition to benchmarking, this is a good time to double-check that you're tracking all your target keywords in your rank tracking tool. This is very important as it helps you know how much traffic rankings you lost, gained after the migration. Yep. Just a moment. Just checking the live streams. Step 7. Ensure dev and SEO are aligned on performance. If your migration involves a technical overhaul, a CMS change, server migration, or redesign, let your developers know the SEO performance metrics that are important to you. This helps minimize the migration's impact on your SEO performance. These migrations might require complete mapping of old URLs to new ones. Give these details to your developers, as missing redirects will tank your rankings and affect organic traffic. Other issues to look out for are URL structure, internal linking, canonical tags, mobile responsiveness, structured data, page speed. Ideally, review your entire SEO performance before and after the migration is complete so that you can compare results. 8. Document everything. Document all your active server settings and configurations before you migrate your website. This includes the details about the DNS settings, CDN configurations, and hosting environments. Server documentation has several benefits. It ensures that the new server environment mirrors the old one and reduces the risks of inconsistencies that may cause performance issues. If any problems arise post-migration, detailed server documentation makes it easier for relevant teams to find, diagnose, and resolve them. Okay? It acts as a comprehensive reference for future migrations or server updates. Configuration management tools like Ansible, Puppet, or Terraform are popular tools for documenting server configurations in a reusable, readable, and version-controlled format. Version-control tools like Git can also be used to track changes made and collaborate effectively with teams during the migration. Okay. Testing environment. It's best to develop your site in a closed testing environment on a separate server to verify the new site functions properly before launching. This is called a staging website. Okay. Often agencies that are good will do that. They put the whole website, the whole page on another server and go through it there, test the links, let the crawler, let the bots run through it, test it by hand and everything. And only if all of it works, only then will they move it over to the server that it's supposed to be on. It is a clone of your website where you can try all your functionalities, themes, calls to actions, plugins, etc. without disrupting operations on the live website. A staging website also allows you to identify and fix any potential issues or conflicts before the migration process. Of course, you'll need to block public access to the testing environment and prevent search engines from indexing your new pages too soon. You can either create a robot.txt file to block search engines like Google, add the no index tag to your new URLs, or set up password protection in HT password. It looks like this. Meta name, robot. For details, those who want to go into detail of how to set up the robot.txt and everything, feel free to leave a comment below. I can go through it in a live session once if you want. Once you have this all set up, run a technical SEO audit on the staging side to find and fix issues before migrating to your live site. Watch out for little foxes like broken site links, missing alt text, meta titles, duplicate URLs, etc. and fix them before migrating to your live website. Third-party SEO tools like Ahrefs, SEMrush, or Screaming Frog can help you achieve this. Tip: ensure you have a recent backup of your website after the clone. This way you have a version to revert to if needed. Seen it a few times, people just delete the old version. Bad idea. You want to keep it, like for a long time. 10. Conduct a content inventory. Now it's time to build a complete overview of your existing content and pages. The content inventory lets you identify if anything goes missing during the migration. Moreover, creating a list of URLs will draw your attention to any existing bugs, like broken links or bad redirects, for you to address before the migration. You can use a combination of methods to create a comprehensive list of your pages and content assets, such as pulling all your URLs with a site crawler, downloading page data from your CMS, exporting URLs from Google Search Console. All of that, nice ideas. Don't forget that site crawlers don't always pick up orphan pages in a standard crawl if they are not linked internally. So what that means is, if you've got a crawler that's supposed to, what is an orphan page? An orphan page is a page that is not linked to by any other page. It stands alone, so to speak. That's why it's orphaned. It has no parent that links to it. Sometimes very interesting, sometimes important, like different pages, different landing pages, and so on. We want them to be on the new server too, of course. So if you just use a crawler that starts with one site, one page, and go through all of those links, it might not catch those orphan pages. Also, be sure to identify your most valuable pages when assembling your list of URLs. High value pages are pages with high intent content, high conversion rates, high traffic levels, and quality backlinks. This data helps you know which pages to prioritize for minimal impact during the migration. Finally, if you plan to add additional pages and categories to your new site, this is the time to check that they can fit into your existing architecture. If not, you may need to reconsider your website structure. Use a visual sitemap to visualize your current website architecture and find gaps in your content strategy that need to be filled. Again, ensure you're tracking the keywords your high value pages are ranking for. As mentioned above, this helps you to benchmark your performance before and after the migration process. Okay, recreate the redirect map. Next, use your URL list to determine the pages to move to the new site, which ones you can merge and the ones to drop. Use redirect links to connect your old content and the new one. So when users try to access the content on your old page, they're automatically redirected to the latest version of it. For your redirect plan, start with the most important pages you identify in the previous step. Implement a 301 redirect for each page you're moving to the new site. For context, a 301 redirect indicates that a page has been moved permanently from one URL to another. The authority in the old page is also transferred to the new site, something that a 302, for example, does not do. As I said, we can go through them in more detail if you ever want to leave a comment for that. Or if chat wants it, just say so. Technically, your URL should point to the most relevant page on the new site. For example, let's assume you have a website, example.com, and want to redirect to a new location. Old URL, example.com, old page. New URL, example.com, new page. In this case, you'd set up a 301 redirect from example.com old page to example.com new page. Also, avoid redirecting old URLs to your new homepage. This can result in soft 404 errors, which will dilute overall link equity and harm your rankings. Instead, if you can't identify an appropriate new page to point to, Either create a new page or remove your old URL. Using our previous example, let's say you have another URL, example.com blog. You need to redirect it to the new version of the page, example.com new page blog. Old URL, example.com blog, new URL, example.com new page blog. Okay, then example.com new page blog should 301 redirect to example.com new page. This way, each domain is redirected to the most relevant page on your website. When you've completed your redirect map, share a list of your new URLs with your broader marketing team so they can update their campaign links once the new site launches. Tip: cross-check your redirects on your staging website to be sure they're not redirecting to another URL that's redirected. Again, you can get chain redirects in that way, which would not be good. Yeah, this is called chain redirects, and it confuses search engine bots when they try to crawl and index the page. Usually bad practice, makes the results worse, time longer that it loads, the servers don't like it, the bots don't like it, and so on. For best results, ensure your redirects are one-to-one and are ideally not going through redirect chains. Run pre-launch checks. Yep. Before launching your new site, you'll need to run various checks in your testing environment to ensure the new site functions as expected. Work with your SEO team to confirm if the following elements meet the required standards. Test redirects. Ensure that all redirects are correctly implemented and functioning properly. This includes checking the 301 redirects from the old URLs to the new ones to avoid redirect chains or soft 404s. XML sitemap. Verify that the new site contains a valid XML sitemap. Use tools like XML Sitemap Validator to check for errors and compliance with search engine requirements. Robots.txt file. If you've added a robots.txt file in the staging file, reconfigure it to include pages you want to index on the search engine. Also, because I don't see it right now, nowadays, same for the llms.txt file. Also make sure that it links properly and has the right links to the MD files. URL structure. Review the URLs to ensure they're optimized with relevant keywords and follow SEO best practices. Oh, okay. Question is, what is llms.txt? llms.txt is a new standard that some in the industry try to use right now. That is implemented in the root folder. Here it would be, for example, as we had here, example.com llms.txt. And it is meant for LLMs and bot scrapers to understand what your pages are about. It is a way to give them easier content and explanation of what your pages are about without confusing them with like stuff, what could I say, like menus, ads, and everything. All of that is wiped clean so that the LLM can just know Gemini or ChatGPT and so on, know exactly what this page is about and can easier scrape it. Canonical URLs. Do all your canonical URLs point to the relevant variant of the page? Consolidate any duplicates to maintain a clear content hierarchy. Structured data. Implement structured data schema markup to help search engines understand your page's content and deliver rich results to users. Status codes. Check the HTTP status code for all pages to ensure they return the correct responses. Address any 404 errors or other related issues immediately. Internal linking. Internal links create connections between your web pages and distribute link equity. Review all internal links to ensure that they are intact and redirect users to the right content. Title tags, header tags, and meta description. Are they optimized for the right keywords? Do they follow SEO best practices? Review and update them accordingly. Tip: use third-party SEO tools like Ahrefs or SEMrush to run a quick audit of your website to find any SEO issues that will become roadblocks during or after migration. Phase 3. Now we're at launch. Now that you've crossed all your T's and dotted your I's, you can proceed to launch your website. 13. Launch and promote your new site. Just a little thing. To all the people watching on Rumble, I'm new on Rumble. Are you bots or not? Leave a message. no matter what, in the chat, just so I know you're real, because I want to know how many bots on Rumble and how many real people are there. Now let's continue. Step 13. Launch and promote your new site. When your site goes live, you'll need to lift any user and search engine restriction you set up during the development phase. Remember, the quicker you implement the migration, the better. Little thing here, watch out that you get the robots.txt clean. I've seen a few migrations in my lifetime where the people copied from the staging site and copied the robots.txt that has no index for all of the sites. Big mistake. Your site will temporarily go offline during the migration, so minimizing downtime will reduce the impact on traffic and revenue. Remove all the limitations you've placed on the staging site so that search engine and users can access it. This includes robots.txt disallows, no index tags, and password protections. Also, ensure your DNS records point to the right server after migration. Also a mistake that's happening way too often. It's also a good idea to plan PPC campaigns to coincide with the site launch. Not only will this spread the word about your new site, but it can also help make up for the short-term organic traffic dips you experience during the migration process. Phase 4. Migration. I gotta say, I'm not sure about the PPC campaigns, because if you pay for it already, I personally, just my opinion, I prefer to have a bit of a time buffer between going live with the new page and doing any paid ads, because the paid ads would be thrown out and burnt money if anything during the migration worked badly and the page is not up to snuff. Just saying. I personally prefer migrating, doing another complete checkup, complete once more through all of it. Yeah, I already talked about the checklist that I would use. And then, only then, after that, would I greenlight the PPC campaigns again. Phase 4. Post-migration. Lastly, recheck all the changes to ensure everything is working as intended. Sometimes, the migration may not go as planned, and this is where you decide whether to tweak your edits or roll back to the previous website. Let's run through a few of the vitals. Step 14. Optimize your website performance. Monitor the new website closely to verify if everything is working as it should, and check critical aspects of the site, including your new robot.txt file, XML sitemap, usability, and analytics. Also, check your website performance compared with your old site. It's natural to experience a dip in performance for a while, but as the weeks go by, your rankings and traffic should return to the original level. As I said, usually like 4 to 12 weeks. To optimize your website. Use website caching to store content data so users can access it faster, and use a CDN, content delivery network, to reduce latency and improve content delivery time. For best results, minify your JavaScript, CSS, and HTML files to improve content delivery network CDN performance. You can also use IPv6, Internet Protocol version 6, to improve routing efficiency and reduce content delivery times. Optimize your database systems to improve query speed, user experience, and overall website performance. Best practices such as proper indexing, data tables optimization, query restructuring, materialized views, vertical scaling, etc. can help the database handle complex requests without downtime. Learn more about database performance tuning. You guys want to read a bit about that later on? Well, step 15. Update technical documentation. Now that you've launched your website, you need to revise your technical documents to ensure it's accurate and up to date. This documentation guides the migration process and can mitigate risks such as duplicate lost content, missing broken links, etc. Also, it allows for faster collaboration between cross-functional teams and stakeholders. Your documentation should include a spreadsheet or a map of your 301 redirects, including the old and the new link. An updated XML sitemap that lists all necessary pages. This is important for search engine indexing. Title tags and meta description for all pages on your site. A report showing performance metrics before and after the migration. You can also add your primary keyword rankings as well. The state of your robots.txt file to ensure only the right pages are indexed and on the search results. Step 16. Implement basic maintenance practices. Lastly, set preventive maintenance practices to keep your website functioning properly after the backup. This helps you catch and resolve potential issues before they become a bigger problem. Use third-party SEO tools like Google Search Console, Screaming Frog, Ahrefs, SEMrush, and so on as monitoring systems to track your performance metrics and detect anomalies that affect web performance. These tools also give insights into your user activity on your website and your overall performance strength on the search results. Tip: since migration impacts search user experience, recrawl your new site to ensure it's performing as required. And if your key performance indicators, key KPIs, don't improve, troubleshoot the causes. This could include pages on your old site are still being indexed, slow load times, bad redirects, missing internal links. Activate specific alerts on Google Search Console to highlight issues that could affect performance so you can fix them as soon as they occur. Final thoughts: website migration can be a complex undertaking. Following the above steps will set you up for success and allow you to prepare, execute, and monitor your migration while minimizing associated risks. VIP contributor Adam Heitzman. There he is. Does he have... Yeah, he has that. Well, that was an interesting article, a bit basic, but I know sometimes I go through a bit more basic stuff because it helps the newer viewers. Also gives chance for me to reflect and maybe say something. I hope you liked it in general. So if you like what I do, if you like that I go through stuff, you can like the content, you can subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks. It's the easiest way to support this channel, and I will just leave a little nice. Yeah, I want to follow him. Article on. I think we can post stuff on the internet and be nice to each other. Like if someone did something nice, we can do it. Yeah. So, just like that. Okay.
We're diving into
No, that's something else. Okay, that's interesting. Well, with that, I'm finished with this article.
And a lot
Sure.
of people told I would be interviewing you were curious about your opinion about, I think you know most likely one of.
Hey guys, little article that I found from Google, new feature that is on right now. Try on styles with AI, jump on great prices and more. It's about being able to to put on virtual clothes through AI to see if it will fit you or not. So let's go through it. Yeah, and let's get it on. Google Shopping tools can help you with everything from trying on the latest trend to redesigning your space and finding everything at the right price. And here's the example, like whether, let me make it a bit bigger for you so the text is easier to read. Whether you're still on the hunt for the perfect summer, no thanks. Whether you're still on the hunt for the perfect summer maxi skirt, dreaming about a new fall jacket, or starting your back to school shopping, our shopping tools can help you explore your personal style and get a good price. Here are a few ways you can use Google's latest shopping features. Try clothes on virtually. At I/O in May, we introduced our Try On tool as a limited experiment in search labs, allowing shoppers to upload a photo of themselves and use AI to virtually try on clothes. Today, Try On is launching in the US, letting you easily try on style from the billions of apparel items in our shopping graph across search, Google Shopping, and even product results and Google Images. Now let's see. Okay, and then you can see what you would look like in those clothes. Kind of an interesting gimmick. I think it's not bad. I think many people might like that. Just let us show the few seconds of that GIF, and we see it. Now the different clothes. To get started, tap on any product listing across Google or any apparel product result on Google Images and tap the Try It On icon. Upload a full-length photo of yourself, and within moments you'll see what you might look like wearing those gingham print pants on the first day of class. You can scroll through other looks you've tried, save your faves, and share with friends. Okay, that's okay. The sharing and saving is an idea. You can say, "Hey, honey, would I look good in that?" Hey, then okay, the friend group can talk about. Okay. But when the price is right, we've also upgraded our price alert so it's easier to grab the perfect item as soon as it falls into your budget. Starting to roll out today, when US shoppers hit track price to set an alert for a product, you can specify your preferred size and color as well as the price you want to pay. The shopping graph has products and prices from all across the web, so we'll let you know when there's an offer that meets your criteria. No more constantly checking to see if that bag you're eyeing is finally at the right price for you or forgetting to come back to a product you loved. Okay? Oh. Oh. Okay, that's going to be interesting. Wow. Just getting almost finished. I was streaming for a few hours now. It's almost 11 p.m. on Sunday. I'm still sickly. So I think it's enough. It's enough for today, and I will quit now, and I will go offline, and I will enjoy my time, and I will go do some leisure time, and then I go sleep. And that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see each other tomorrow. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best. Goodbye.